You're lying here now in stillness, with your body resting softly against the mattress, arms at your sides, hands open and relaxed, shoulders sinking into the weight of gravity. You've let go of the effort to do anything, no pushing, no pulling, just being. And maybe you've been here before, eyes closed, breath slow, mind quieting, but then that red glow appears again, just a small rectangle in the dark, and suddenly it feels like something has shifted. The clock is there, and you notice it. Not because you wanted to, but because your attention landed on it, as though drawn by some invisible thread. And one gentle note, before we go further, this is a place to rest, not medical advice, and it is no substitute for professional care. If sleep keeps being hard night after night, a licensed healthcare professional is the right person to walk that with you. For tonight, there is nothing to fix. You've lain here wondering why sleep won't come, how to finally turn the mind off, why you keep waking at 3 a.m., what's wrong with you for still being awake when everyone else is asleep, and maybe even why this feels so heavy, like time itself has become an enemy. You're not alone in that feeling. Many people find themselves caught in this loop. The more they watch the clock, the less likely sleep seems to arrive. The numbers tick by with a kind of quiet judgment. The red light never blinks, never wavers, and every passing minute starts to feel like another failure. But here's something important. You don't need to fix that moment. You don't have to make it go away right now. In fact, trying too hard to sleep, to stop thinking, to escape the time can be what keeps you awake. The pressure itself becomes part of the problem. When your mind says, I must fall asleep soon, or if I don't get more than 4 hours tonight, tomorrow will be ruined. That kind of urgency creates a subtle tension in your body, an alertness beneath the surface. It's not fear exactly, but close enough, a quiet readiness to react. This session is grounded in one simple idea. Time isn't the enemy, but our relationship with it can become strained, especially when we're lying awake, watching its passage like a slow-motion film of failure. The clock doesn't care if you're asleep or not. It just keeps going, indifferent and steady. And your job tonight isn't to outrun it or outsmart it or convince it to go faster. Instead, the work is softer, to let time be what it is, neither friend nor foe, and to begin reassociating yourself with stillness rather than striving. You don't need a perfect night. You don't even need to sleep at all tonight, in fact. What matters is this moment, right here, where you are. Let's take one breath together. In through the nose, slowly, gently, and out through the mouth, quiet, unhurried, just like that. Again, inhale and exhale, again, feeling your chest rise slightly as air fills in, then sink back down as it leaves. No need to deepen it or control it. Just let it be what it is. Now allow yourself to notice how your body feels where it meets the bed, your spine pressing into the mattress, your hips cradled by its softness, your legs long and relaxed. There's a quiet weight to everything, the kind that settles in when you stop resisting. You're not trying to feel anything special, just allowing what is. And if there's any tightness, if your jaw feels clenched or shoulders hunched, you don't have to fix it now, just name it gently. Here's some tension. Then let it be. Don't push it away. Don't try to relax on command. You're not trying to change anything, not yet. Now bring your attention down through your body, slowly, like a hand sliding over warm stone. From the top of your head to your forehead, softening around the eyes, letting go of any invisible frown. Your jaw unclenching now, letting your teeth part slightly, tongue resting gently against the roof of your mouth. Shoulders, you can feel their weight slowly lowering, sinking deeper into the bed. Arms limp and open, hands warm and loose. Let each layer settle. The upper back, the lower back, hips, thighs, knees, calves, feet. Noticing warmth spreading through them as if sunlight was seeping in from below. A quiet heat rising, not forced, not imagined, but just coming, like breath returning after silence. This isn't about getting somewhere. It's not about reaching sleep or achieving calm. These aren't goals. They're side effects of something deeper, letting go of the need to measure anything at all. Think for a moment about what happens when you stop watching the clock. You really stop. Not because you've forgotten it exists, but because your attention has shifted elsewhere, like water finding its own level in a basin. The red numbers are still there, yes, still glowing, but now they don't matter as much. They're just part of the room's quiet rhythm. And that shift, that moment when time stops feeling like an opponent, is where peace begins to grow. You might notice something subtle. Your breath has slowed even more, not because you told it to, but because there's no need to rush anymore. Your mind isn't trying to escape the present. It doesn't have to be anywhere else. There's nowhere urgent to go, no one waiting for you. The only thing that matters is this body, this breath, this moment. And so, instead of measuring time, let it become a kind of background hum, the steady beat beneath everything else, like the sound of distant rain or waves far offshore. You don't need to listen to it, but if you do, just notice. It doesn't demand anything from you, it simply is. Let your thoughts drift by like clouds passing overhead, some dark, some light, some full of shape, but never stop for long. Don't follow them down a path. Don't argue with the ones that say, "It's been 45 minutes already," or "I'll never fall asleep this way," or "Why is my mind so loud?" You can let those thoughts be there, and also not believe every single one of them. Because here's what's true, your brain isn't broken. It's just doing its job, keeping you safe, alert, aware. Even when the threat isn't real anymore, even when all that's needed is rest, it still wants to check in, make sure nothing dangerous is happening. That's not a flaw, it's biology. But what is helpful is realizing that awareness doesn't have to turn into anxiety. You can be aware, yes, but also let go of the need to control or fix it all. Let your mind rest, even if it still moves. And now imagine this. Each time you notice the clock, instead of reacting with frustration, you simply acknowledge it and then gently return your attention elsewhere. Not by forcing yourself away, but by choosing something softer than resistance. Like a hand brushing past an old photo in a drawer, just glancing at it, remembering that it's not needed right now. Your bed is becoming a place where time doesn't matter as much, where the red glow no longer signals failure, but just another part of the night. Not a challenge to overcome, but a quiet companion on your way back into stillness. You don't have to believe any of this yet. You don't need to feel different, but you can practice, just once, in this moment, the idea that time isn't against you, that watching it doesn't mean you're failing, that being awake is not a personal shortcoming, it's just the way things are. Let your breath slow further, so soft now that you almost miss it, but you don't have to catch every single one. Just be with what remains, that quiet rhythm between inhale and exhale, between thought and silence. And as you sink deeper into this space, notice how your body is beginning to feel heavier, not because of fatigue, but because of release, like warm sand settling into place after the tide has receded. Your limbs aren't just resting, they're surrendering. You're no longer holding on, not even to being awake. This isn't about doing anything special. It's simply allowing yourself to be here with all your thoughts, your sensations, your breath, without needing to change it, without needing a timeline, without needing to arrive anywhere at any point. And in that space, the one where time doesn't press down, you might just find something unexpected. Peace, not because sleep has come yet, but because you've stopped fighting against being here right now. You might feel how your shoulders are softening now, no longer braced against something that isn't there. That tightness you carried like a coat through the day, layered over your spine and across your collarbones, it's not gone, but it's loosened, as if gravity has begun to hold you more gently than usual. There's no need to tighten back up just because the clock says something different. The red numbers don't have authority here. They're only light, faint pulses in the dark, like fireflies that never land. You can let them pass without measuring how long they stay. Now think of your breath not as a task, but as an invitation, a slow return to yourself with every cycle. Inhale and imagine it's not about filling up, but about opening slightly wider at the center. Not pushing air in, just allowing space where there was pressure before. Exhale and let that be release, not effort, not control, but a letting go so quiet you don't need to hear it happen. It happens anyway. And as your breath settles into its own rhythm, uneven, sometimes shallow, sometimes deep, you might notice something else. The way silence isn't empty after all. Silence is full of texture, not just absence but presence, the kind that lives between heartbeats or behind the sound of a distant train passing through fields you can't see. It's not noiseless, it's textured with stillness, like moss growing on stone, soft, slow, unbothered by time. You don't need to fill that space. You don't have to explain why you're awake or how long it will take for sleep to come. The only requirement is this: to stay here, not in the future, not in a memory, but exactly where your body and breath are right now. No judgment on whether that's enough. No need to decide if you've done well enough. You just are. And as you rest, notice how even frustration can become part of the stillness, like dust settling into quiet corners of a room after the wind has passed. The irritation at being awake isn't a signal that something is wrong. It's just another sensation passing through your awareness. Not unlike watching leaves swirl in a small current, they move but never take root. Let go of the idea that you must fix this moment. There's no problem to solve here, no missing piece. You're not behind schedule because time isn't keeping score. The night doesn't care if you've been awake for 40 minutes or 2 hours. It only knows what it is: dark, soft, slow-moving. Like a river winding through a forest where the trees don't rush to reach anything. And in that rhythm, the way things unfold without urgency, you might begin to feel something else. Not sleep, but permission. Permission to be here even if you're still thinking, even if your mind feels restless, even if it flickers with old concerns or small worries about tomorrow. None of those thoughts need a response. You don't have to answer them. They can stay in the background, like radio static from a station long off air. You might even let yourself wonder what would happen if you didn't try so hard, not because you're giving up, but because you've realized that trying is not always the same as doing. Sometimes, simply being present, with your eyes closed, your body still, can be enough. Enough for now. Enough to allow something deeper than effort to begin. Let your awareness drift like a leaf on water, not trying to reach shore, just moving with the current. There's no need to guide it, no need to steer towards sleep or away from wakefulness. Just let it float. Let it rest in the quiet between thoughts, where nothing needs to be done and everything is already happening. And as your body softens further, sinking deeper into the mattress like a stone into warm earth, you might notice how warmth spreads, not just in your hands, not just in your feet, but through your core, through your chest, through your spine. A quiet heat that isn't urgent or loud, but steady, like embers under ash. It doesn't burn, it lasts. This heat is not a sign of alertness. It's the body saying, "I'm safe now, I don't need to be ready for anything, I can simply rest." And so you do. You're not waiting anymore, not for sleep, not for peace, not even for stillness. You've stopped measuring what time has taken from you. Instead, you let it give back something else: presence. A kind of quiet attention that doesn't demand results, that isn't afraid of emptiness or silence. There's no need to be productive right now. No one is watching. There's no scorecard. You're not being tested on how quickly you fall asleep, or even whether you do at all. What matters is this: the fact that you've chosen to stay with yourself, in the dark, without running away from discomfort. That choice, this simple act of staying, is already healing. And now imagine your breath not as a rhythm to follow, but as a current, gentle, continuous, like water flowing through stone. Inhale and feel it rise softly beneath your ribs. Exhale and let that movement carry you deeper into stillness, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but simply inward. You're beginning to feel less like someone trying to get somewhere, and more like a place where things can settle on their own. There's no destination here, no finish line marked in seconds or minutes. Just this, the quiet hum of being alive, breathing, aware, and letting go again and again. Let your thoughts come, like birds landing briefly on a wire. They perch for just a moment, maybe sing once, and then fly off into the dark. You don't need to stop them, you don't need to welcome them either, just watch them pass. And with each one that leaves, there's room, slightly more space, for what comes next. Not effort, not planning, not control. Just this, your body resting on the bed, your breath moving without force, and time unfolding not as a threat, but as something you're slowly learning to live inside, rather than flee from. You might feel how your eyelids are heavier now, not because you want them to be, but because they simply cannot stay open, not out of fatigue, but because your nervous system has finally released the need to watch for danger. There's no one outside this room, no storm coming, nothing to prepare for. The night is not waiting to catch you off guard. And so you let go, really let go, not all at once, but in small, quiet ways over time. You don't have to become someone else to fall asleep. You don't need to silence your mind or erase every thought. You just need to stop fighting the way things are right now. In this moment, you're not failing because you're awake. You're not weak for being alert in darkness. You're not broken if sleep doesn't come quickly. What you are is human, and that's more than enough. And as your breathing slows even further, so soft it feels like the air itself has paused, the space between thoughts begins to widen, like a doorway opening slowly without sound, not into another place, but back into yourself. Not deeper in sleep, but deeper in stillness. And you don't have to cross the threshold. You don't need to go anywhere at all. Just be here where time doesn't matter, and being awake isn't a loss, just a part of this night. A quiet companion, a witness to your own gentle surrender. So let it be. Let yourself stay in this softness. Not trying to do anything, not fixing anything, just resting. With the breath, with the body, with the dark that holds you like hands made of shadow and warmth. And when a thought rises, whether about tomorrow or last week or how long it's been, you don't need to chase peace. You only need to return, not to sleep, not to normal, but simply to this. The quiet knowledge that you are here. And that is enough. You might notice how your chest doesn't need to rise so high anymore, how the air flows through you with less effort, like a river finding its own level after storm. There's no need to push it deeper or hold it longer. Just let it be what it is, soft, steady, drifting inward as if carried by something older than breath, a rhythm that doesn't depend on your will. And the clock still glows, red numbers watching quietly from across the room, not judging, not accusing, just being. Not a countdown. Not a verdict, just light in the dark, like a single star blinking slowly through fog. You don't need to look at it, you don't need to avoid it. It's simply there, part of the space you're resting within, like a quiet reminder that time is not your enemy. Time has no intention, no agenda. It doesn't care how long this moment takes, it just continues. And so do you, not trying to escape from wakefulness, not begging sleep to arrive. Just staying here in the soft hollow between thought and stillness. The kind of place where minutes don't stretch or shrink based on your fear, where hours aren't measured by how much you've lost or gained in bed. You're not behind, you're not late, there's no race, no penalty for taking time to settle. In fact, the more slowly you come into yourself, the more real this moment becomes, more than a performance, more than effort. It's just being awake without resistance, a kind of presence that doesn't require anything from you but attention, and even that is gentle now. Perhaps you've spent so many nights turning towards sleep like it was an exit sign in a maze, one final door to burst through to relief. But maybe tonight, the path isn't about getting out. Maybe it's about learning how to be inside this room with your thoughts, your body, your breath, and not needing to fix anything, not even time itself. You don't have to rush past these minutes. You don't need to punish yourself for not sleeping faster. What you're doing, this slow coming down, is already the work of healing. Let your hands lie still on the blanket now, no need to grip or shift. Just feel their weight, how they rest like stones in warm water, not heavy enough to drag, but full enough to belong. You might notice a warmth spreading through them, not heat, not fire, but something quieter, the quiet return of circulation after being still for so long, a slow reawakening of sensation, the kind that happens when your nervous system stops scanning and starts listening. And in that listening, you begin to feel how your feet are no longer tense against the mattress, not because they've relaxed on command, but because there's no reason left to be alert, no muscle tensing for escape. Your body is not waiting for a signal to flee. It doesn't need to prepare for anything. There's nothing to brace against, no threat in the air, no urgency beneath your skin. Just this, the quiet weight of limbs resting on softness, like roots sinking into soil after rain. And with that deepening stillness, time begins to feel less like a clock and more like atmosphere, a space you're breathing through rather than counting. The red numbers don't pulse faster now. They don't whisper too long, too late. They just glow, steady, indifferent, unchanging. And in their quiet persistence, they start to lose their edge, not because you've ignored them, but because you've stopped fighting them. Because your attention has moved elsewhere, into the softness of breath, into the warmth in your palms, into the slow release of tension along your spine. You might feel how your shoulders are no longer lifted toward your ears, how they have begun to settle, like stones that finally stop being carried and just rest. Not because you told them to, but because there's nothing left to carry. No burden, no fear, no need to protect yourself from what comes next. Just this, the body letting go of holding on. And in that release, there is room, a space between breaths where silence isn't empty but full of possibility, not as promise, but simply as presence. You don't have to fill it with sleep. You don't need to make meaning out of stillness. It's enough just to be here, with the dark wrapping around you like a blanket that remembers how to hold warmth and let time move through you instead of against you. Maybe you've wondered if this kind of quiet is even real, whether it can last, whether it counts as anything at all. But what matters isn't duration or proof. It's not about reaching sleep or proving you're doing it right. What matters is the way your body slows down, not because you pushed it to, but because there was no longer a reason to keep pushing. And so you drift, gentle, unforced, like a leaf on water that doesn't fight the current. It just goes where the flow takes it, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, just moving through what is, no destination, no requirement, no need to arrive anywhere at all. You might notice how your thoughts don't feel like invaders anymore. They come in softly, like clouds passing over a sky that doesn't mind their shade. You don't have to greet them or send them away. There's no should about whether they're helpful or not. Some may linger for longer than others, but even then, you aren't chasing after them. You are simply aware of their passage and the space between them. And that space, the pause between one thought and the next, is where healing happens, not in the doing, but in the resting, not in fixing, but in allowing. There's no pressure to make something happen, no need to prove you're worthy of sleep or stillness. You are not behind, you are not failing, you don't have to earn this moment. Instead, let yourself be held by it, by the quiet, by the breath that keeps coming without force, by the fact that even if you never fall asleep, you are already in a state your body has been seeking, one where it can stop fighting and simply be, where time is not an enemy to outrun, but a companion to inhabit. The clock still glows, but now it feels less like a reminder of how much you've lost than a witness to what remains. Not the minutes ticking away, but the breath moving through your chest. Not the hours passing, but the way your body has found its own rhythm, slow, steady, unbroken by effort. And in that rhythm, there is no need to hurry, no reason to dread the next moment, no fear of what might come if you stay awake a little longer, because even staying awake becomes part of the healing, not as resistance, but as surrender. You're not trying to win this night. You're not racing against time or proving something to yourself. You're simply letting go of urgency, of expectation, of the need for things to be different than they are. And in that release, you begin to feel how your mind stops scanning, how your shoulders drop lower, how your breath slows into a silence that isn't empty but full with presence. There's no "I" here trying to control anything, no one watching from above or judging below. Just this, the body resting on the mattress, the air moving through you without demand, and time unfolding not as a threat, but as something you're learning to live inside rather than flee from. And so you stay. Not because you have to, not because there's no other choice, but because here, this moment, this breath, this quiet, is where your body has been waiting all along, not for sleep, but for stillness, for the kind of peace that doesn't arrive after effort, but is already present when you stop fighting. And so let it be. Let the red numbers stay. Let the minutes pass without needing to count them. Let this moment continue, softly, gently, as if time itself has paused just long enough for you to remember what it means to simply be. And so you stay, not clinging to any image of what sleep might be, but resting in the quiet knowing that this breath is enough. The red light still pulses, softly, steadily, like a heartbeat beneath the surface of silence. It doesn't demand your attention anymore. You don't flinch when it flickers. Instead, you notice how its glow feels like warmth on skin that's no longer tense, no longer braced against what might come next. There is space around it now, not a gap to be filled, but a quiet fullness where the mind stops trying to name or fix anything. You're beginning to understand, time isn't something you lose when you stay awake. It's not a river rushing away from you. Time is more like air, always here, always moving through you. You don't have to hold on to it. You don't need to sprint ahead of it or beg it to slow down. It simply is. And in that stillness, the way your body moves with its rhythm begins to feel natural, not forced, not performed, but like something ancient and patient. There's no story being told right now, no plot about how long you've been lying here or what tomorrow might bring if you don't sleep. There's only this, the soft weight of your limbs on the mattress, each one surrendering a little deeper into stillness. Your feet feel wide and grounded, not stuck in place, but rooted like trees whose roots have found soil they never knew they were missing. You aren't trying to reach anything beyond that feeling. You're not even aware of reaching, just being held by it. And the clock, it's no longer a judge, no longer an opponent. It's simply part of the room, part of the dark, part of this moment like every other thing in your experience. The numbers do mean you've failed. They don't measure your worth. They're not proof that time is slipping through your fingers. Instead, they are just there, like dust motes drifting in a beam of moonlight, present but unnoticed unless you look for them. And you don't have to look now. Your thoughts come again, not as intrusions, but as visitors who arrive unannounced and leave without warning. Some carry old concerns, the kind that always seem urgent when they show up. The things you haven't said, the tasks left undone, the questions that keep looping in your mind like a record stuck on repeat, but you don't pull them into focus anymore. You let them pass through awareness, as if watching stars drift across a sky too vast to name. They're not yours to answer. They're not yours to fix. And so they go, without fanfare, without struggle, without even a goodbye. You might feel something like relief when one finally fades, Not because you've won anything, but because the body remembers what it's been trying to do all along: let go of effort. The mind doesn't need to be perfect or productive or on track in order to deserve rest. It only needs to exist, and right now, it is. There's a quiet hum beneath everything, the kind you feel more than hear, like the pulse of warmth traveling through your chest without needing direction. Maybe it's blood moving slowly through veins that no longer need to race, or maybe it's just life continuing on its own, without permission, without demand. The air in the room feels thick with stillness, not heavy, but full, like a breath held by something older than you, deeper than thought. You don't have to be asleep for this to count. You don't need to prove anything to yourself or anyone else about how deep your rest is. This moment, this soft unfolding, is already healing, not because it leads somewhere, but because it simply is. There's no goal attached to being here, no checklist of things you must accomplish before peace can be yours. And so the red numbers stay. They don't need to change. You don't need them to fade. You are not waiting for a sign that sleep is coming. You're not monitoring your progress like a student grading their own work. There's no test, no passing or failing. Just this, the slow descent into what you've been resisting all night, the idea that stillness requires performance. But here it is, without effort, without chasing, without trying to be different than what you are. You're not behind on sleep. You're not late for anything. You aren't missing out. The world doesn't stop turning because you haven't closed your eyes yet. In fact, time isn't even moving faster or slower. It's just moving. And so are you, deep inside the quiet of being alive. Your fingers feel longer now, not stretched, but relaxed, as if they've forgotten how to tense. Your jaw has loosened into a softness that feels like coming home. The muscles along your spine have released their grip on alertness. You're not asleep, but you're no longer awake in the way that means fighting. This is the space between wakefulness and sleep, where effort drops away, where time stops being an enemy, where presence becomes its own kind of rest. There's a certain gentleness to this, not because it's easy, but because it's real. It doesn't ask you to pretend anything or believe something impossible. It just says, stay here, not until sleep comes, but until you stop resisting the fact that you're already in the place where healing lives. You might notice how even your awareness feels lighter now, not scattered, not searching, but settled. Like a stone sinking through water and stopping at the bottom, not because it's broken, but because it has found its natural resting point. You don't have to push upward. You don't need to rise or prove yourself. The weight of being here is no longer burdensome. It's familiar. It feels like returning after a long absence. And so you stay longer than you thought possible without wanting something else. There's no urgency, no inner voice shouting hurry up or you're wasting time. Instead, there's only the rhythm of your breath, deep and slow, and the way it moves through you like water passing over pebbles that have long forgotten their shape. The room is quiet, not because nothing happens, but because everything is allowed to happen without interference. The wind might stir outside, a car pass far down the street, a creak in the floorboard, but none of it breaks your stillness. It doesn't need to be controlled or labeled or judged. You're not reacting anymore. You're simply holding space for whatever arises, like the sky holds clouds without needing to change its own blue. Time isn't slipping away. Time is not being stolen from you. It's just unfolding moment by moment, like a river flowing through land it has always known. And in that flow, there's no need to catch up, no reason to fear losing ground. You are already where you're meant to be, not because sleep will come soon, but because this moment is real. This breath is true. This quiet is not temporary. It isn't a placeholder for something better. It is the better. There's no after here that matters more than now. No future event, no tomorrow, no deadline that trumps what you're feeling right now. Even if sleep never arrives, this is enough. The body doesn't need to fall asleep in order to recover. It just needs to stop fighting, and it has. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to believe in anything. You only have to be, not as someone who should be sleeping, not as someone who's failing or falling short, just as you are. A body breathing softly on a bed, a mind releasing its grip on urgency, and time, just time, not racing, not judging, but simply being. And so the red numbers remain. They don't need to change. The night doesn't need to end. You don't need to be anywhere else. There's no prize at the finish line, no medal for endurance. Only this, a quiet that isn't empty but full with presence, a stillness that isn't passive but deeply alive. You're not waiting anymore, not for sleep, not for time to pass differently, not for your thoughts to stop or your body to relax on command. You're simply allowing yourself, fully and gently, to be here just as you are. And in that allowance, the pressure around time begins to dissolve, not because it's gone, but because it no longer matters. You might notice how your thoughts no longer need to be answered. There's a quiet where questions used to live, and it doesn't feel like emptiness. It feels more like space, open, unclaimed, not waiting for an arrival. The red numbers still glow. They don't flash or shout. They simply exist in the dark like old friends who've stayed up too long but never left. You can look at them without flinching now, without measuring their meaning against your worth or progress. They are just lights on a screen, not verdicts written across your night. And that's where it begins to change, not with force, not with effort, but with the softest kind of permission. Let this be enough. Not because you've achieved something, but because you're finally letting go of what you think you need to achieve. You don't have to earn rest by conquering wakefulness. You don't need to prove your body's readiness or justify its stillness. There's no performance here, no audience. Just breath and weight, and the unspoken agreement that you are allowed to be exactly where you are. No apologies, no explanations. Your skin feels like it has learned how to hold warmth again, not heat from outside, but a deep, internal kind of radiance, like the quiet glow inside an ember after all flame has died down. It's not hot, not urgent, just present. And in that presence, you notice something strange. Your body isn't trying to be anything other than itself anymore. There's no tension coiled behind the eyes, no clenched jaw waiting for a signal to release. You're not holding yourself together. You're letting go of the idea that you need to hold on at all. There's an old word for this kind of surrender, not defeat, not failure, but something older, yielding, like soil giving way when rain falls. Not collapse, not weakness, but a willingness to receive what is offered without resistance. And right now, right here, you're receiving the night itself. The stillness isn't empty because it's waiting for sleep. It's full of the kind of quiet that doesn't fear silence and therefore can't be broken by it. Even your breathing has slowed, not forced into a pattern, not counted or regulated, but simply found its own depth. You don't have to control it anymore. It flows like water through roots beneath the earth, unseen, unhurried, always moving toward its source. There's no destination except itself. No reason to rush forward because there's no finish line that matters more than this moment of release. Time isn't a river you're trying to cross. It's not even something you're swimming in anymore. You've stopped measuring how fast it passes, how many minutes have slipped by, how much time remains until morning, what the clock thinks your night should look like. The numbers don't define you now. They aren't ticking down toward failure or success. They are simply part of the landscape, the same way a leaf moves in wind, not because it's trying to get somewhere, but because that's how things move when they're allowed. You can feel the difference between resisting time and being in time. One is tight, clenched, like holding your breath so long you start to panic. The other is wide open, like lying under a tree during a storm, not fearing the rain, but letting it fall where it will. You don't have to stop the drops. You don't have to explain them or make sense of their rhythm. They just come, and you stay. There's no need to get over this feeling of being awake. No requirement to move past it into sleep, as if that were the only valid state. The truth is, healing doesn't always look like falling asleep. Sometimes it looks like staying awake, fully present in the dark, not fighting, not fleeing, but simply holding your place without turning away. And so you stay long enough for something else to settle in, a kind of acceptance that isn't resignation. It's not giving up. It's accepting what is already true, that this moment matters just as much as any other, that the time spent here, awake and aware, has its own value, not because it leads somewhere, but because it is somewhere. The air feels thicker now, not heavy, but dense with possibility, like a room filled with things that haven't been named yet, waiting for quiet to reveal them. You don't need to name them. You don't have to understand what they are. They're not demands, just presence. And the more you let go of needing to know or fix anything, the softer your body becomes, like clay left out in rain until it no longer resists shaping. You might notice how your shoulders aren't just relaxed, they've forgotten they were tense at all. Your hands rest on your chest, not as instruments of effort, but as vessels holding breath, warmth, stillness. There's no purpose to them anymore except being there, quiet, open, unburdened by function. Even the mind is beginning to loosen its grip, not because it has stopped thinking, but because thoughts no longer carry weight. They drift through awareness like dust motes in a sunbeam, visible only for a moment before dissolving back into light. No judgment, no reaction, just observation, gentle, distant, almost amused. You're not trying to catch them or push them away. You're not even noticing what they say anymore. They just pass by, the same way clouds move across the sky when you're lying on your back and watching without wanting anything from the view. And in that passing, there's a kind of freedom, not because everything is solved, but because nothing needs to be fixed. The pressure around time, your fear of how long it takes or how little you've accomplished, hasn't disappeared. It hasn't been replaced with certainty or peace, but it has changed its shape. It no longer feels like a wall. It's more like a fence made of shadows, and you're standing on the other side now, not escaping, not resisting, but simply not needing to cross. You don't need sleep to be okay. You don't need time to move faster so your night isn't wasted. The truth is already here. You are enough exactly as you are, awake or asleep, restless or still, watching the clock glow red or letting it blur into the dark. There's no condition on your worth. You're not behind, you're not falling short, you're not failing because sleep hasn't come. The only failure would be to keep measuring yourself against a standard that doesn't care about what you need, only how fast you get there. But you've stopped chasing, and in stopping, something else has begun, a kind of return, not to sleep, but to yourself, to the softness beneath your thoughts, to the part of you that never needed anything from time except permission to be. You might not feel different now than when you started this night, but something inside has changed anyway. Not because of what happened, but because of how you let it happen. You didn't fight for sleep. You didn't argue with wakefulness. You just stayed long enough for the rhythm of your breath and the weight of your body to become a language all their own. And that language doesn't need translation. It doesn't have to mean anything. It only has to be true, and it is. The clock still glows, the night stretches on, but you no longer feel like you're at war with either. You're not racing toward morning or fleeing the dark. You've stopped measuring how much time remains, and in that release, something deeper settles, the knowledge that time doesn't own you. It just flows, and you are already part of it. Not because you've done enough to earn your place, but because you never needed to do anything at all. You're not waiting for sleep anymore. You're not even waiting for peace. You're simply letting go of urgency, of expectation, of the need to be anywhere else. The only thing that matters now is this breath and the quiet after it. And in that quiet, you feel something shift, not a change, but a release, like water finding its level after being held too long in a cup. No effort, just gravity doing what it does best, drawing things down to where they belong. There's no goal here, no target, only the slow, deep fall of stillness, not into unconsciousness, but into presence, into the kind of rest that doesn't require sleep to be real. And so you stay longer than before without wanting anything different, not because it's easy, but because it feels like home. You're becoming aware now, not in the way you usually are, with effort or attention, but as if your body has remembered something it had forgotten. That stillness doesn't require permission from time. The red numbers don't pull at you like they used to. They stay where they are, on the edge of sight, and you notice them not because you're resisting their meaning, but because they've become part of a quiet landscape. A small light in an old room, not commanding your gaze, just being there as all lights do when no one is watching. There's something about that stillness, the way it holds space without asking for anything back, not even gratitude. It doesn't want you to thank it or praise its patience. It simply exists, like the weight of a blanket on tired limbs, not meant to be noticed until it's gone. But here now, there is no absence yet, only presence. You might have once believed that time was something you had to outrun, to push through so sleep wouldn't slip away or wakefulness would lose its grip. That if you weren't fast enough, the night would end before you were ready. And in those moments, your thoughts turned into a current, pulling forward even when there was no ground beneath. But now, the pull has loosened. It's not that time is slower, it isn't faster either. Time just doesn't care about how much of it you've used or saved. You can feel the difference, not in your head, but deep inside where thoughts usually settle like dust. A quiet shift beneath sensation. Like water flowing through stone, slow and patient, not rushing to reach an end point. Your breath is no longer trying to change anything. It's just moving, rising, falling with no need for control or correction. You don't adjust it because you're afraid of what might happen if it changes too fast or stops completely. Instead, each inhale feels like a small opening, a space that wasn't there before, and with every exhale, something soft settles deeper inside. The back of your neck is warm now, like sunlight pressed gently into skin after being covered for hours. Not hot, not urgent, just alive in its quietness. Your shoulders have softened, not because you told them to, but because they've remembered what it feels like when no one's asking anything from them. There's space between the joints where tension used to live, room enough for breath and stillness and silence. And this is not a state you're achieving. You aren't building toward it or trying to stay in it. It just arrives again and again like tides that return without ceremony, not because of what you've done, but simply because your body has found its way back into rhythm with itself. You no longer need to measure how long this lasts, whether the silence is deep enough, if the moment is real or not. You don't have to decide anything about it, only notice and stay. There's a feeling now, not quite sound, not exactly memory, but something like the way air moves after someone has spoken in another room. Still holding traces of tone, but no longer tied to meaning. Like breath on glass that leaves behind only faint marks before vanishing entirely. Your fingers rest where they are, on your chest or at your sides, and you don't wonder if they should be doing more. They're not supposed to fix anything, not even hold themselves up for long. The weight is just acceptable. Natural, like the way a leaf floats on water when it's tired of fighting. Time isn't slipping away anymore because you aren't holding onto it with both hands. You don't have to race through minutes because they might disappear if you look at them too closely. They're not fragile. They can stay for as long or as little as they want, and so can you. There's a kind of softness now that isn't trying to be noticed, but is still there, like the space between heartbeats when nothing else is happening. A quiet pause where no thought comes rushing in, no image forms, no demand rises from beneath awareness. Just room. You don't need to fill it with anything. There's no pressure to perform rest or prove that you're relaxing properly. You just are breathing, lying down, letting the world outside fade into background noise like a radio left on in another building. Not important enough to turn off, but not loud enough to disturb. The clock still glows, but it doesn't matter what time it shows anymore, not because you've forgotten how clocks work, but because they're no longer part of your inner story. The red numbers don't carry fear with them like old ghosts. They just sit there like a candle in the corner of an empty room, lighting only itself. And somewhere deep inside, something releases, not dramatically, not suddenly, but slowly, like water draining through soil after rain stops falling. No sound, just movement beneath the surface that changes what's underneath without changing how it looks from above. You're no longer trying to be anywhere else than where you are, no matter how long this takes or whether sleep ever comes at all. You've stopped measuring your value by minutes passed, by effort made, by goals missed or achieved. There is no ledger in the dark that keeps score of what you should have done. There's only now, and it isn't empty. It feels full not with activity, but with something quieter, presence without performance. Being here, really being, not because there's a reason to be, but simply because you are. The mind still moves sometimes, the way waves move when no one is near the shore, not rushing toward anything, just shifting shape against what's already been laid out across time and space. And this isn't failure, this isn't resistance, it's not even awareness, just movement, like air moving through a long hallway with doors closed. You don't have to name it or stop it. You only need to let each thought pass by without turning your head or letting one linger too long in the light of attention. And when you do notice that something has passed, a memory, an image, a whisper from earlier, there's no reaction, no judgment, just space where it was, and then absence again. It doesn't matter if sleep comes now or later, or never at all. What matters is this: your body isn't fighting anymore, your breath hasn't turned into effort, and the night, it's not a challenge to be overcome, but a field that's already waiting for you, soft beneath, wide above. You're not trying to get back to sleep, you're just letting yourself stay where you are, not ahead of time or behind it, but in step with its quiet rhythm. There's no need to escape from wakefulness anymore, not because you've conquered it, but because you don't fear what happens when the mind stays awake. You're not afraid that if you keep lying here too long, something will break, that the night won't end, or your body won't recover, or time itself might collapse. You've stopped believing in those stories, the ones about failure and consequence, because they no longer fit with how things feel right now. There's only this: a softness beneath sensation, a weight that feels like home, and a kind of stillness, not because you've achieved it, but because your body has finally remembered what it means to be allowed to rest without having earned it first. You don't need permission from time, you never did. And the night is not waiting for anything, only flowing. Just as you are. You're not chasing anything now, no destination, no finish line marked by sleep arriving or time moving on. The space around you holds nothing urgent. It's not a place that demands your attention, nor does it offer distraction in return. Just stillness, thick and soft like dust settling after a storm. And within that stillness, there is room for the quiet hum of thoughts, not as intruders, but as visitors who have come by chance and stay only briefly before leaving again. You don't greet them. You don't send them away. They pass through your mind like waves drifting over a stream. No need to stop what you're doing just because one floats into view. There's no effort in letting go. It isn't something you do. It simply happens when the weight of expectation lifts and the body remembers how to be without trying. You don't have to convince yourself that this moment is enough. There's no checklist, no proof required. The only thing being asked of you is presence, and even that word feels too heavy now. It's not about paying attention. It's more like allowing space for everything to exist exactly as it is. The breath moving in and out, the warmth spreading through your arms, the slight tension in your shoulders that isn't resistance, but just a shape, like a knot formed by gravity alone. The red glow of the clock still pulses softly across the room, but you're not measuring against it anymore, not even mentally. You've stepped off the scale. It doesn't matter whether it's 2:17 or 3:04 because your body has stopped translating time into meaning. The numbers aren't warnings. They aren't reminders of how much is lost or how little remains. They are just light, red and quiet, like a signal from somewhere far away that doesn't belong to you. And so slowly, the idea settles in. What if being awake isn't the problem? Not the worst thing, not even an obstacle. What if it's not failure when sleep doesn't come immediately, but simply part of how things unfold? You don't need to fix wakefulness by forcing sleep into place. That kind of pushing only tightens the grip on your body, makes tension settle deeper than before. But here there is no force, no urgency, just this: you're lying still, your eyes are closed. Your thoughts drift without direction, and that's okay. No one needs to know how long this lasts, not even you. You don't have to account for every minute, or explain why time feels stretched out like taffy in the heat. There is no reason to justify being here right now, no need to prove your worth by how quickly sleep arrives, or whether you can fall back into it without waking again. You're not behind, you're not falling short. Even if you stay awake all night, that doesn't mean anything has gone wrong. It means only this: the mind is doing what minds do when they aren't being asked to perform. They wander, they rest between thoughts, they take their time, and sometimes, just sometimes, they find peace in just being. The air feels different now, not cool or dry, but full of stillness that doesn't require silence. It's not silent because there are no sounds outside. It's quiet because your attention isn't fighting them anymore. The hum of the refrigerator downstairs, it comes and goes like a distant drumbeat from another world. A car passing far away, just a ripple in the space between thoughts, nothing to grasp or hold on to. And when a memory surfaces, a word from yesterday, a face you haven't thought about in weeks, it doesn't pull you forward. It floats by like smoke rising through an open window on a slow evening. You don't reach for it, you don't let go of it either. It's just there, then gone. No need to ask what it means, no reason to wonder why it showed up now. The body remembers how to rest even when the mind is awake. That's not magic, that's biology. That's your nervous system finally releasing its grip on alertness, letting go of the idea that safety depends on being ready or vigilant or always prepared for something bad to happen. You don't have to stay sharp. You don't need to guard against anything. There is no threat in lying still, no risk in not doing enough. The night doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep, it only flows. It's not waiting for you to catch up, nor does it punish you for staying behind. It isn't keeping score. There's nothing at stake except the simple act of being here, of letting your body sink deeper into the mattress with each breath. And so you drift, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but simply along the current of this moment, carried by what is already true, that you are safe, that you don't need to do anything special to deserve rest. That rest isn't earned through effort or delayed because of failure. It's not something you must earn by being patient or obedient or quiet. You're allowed to be here exactly as you are, even if your thoughts won't stop, even if the night stretches long ahead, even if sleep remains just out of reach for now. There's no clock in this part of the body, no stopwatch ticking down inside your chest. There is only breath, steady and slow, and a kind of weightlessness that isn't about lifting anything off you, but simply letting go of what was never yours to carry. The idea that time must be controlled, that every minute has value depending on how much you've done or failed. You don't have to make meaning out of this moment. You don't need it to mean anything at all. Just let it be, like air in a room where no one is speaking, like shadows shifting slowly across the wall when nothing changes outside. And if another thought comes, a worry about tomorrow, an image from earlier, a sudden wave of unease, it doesn't have to be answered. It doesn't need a name or a solution. Let it arrive like rain on glass, visible for a moment, then gone without trace. No reaction needed, just space after. There's no rule that says you must stay awake until sleep comes. There's no law stating you must remain alert until the body gives in. You're not being tested, not judged, not expected to perform under pressure. You're simply lying here, your back on the mattress, your arms at your sides, your breath slow and even, and that is enough. That is all there ever was. And now something soft begins to settle, not a decision, not an intention, but just a quiet shift inside, like warmth spreading through stone after long, cold nights. Not because you've done anything different, but simply because you're no longer resisting what's already happening. The mind still moves, yes, but without demand, without fear. It drifts now not as resistance, but as part of the same rhythm that carries your breath and the pulse in your wrists. There's no separation between thinking and being anymore. No divide between inner life and outer reality. You're not trying to get anywhere else, not even towards sleep. You're just allowing time to unfold exactly as it does, without haste, without judgment, without needing to be fixed or changed. There is room for everything, including wakefulness, and that room isn't shrinking because the night grows longer. It's opening up instead. And in this space, where nothing needs fixing, no effort required, you feel a kind of ease, not because sleep is coming, but because you're finally not fighting against being here. The red numbers remain, but they've lost their power to wound. They don't tell stories about failure. They don't whisper that too much time has passed. They just sit in the dark like old embers, warm, faint, barely visible, and that's all. You don't need them anymore, not even to check on the hours. There's no longer a pressure to move forward or backward through time. Just this, your body sinking deeper into stillness with every breath. Your mind quieting, not because it's been forced to be silent, but because silence has become natural again. And somewhere beneath all of it, something soft and ancient stirs, a memory not in words, but in feeling, the knowledge that you've always belonged here, in this rhythm, this depth, this gentle letting go, not as a victory, not as achievement, just as truth. You don't have to earn rest. You don't need permission from time or sleep or anyone else. This is your body's way of remembering how to be at peace, without needing it to mean anything. There's a softness now that doesn't come from effort, but from surrender, like water finding its level in an old bowl, unforced and quiet. The red glow of the clock is still there, yes, but no longer as a sentinel, not anymore as a judge or a measuring stick. It has become something quieter, just light, faint against your closed eyelids, like embers that haven't quite gone out. You don't need to look at it. You don't need to know what hour it is. There's no reason to count the moments between breaths, because you're not trying to reach anything beyond this very breath, this stretch of stillness, this quiet pulse beneath your skin. And if a thought comes, the one that says it's been too long or you should be asleep by now, let it come like mist rising from the ground at dawn. It forms for a moment, clear and cool, then drifts away without you having to push it back. You don't have to name it, don't even need to say not now. Just let it float off into the space between your thoughts, where things go when they're not needed anymore. There's no harm in letting a thought be, just as long as you don't let it stay. Time isn't slipping away, it's not being wasted. Not even 1 second has been lost. You aren't behind. There is nothing to catch up on. The past hasn't left marks here, and the future hasn't arrived yet. All that exists now is this, your body breathing slowly, your mind quieting, not because it's empty, but because it's full of presence. full of space where nothing needs fixing. It might feel strange at first, this lack of urgency, the idea that time doesn't need to be controlled, managed, measured, that you can just be in it without trying to turn the minutes into something useful. But this is not laziness. This isn't passivity. It's a kind of listening, not to clocks or schedules, but to your own rhythm, your own quiet pulse beneath all the noise. Think of how a tree grows. No clock tells it when to stretch towards sunlight. No voice says hurry up. It simply does what it was made to do, unfold its branches in slow response to light and soil and air. And you are not so different. You don't need to grow into sleep or force yourself through the night like a task to be completed. You're already growing, just differently, not towards some finish line, but simply towards stillness. There's a warmth now spreading, not from outside, but from deep within your chest and belly, like a quiet fire that doesn't burn, only glows. It's not bright, not urgent, just there, constant, gentle, and it's carrying something with it, something soft and old. The memory of being held when you were small, of someone else breathing beside you in the dark without needing to say anything. You don't need to recall the details. You don't even need to know who was there. Just feel that warmth, the kind of comfort that doesn't require a reason, only presence. That feeling is still yours. It hasn't gone anywhere, and it's not waiting for sleep to return. It's already here. Let your shoulders drop, not into collapse, but into release. Let the weight in them sink through your spine like sand falling through glass, slow, without resistance. There's no need to hold yourself up anymore, not even for a moment. You don't have to be alert. You don't have to stay awake until something happens. The night isn't a test. The clock isn't watching you. No one is measuring how long you've lain here. Even the idea of how long has lost its power because it no longer means anything. There's no such thing as too long when you're not fighting against time anymore. You don't need to fix the hours or make them count. What if rest didn't have to be earned? What if peace wasn't something you had to work toward, but simply something that happens when you stop trying to control it? Imagine a river, no rush, no urgency in its flow. It doesn't pause at 3 a.m. because someone is awake and frustrated. It keeps moving just as it always has. And sometimes the water slows, not because it's broken or lost direction, but because it's deepening, because it's gathering quiet beneath the surface. You're like that river now, flowing not toward a destination, but simply being in motion. Your thoughts may ripple across the top, restless and quick, but below them, deep down, the current is slow and sure. It knows its way without needing to be told. You don't have to guide it. You can lie here for hours or just minutes, and it doesn't matter. Not because time isn't real, but because you're no longer in a relationship with it where everything depends on how fast or far you go. There's another kind of movement now, not forward, not backward, but inward. A soft turning toward yourself, as if you've finally come home after being away for too long. And the door is open, no need to knock, no fear that someone might be angry you're late. You're allowed here exactly as you are. Even your breath has changed, not faster, not slower, but different. It doesn't have a purpose anymore. It isn't trying to bring oxygen in or calm the nervous system. It just is, like air in an empty room, no reason for being there, yet perfectly right. And if another wave of wakefulness comes, the kind that makes your mind stir like leaves stirred by wind, you can meet it with kindness instead of resistance. You don't have to push it away. Don't need to say not now. Just let it pass through you like a shadow across the floor, leaving no trace. There's room for all this, the stillness and the restlessness, the light and the dark, the red numbers and the silence between them. You're not expected to choose one over the other. Not even sleep is required, not tonight. Just presence, just being here with everything that happens without needing it to be different. You don't have to fall asleep to be in the right place. You don't need to prove your worth by how fast you drift off or how long you stay under. You're already enough, exactly as you are, lying in bed, breathing, letting go. And deep down, beneath all of it, the part that doesn't speak but only knows, there's a quiet truth. Time isn't the enemy. The pressure around time is what hurts, not time itself. But your need to control it, measure it, fix it, make it mean something. Let this be different now. Let go of needing time to behave. Let go of wanting it to be kinder or faster or longer. Just let it be, like breath, like night, like the stillness after a storm has passed through but not left behind. You don't need to fix anything, not even your mind, not even this moment. It's already unfolding as it should, and you're part of that unfolding, not separate from it, not outside it, but within it, just breathing, just resting, just being. There's no race, no prize at the end, no final checkpoint where you earn peace or rest or release. You don't need to win anything. Just stay here, no longer trying to get anywhere else, no longer chasing a version of sleep that feels like escape. Just let yourself be in this moment, the weight of your body on the mattress, the sound of air moving through your lungs, the faint glow behind your eyelids. Let it all be enough for now, for tonight, for always. And so you stay, not trying to reach anything, but simply allowing yourself to be held by the quiet that's always been beneath the noise. It doesn't demand your attention, doesn't need to be noticed, but it's there, like the hum of a distant machine you only feel in your bones, or the way silence can grow thick when no one speaks for too long. You don't have to listen closely, you just have to remember that it's present. That even when the mind is restless, even when time feels sharp and unyielding, there is still this deep background of calm, steady, patient, waiting not for you to arrive, but simply for you to stop running from it. You may notice now how your body begins to shift, not in pursuit of sleep, but as a quiet act of surrender. A slight softening in the shoulders, a slow release in the jaw, as if something inside has decided that resistance is no longer necessary. No one asked you to do this, no rule required it. It just happens, like water finding its level when the surface is still enough to settle. Your hands rest now, not clenched, not fidgeting, but open and relaxed, palms facing up as though receiving something without needing to name it. There's no need to hold on or let go. Just being here, with your body in this moment, feels like coming back from a long walk through fog, where every step was uncertain, but the path was never lost. And then there is time again, not the kind you try to control, not the ticking that pulls at your nerves like strings on a puppet, but time as it truly is, a continuous flow, neither fast nor slow, just being, like air moving through trees when no one's watching, like light passing through dust in a sunlit room, no purpose, no direction, only existence. You don't need to measure how much of it you've used or saved. There's no account book keeping track of your minutes like they were coins. Time doesn't care about what you think it should do. It just moves on, gently and without judgment. That red glow is still there, still marking the hours, still waiting for you to react. But now something has changed. You're not looking at it like a challenge anymore. You don't feel its weight pressing down because you've stopped seeing it as an enemy. The numbers aren't judging you, they are just there, like a streetlight in the middle of a quiet neighborhood, glowing through rain or snow, doing nothing but shining. No demand to be answered, no expectation that you respond. You can let your eyes rest on them, not staring, not analyzing, but simply letting them be part of the room's quiet landscape. Not something to fear, not even something to notice clearly. Just another shape in the dark, like a shadow or a ripple on water. It doesn't define you. It doesn't determine how long you stay awake. And when it changes, when 307 becomes 308, it won't feel like a loss or an invasion. It will simply be part of what's happening right now, another small shift in the unfolding. And if thoughts rise again, the kind that say this is too long, I should have fallen asleep by now, what if I can't do this tomorrow, you don't have to chase them away or argue with them. You don't need to fix what's not broken. Just notice how they drift through your mind like leaves caught in a slow current. They come and go, uninvited but never unwelcome. You're not required to give them attention or dismiss them either. Simply allow space for their passage. Let the thought pass through you as easily as breath passes through a hollow reed. There's no need to compare this night with any other. No point in measuring how much better or worse it is than last week, or next year, or even the moment before. You're not behind, you're not ahead. There's no calendar that tracks your progress towards sleep like it were a race. This is just now, this breath, this stillness, this body resting on the bed, this mind opening to what's already here. You might feel something settle deeper in your chest, the kind of quiet that doesn't come from effort but from letting go, like when you release a held-in sigh and realize it was never meant to stay inside. The air flows out naturally, effortlessly, and with it, something else. Not relief exactly, not peace either, but the soft recognition that you don't have to be anything different than what you are in this moment. No performance, no proof of being worthy of rest. There is no test for sleeplessness. There's no penalty for staying awake. You can stay here as long as you need, hour after hour, night after night, if the world allows it. And if tomorrow comes with fatigue or foggy thoughts, that's okay too. That doesn't mean failure. It simply means you're human. You are not required to be efficient at being in bed, not even close. The red numbers may still glow, may keep changing, but they no longer carry the same weight. They don't measure your value. They don't decide whether you've earned rest or been punished for staying too long awake. They just mark time like any other signal in a quiet world, not urgent, not meaningful beyond their own existence. And so you let go not of sleep, but of needing it to come on command, not of wanting it because desire is natural, but of demanding that it arrive exactly when and how you think it should. You don't need the right kind of dream or the perfect rhythm of breath or the sudden plunge into unconsciousness like a stone dropped into deep water. What you do need, quietly and gently, is to stop measuring yourself against time's ticking. It's not about winning sleep. It's not even about reaching it at all. It's simply about staying present with what is, whether that includes wakefulness or stillness or the space between them. You don't have to do anything special to be okay here. No ritual, no technique, no mental gymnastics, just breathing, just being. And somewhere in this soft surrender, a new kind of movement begins, not forward into sleep, not backward into worry, but sideways, like water finding its way around a stone without force, without effort. There's no destination, only the flow itself. A slow turning inward that doesn't seek to change anything, but simply notices how much is already there. Your breath, your body, this silence that holds you even when it feels empty. The night isn't asking for anything from you. It has no expectations. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep, only that you are present. And in being so, you begin to realize something quiet and true. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is not try at all. Not fight the clock, not chase sleep, not rush toward a version of rest that feels like escape. Just stay, be here. Let time be what it is, neither fast nor slow, neither kind nor cruel, but simply present just as you are. And in that presence, the deep, quiet space beneath all urgency, you may find something unexpected, not sleep but peace, not release but acceptance, not victory over wakefulness but harmony with it. You don't need to earn this moment. You don't have to prove anything. No one is watching. No scorecard exists. The only thing required is your willingness to stay exactly where you are without needing to be anywhere else. That's all, just that. And in that small act of staying, something shifts. Not because time changes, but because your relationship with it does. You no longer see the red numbers as a countdown to failure. You no longer feel their glow like a finger pointing at you saying you're not doing enough. They are simply part of the landscape now, like shadows on walls, like sound in empty hallways. And so you breathe and let go and stay and don't need to do anything else. Not even fall asleep. Just be here, with your body, with your breath, with the quiet that is not waiting for anything but already holding everything. You're not late, you're not behind, you've never been missing at all. And as you drift deeper into this soft, steady current, the kind that flows without rushing, you begin to feel how much of life isn't about arriving anywhere at all. It's simply being in motion, not toward a goal, not away from pain, just moving through the night with no need to explain yourself, no demand to perform. And so you stay, not because you've decided to, but because there's nowhere else to go, no place that feels more true than this moment. The red glow remains, steady and unbothered, a quiet companion in the dark rather than an enemy. You're no longer trying to outrun it or convince it to vanish. It just is, like a single note held in still air, neither sharp nor soft, simply present. And with that presence comes space, not for sleep, not for anything specific, but space to be exactly as you are, awake, aware, and unforced. Your breath slows without effort. You don't shape it or guide it. It settles into a rhythm that feels older than thought, like the tide remembering its own pull. There's no need to make it deeper or slower, just let it unfold as it will. Inhale and feel how your chest rises not with intention, but with quiet inevitability. Exhale and notice how the air leaves without being chased. You aren't doing anything, and that is enough. The weight of your body settles more fully into the mattress now, not a collapse, but a letting down, as if gravity has become a friend instead of an obligation. Each part of you finds its place not by will, but by surrender. Shoulders softening, hands resting like leaves on soil, feet relaxed in their own shape. No correction needed, no adjustment. You are simply being held, not by the bed, but by the night itself. And here's what shifts, slowly and without fanfare. You no longer feel the pressure to do something about time, not even a tiny bit. The clock doesn't matter now because it isn't measuring your worth anymore. It isn't tracking how much of your life is lost in wakefulness. You aren't behind, you're not falling short, there's no deficit. Time doesn't owe you anything, and you don't owe time anything either. You are neither running from the hours nor trying to claim them. You're simply here, breathing, feeling, resting, not as a performance, but as an offering of presence. And in this stillness, something deeper begins to stir, not sleep, but awareness. A quiet kind of knowing that you don't have to escape yourself. That being awake isn't failure. That staying with what is, even if it's the red numbers glowing on the wall, isn't surrendering. It's a different kind of strength. You've spent so long believing that rest only happens when your eyes close, when your thoughts still. But now you begin to sense something quieter. That rest can also be found in staying open to sound, to silence, to sensation, to time itself. That peace isn't the absence of wakefulness, but its companion. You don't have to fall asleep to be safe. You don't need to turn off your mind to belong here. There's a soft hum beneath everything now, not from the house, not from electronics, but from within, like the quiet pulse of warmth that lives in your bones when you're finally still long enough for it to emerge. It doesn't shout, it doesn't demand attention, but if you listen closely, you can feel it, this low rhythm of being alive, undisturbed by thought or time. Let your thoughts drift like smoke, no need to gather them, no need to push them away. If one comes in, let it pass through you like wind through a hollow reed. No judgment, no reaction, just awareness and then release. The mind doesn't have to be empty to be peaceful. It just has to stop insisting on control. And when the fear rises, when that old whisper says, "What if I never sleep?" or "I'll be exhausted tomorrow," don't answer it. Don't even acknowledge its shape. Just return gently to what's already true. You're here, you're breathing, the night is holding you, and that is enough. You don't have to fix this moment. You don't need to change it or escape it. You just have to stay with it, not in resistance, not in hope, but in simple presence. Like water settling over stones, smoothing edges without force, making space where there was tension before. The red numbers still glow. But now they feel less like a sentence and more like a reflection, a quiet reminder that time isn't your enemy. It's just time, and you're learning how to live with it, not in fear, not in demand, but in gentle coexistence. You don't need to understand this journey. You don't need to have answers. All that matters is the willingness to stay, just for now, just for this breath, just for this beat of silence between heartbeats. No effort required, no striving, just being. And as you rest in that soft space, the one where wanting and needing are no longer separate from peace, you begin to notice something subtle. Your body isn't waiting anymore. It's not holding its breath for sleep to arrive. It's not bracing against the clock or clenching with anxiety about tomorrow. Instead, it feels like a deep well that has finally stopped being drained. A place where stillness is no longer rare, but familiar. Even if you don't fall asleep tonight, no matter how long this lasts, you've already changed something. Not by doing more, not by trying harder, but simply by stopping. By allowing time to be what it is without flinching from its length or meaninglessness. There's a kind of grace in that, not the dramatic kind, not the one with fireworks and epiphanies, but the quiet kind, the way sunlight seeps through curtains before dawn, not announcing itself, but simply being there. You don't need to chase it. You just have to stop running from what already surrounds you. And so you breathe again and again, slowly, easily, without demand. The air moves in and out as if it's been waiting for nothing more than this moment, this exact breath, this exact silence, this exact lack of urgency. There is no need to be anywhere else. No one calling your name across the dark. The night isn't trying to teach you anything. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It simply exists, and so do you. You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to perform wakefulness. You aren't behind, not missing, not failing. There's no scorecard. No one is watching. Only the soft weight of your body, only the slow rhythm of breath, only the quiet hum of time passing without needing anything from you. And somewhere in this unforced stillness, a place where effort has dissolved like mist, something begins to shift, not towards sleep, but through it. Not a breakthrough, not a climax, but a gentle turning inward that doesn't seek change, but simply notices how much is already here. The warmth beneath your skin, the softness of your hands resting on your chest, the way silence isn't empty, but full of what's always been there. You don't need to reach, you don't need to arrive, you are not lost, you're not late, you've never left. And as you sink deeper, not into unconsciousness, but into presence, you begin to understand that the most important thing isn't whether you fall asleep tonight, but whether you can stay with this moment just as it is. No striving, no demand, no need to be anything other than what you are, awake, aware, and quietly at peace in the space between breaths. And so you remain. Not trying, not forcing, not fighting. Just breathing. Just being. Just here. You feel it now not as something to fix, not as an obstacle to overcome, but as a soft current beneath the surface of your awareness. The red numbers don't vanish, but they no longer pull at you like hooks in the skin. They stay, and so do you, not resisting, not surrendering, just resting within their presence like a stone that has settled into the riverbed long enough to stop being moved by the flow. Time isn't rushing past you anymore. It's simply there, unbothered, indifferent, and yet somehow kind in its indifference. It doesn't care about your schedule or your fear of tomorrow. It doesn't hold your failures like a ledger or judge how much sleep you've lost. It just is, and that allows you to be too. There's something quiet happening in the space between your thoughts, the place where one breath ends and another begins, where silence isn't waiting for meaning but already holds it. You don't need to fill it with intention. There's no need to explain why you're awake or what you're supposed to do next. The moment doesn't demand performance. It only asks that you be present, not as a guest who must entertain itself, but as someone who has come home to a place they never knew they'd recognize. Your hands rest lightly on your chest, no effort to press them down, no need to prove stillness by holding tight. They're just there, warm and quiet, like two small lanterns glowing in the dark without needing to light anything else. The warmth spreads inward, not as a sensation you chase, but as something that arrives uninvited, like sunlight through a crack in the curtains when it's already too late for sleep. It doesn't come because you want it. It comes because it can. And beneath that warmth, your body begins to unfold, less like muscles relaxing and more like roots releasing their grip on dry soil after rain. You're not forcing anything. There's no technique to follow or posture to maintain. Just the quiet release of holding onto something that was never yours to hold in the first place. Control over time, over sleep, over how long you can stay awake without punishment. You've been trying to outrun this moment for so many nights, waking at 3 a.m., glancing at the clock like it owes you an answer. But now there's no urgency behind that glance. No demand in the way your eyes land on the red digits. It's not curiosity, not anxiety, it's just observation, a witness without judgment. And with that shift, something softens inside. Not sleep yet, but a kind of surrender to what is. The room holds its breath too, not because it's waiting for you to fall asleep, but because it knows how rare this stillness truly is. No one else is watching. The world outside hasn't changed. Traffic still hums faintly down the street. Leaves tap against the windowpane like distant whispers. But inside, everything has slowed down enough that even those sounds don't disturb your inner quiet. You are not escaping time. You're learning to live within it without flinching. Not fighting its length or speed, not measuring yourself by how fast you can fall asleep or how many hours you've lost. Instead, you're discovering a different kind of relationship, one where time becomes less like a countdown and more like an atmosphere, a slow, steady presence that doesn't rush, doesn't judge, doesn't demand. There's no need to be productive in this space. No expectation that something must happen, no epiphany, no breakthrough, not even the arrival of sleep. The only requirement is to stay, not as a performance, but as an invitation. To remain where you are, just breathing, just resting, just letting go. And in that soft surrender, your mind begins to unspool, not violently, not with force, but like threads coming loose from a tapestry long held too tight. Thoughts drift by without needing to be answered or pushed away. You don't have to name them, don't need to label them worry, memory, concern. They're just passing shapes in the air, like clouds drifting over a still lake, never touching the water, but leaving ripples behind that vanish before they can be traced. You are not responsible for clearing them out. You don't need to clean up your thoughts or organize your mind into neat rows like a bookshelf. The silence doesn't require perfection. It only requires presence, and you're here. Not fixing, not resisting, just allowing the space between breaths to widen, to stretch, to become its own kind of rest. There's no agenda in this moment, no goal beyond simply being awake and aware without needing to do anything with that awareness. You aren't trying to get somewhere. You're already there, on the edge of sleep, yes, but also deeply present within wakefulness itself, and that presence is enough. Even if you never fall asleep tonight, if your body stays still while your mind wanders through the quiet corridors of night, you've already done something important. You've stopped fighting time, not with grand gestures or dramatic shifts, but in small, subtle ways, by not checking the clock again, by not reaching for a phone, by not replaying tomorrow's demands like a tape on loop. You're learning to be with what is, not because it's easy, but because it's true. And truth has a weight that doesn't require effort to carry. It simply exists, the way air fills a room when no one remembers to close the window. You don't have to do anything to make it happen. It just does. Your chest rises and falls with gentle ease, no need for rhythm, no insistence on depth. The breath moves in and out like water finding its level after disturbance. There's no struggle beneath your ribs, no clenched effort to force stillness, just the quiet pulse of life continuing without needing permission. And as you drift deeper, not into sleep, but into a space where time doesn't demand anything, your awareness begins to soften around the edges. It's not fading away, it's expanding, like warmth spreading through cold stone, not shrinking back from sensation, but allowing it to be exactly what it is. Weight on your limbs, heat in your palms, the faint hum of electricity somewhere far off in the walls. You don't need to understand why this feels so right. You don't need to analyze how you've changed or when this shift began. The only thing that matters is that it's happening now, right here, right now, and you're not trying to make it last or stop it from ending. There's no demand on the moment, no fear of loss. You are simply resting within time, not ahead of it, not behind it, but fully in it. Not as a prisoner, not as an escapee, but as someone who has finally stopped running and found that peace was always where they'd been all along. And so you stay still breathing, still aware, still present, without needing to do anything else. The red numbers glow softly on the wall, unchanged by your presence, untouched by your thoughts. They don't know if you're sleeping or not. They don't care. And in that lack of care, there's a kind of freedom. You are no longer measuring yourself against time. You aren't trying to win. There's no scoreboard, no race, no finish line. Just this quiet breath, this soft weight, this gentle unfolding of being into what is. And as you sink further, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but simply into the space where both meet, you begin to notice a new kind of stillness, one that isn't empty, but full of things unseen, the warmth beneath your skin, the soft curve of breath in your lungs, the quiet hum of time passing without needing anything from you. You don't have to earn rest. You don't need to prove your worth by sleeping well or staying awake with purpose. There's no test at dawn, no judgment in the morning light. Only this, that you are here, awake, aware, and quietly, deeply at peace. You're beginning to notice how little energy it takes to simply be, how your body isn't working hard to do anything, not even to sleep. It's just existing. And that existence feels different now, not like a task you must complete or a condition you must meet, but more like an invitation the night has quietly extended. Stay, rest, breathe. You don't have to perform for time. You don't need to prove your value in hours lost or gained. The red glow on the wall doesn't judge your progress, it just is, and so are you. There's a kind of softness that comes when resistance dissolves, not like surrender, but like release, like water finally finding its level after years of holding back. You've been carrying a weight for so long, the idea that sleep must come quickly, that being awake at 3 a.m. means failure, that every minute without rest is another step toward exhaustion tomorrow. But now the pressure has loosened, not because you've fixed anything, but because you're not trying to fix it anymore. The mind doesn't have to solve this moment, it can just sit with it. And as you do, something slow begins to unfold, a quiet understanding that time isn't an enemy. It's not a barrier between where you are and where you want to be. Time is not the problem, your relationship to time is. The clock doesn't know what sleep feels like, it only counts. But you feel, you notice. Your hands rest flat on your chest, palms open as if holding nothing, and in that openness, there's a kind of grace. No need to grasp, no need to pull it closer or push it away. Let the sound of silence stretch between breaths, long and unhurried. Not empty, but full with what is. The faint rustle of your clothes against skin, the slow drift of air through your nose, the quiet hum of electricity in the walls that doesn't ask for anything from you. You don't need to name it, you don't need to fix it. It just is, and so are you. The red numbers on the clock, still there, don't demand a response. They don't flash with urgency or scold your stillness. They simply glow, unchanged by your thoughts, indifferent to your frustration, free from expectation. That indifference isn't cold, it's freeing. It means they're not judging you for staying awake. They aren't keeping score. There's no record of how long you've been here, no memory of the last time you fell asleep or woke up in panic. And that lack of judgment, that absence of pressure, is where peace settles, not because you did something right, but because you stopped doing anything at all. You're not racing towards sleep, you're not avoiding wakefulness. There's no struggle to be found here, only a quiet presence that feels like coming home. You may have spent years trying to outrun the clock to fall asleep before it showed too many digits, to get up before the alarm rang, to make each night feel productive. But now, in this long stretch of stillness, you're learning something quieter. That time doesn't need your permission to pass. It flows whether you're awake or not, and you don't have to control it to be safe. There's a warmth spreading through your chest, not sudden, not dramatic, just steady, like sunlight creeping across stone after dusk. You can feel it in your shoulders, the way muscles that never knew they were tense finally let go. No need for effort, no need to do anything to make this feeling last. It simply unfolds as you allow yourself to stay. Your breath slows without instruction, gentle and deep, not forced but natural, like a wave rolling in on its own rhythm. Not trying to be deeper, not aiming for slower, just following the way your body knows how to move when it's no longer resisting. And with each exhale, something settles, a soft release of tension you didn't even know was there. The night isn't waiting for you to finish anything. It doesn't care if you're asleep or awake. You're not behind schedule. There's no deadline, no consequence. The morning will come whether you've slept well or not, just as the sun rises regardless of how many hours you spent tossing and turning. And in that truth, there's a kind of release, not dramatic, but deep, like water seeping through soil after drought. You don't need to earn rest. You don't need to prove your worth by sleeping soundly or waking refreshed. The night isn't measuring you. It doesn't want anything from you. You're not failing because sleep is slow in coming. You're not broken for staying awake. There's no shame in stillness, no guilt in being present when time feels like it's standing still. This moment, this quiet awareness, is valid. It's enough. Let the idea of time passing sink into your bones, not as something to escape or endure, but as a gentle companion. The clock isn't chasing you, you're not running from it. You're both simply here, in this room, in this breath, in this soft weight of being, moving forward without urgency. And as the silence grows deeper, softer, more intimate, you begin to sense something else, that there's no separation between wakefulness and sleep. They aren't opposites, they aren't enemies. You're not stuck between two states, you're simply here in a space where both can coexist without conflict. You don't need to choose, you don't have to decide which one wins. You can be awake and still letting go. You can be aware and still sinking deeper. The body doesn't care about labels. It knows only what feels true, what is, not what should be. There's a quiet fullness in this moment, not because you're asleep or even close to it, but because you've stopped fighting the space between waking and resting. There's no demand on your mind, no pressure to perform. Just the slow drift of awareness, like waves floating down a stream, no direction, no destination. You may have thought that falling asleep meant leaving wakefulness behind, but now you're beginning to understand. Sleep isn't an escape from time. It's not a way to hide from what feels hard or long. Sleep is simply another way of being in time, not with resistance, not with fear, but with acceptance. And so you stay, no longer measuring, no longer judging. The red numbers don't matter anymore. You're not trying to make them disappear. They can glow as long as they want. They don't own your peace. They don't control your rest. You are learning how to be with time, not by conquering it, but by letting go of the need to conquer anything at all. And in that release, something deeper begins to unfold, a quiet trust, not in sleep coming soon, but in this breath, this stillness, this soft presence. The night continues without asking for your attention. The room stays warm without needing you to notice. Your body rests, not because it's tired, but because it knows it doesn't have to do anything anymore. And so you let go again and again, as each breath becomes lighter, as the mind settles into a kind of soft focus that isn't about thinking or not thinking, but simply being. There's no need to hurry, no reason to rush towards sleep or away from wakefulness. You're exactly where you need to be, not in any future moment, not lost in past worries, but right here, in this long, quiet stretch between what was and what will come. The clock still glows, red on the wall, and it doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It just keeps counting. And that's okay, because now so do you, not as a prisoner of minutes past, but as someone who has finally stopped trying to outrun them. You don't need to fix this moment. You don't have to make anything better. You only need to be aware, still, and gently present in the way that time moves when no one's watching. And so you stay drifting not towards sleep, but into a kind of quiet knowing. That peace isn't something you reach for, it's already here, not in some far-off tomorrow or in a perfect night, but right now, in this breath, in this stillness, in the soft release of holding on too tightly. Time doesn't rush, it just is, and so are you. You're beginning to notice how time doesn't have to be heavy, not because it's gone, but because you've stopped needing to carry it. The red light still pulses, softly, steadily, as if breathing with the room, not measuring your progress. You don't need to answer it. You don't owe it an explanation for why you're still here, awake and soft in the dark. It's just a signal, like the quiet hum of a distant refrigerator, like the slow rise and fall of air through old wood in the walls. Not a demand. Not a judgment, just presence, and now so are you. There's something quiet about letting time be what it is, a flow rather than a force. You've spent years treating every passing minute as an enemy, ticking down, draining, demanding performance from your body and mind. But tonight, just for this stretch, you're learning to let go of the need to use time well, not because you don't care about rest, but because you no longer believe that sleep must be earned through effort or resistance. You've stopped chasing it like a prize behind a locked gate. Instead, you're allowing time to move through you like water over stone, smooth, unhurried, without friction. Your hands lie still on your chest, not clenched, not searching for sensation, but simply resting. And there's warmth in them now, not from heat, but from surrender, a kind of quiet pulse beneath the skin, like a second rhythm that doesn't need to keep pace with anything else. It just exists. You don't have to make it faster or slower. You don't have to fix it. You only need to feel how easily it settles into stillness when left alone. The air in the room feels thick, not heavy but full, like a quiet held breath that's been waiting for you to arrive. It doesn't rush to fill any gap. It doesn't push. It just stays steady and deep, as if time itself has slowed enough for it to linger without apology. Your chest rises with each breath, not as effort, but as permission. You're learning how to inhale like a leaf accepting sunlight without needing the sun to do anything in return. And somewhere in this stillness, you begin to sense that sleep isn't something separate from time, it's part of it. Not an interruption, not an escape. A continuation. The same quiet drift continues whether your eyes are open or closed, whether your thoughts are busy or silent, whether the clock glows red or fades into darkness. You've always thought that being awake meant you were not sleeping, like two opposing states on a seesaw, one up, one down. But now you're starting to see it differently, as if wakefulness and sleep aren't battles fought in your mind, but different expressions of the same deeper rest. Like waves rising from the same ocean, one visible, one hidden, but both moving through the same current. There's a softness in that idea, not intellectual, not forced. It settles into you like dust after rain, settling gently on every surface without needing to be noticed. You don't have to understand it fully. You don't even need to believe it yet. Just allow it, like a shape forming beneath the skin of your awareness, something slow and certain, waiting for time to reveal it. The silence isn't empty, it's full with things you can't name. The creak of floorboards at irregular intervals, the distant sound of wind brushing against glass, so faint it could be imagined. A memory that doesn't belong to a specific moment, just a feeling of warmth from long ago, tucked in the corner of your mind like an old sweater left on a chair. Not important, just present. And you don't need to do anything with any of it. You're not supposed to track every sound or chase every thought. The work isn't about clearing the space, it's about learning how to be in it without resistance. Like lying under a tree that casts no shade, but still offers comfort just by being there. You might remember other nights when you'd lie awake and think, how long has this been going on? Why won't my mind stop spinning? But now there's less of that, not because the thoughts are gone, but because they're not pressing against anything. They come like clouds across a sky you've stopped trying to control. You don't try to move them. You don't ask them why they're here. You just notice, there it is, and then let it pass. You're beginning to trust that time doesn't care about your attention. It doesn't require proof of being lived well. It doesn't need you to prove anything by staying awake or falling asleep. It simply moves whether you're watching or not, whether you like it or not. And in that quiet truth, the fact that time is indifferent, it's also kind, not because it rewards you for effort, but because it allows you to rest without earning it. You don't have to be productive in the dark. You don't need to get something out of this night as if every moment must serve a purpose. You're allowed to simply be, to stay still, to feel your body soften not toward sleep, but toward acceptance. Not because you've achieved anything, but because you've stopped trying to achieve anything at all. There's no destination here, no finish line marked by the clock or by falling asleep. The only thing that matters is this breath, this sensation of weight, this soft awareness in your chest and hands and legs, not searching for more, not pushing forward, just resting into what is. And as you let go again, this time with even less tension, the red numbers don't feel like a challenge anymore. They're not accusing, not mocking, just glowing. Part of the room's quiet rhythm, a small light in the dark, no different than the way your breathing slows when you stop fighting it. You could look at them for hours, no harm done. You could let them shine through the night without a word to yourself. No need to wish them away, no need to count how many seconds pass between breaths. Just be with them, not as enemies, not as obstacles, but as part of the same soft, slow world you've come to inhabit. There's no urgency in this, no pressure to change anything. You don't have to make time feel better. You don't need to fix how long it feels. You only need to stay here now with your breath, with your body, with the quiet hum of a room that doesn't expect anything from you. And in that staying, the letting go of needing to move forward or get somewhere, you begin to realize something. Peace isn't found by escaping time. It's found in it, in this moment exactly as it is, not when sleep arrives, not when the clock disappears, but now, right here where you are. There's no need to run toward rest, no reason to fear wakefulness. You can be awake and still at peace, aware and still sinking deeper. Time doesn't have to be conquered, it just has to be let in. So you stay, not waiting, not trying, not measuring, just breathing into the soft weight of being, into the quiet fullness that lives between thoughts, between heartbeats, between one breath and the next. The red light still glows, but it's no longer a signal. It's just part of the night, the same as your breath, the same as the warmth in your palms, the same as this slow drift where nothing needs to be done. And you are learning how to live inside that space, not by escaping time, but by letting time become gentle again. Not by making it pass faster, but by allowing it to simply be as long as it wants, as slowly as it chooses, without your permission or resistance. There's no effort here, no pushing, just the soft weight of surrender and a quiet knowing that you don't need to do anything else. Not today, not now, you're already enough, already present, already resting in every way that matters. You're beginning to feel it, the way silence can hold shape, like air thickened by stillness. Not empty, not loud, but full of something quiet and unspoken. The red glow doesn't burn anymore. It settles into the edge of your vision like a companion, not an intruder. It's no longer measuring you. It's simply there, as if time itself has softened around you, becoming less rigid, less demanding. There are moments when even thought slows, not because you're trying to stop it, but because there's nothing left to carry forward. Your mind isn't racing towards sleep. It's not chasing any future version of this night. There's no urgency in your thoughts anymore, just the quiet drift between them, like leaves floating on a slow-moving stream. No need to name what passes through you, no need to hold onto anything. You let it go as easily as breath slips out. And now notice how the weight in your limbs isn't heavy, it's gentle, like water spreading across stone, not pressing down but simply existing. Your shoulders have stopped trying to carry the world. They've stopped bracing against what might come. There's no need to prepare for tomorrow, no pressure to be ready when you wake. You don't owe this night anything. It doesn't demand your attention or your effort. The clock still glows, yes, but it doesn't speak anymore. Not in the way that used to feel like judgment, not in the language of minutes lost, hours stolen, time slipping through fingers. Now its red light is just another part of the quiet room, the same as the warmth pooling beneath your feet, the same as the slow rise and fall of your chest, the same as the silence between heartbeats that feels like a pause not for breath, but for being. You could stay here in this soft stillness and never do anything at all, and it would be enough, not because you've achieved sleep, not because time has passed or been conquered, but simply because you're allowed to exist without reason, without goal, without proof of your worth measured by what you've done or how much rest you've earned. There's a kind of freedom in that, not the loud kind, not the kind that shouts or demands attention, but the deep kind, the quiet certainty that you don't need to fix anything, change anything, escape anything. You're already where you need to be, not going somewhere, not becoming someone else. And as your breath continues, slower now, deeper, not trying to reach a rhythm, but simply following its own natural shape, the way it flows in and out without effort, your body begins to sink further into the mattress, not because you're forcing yourself down, but because there's no longer any need to resist. The bed isn't asking for performance. It doesn't want you to produce sleep. It only wants you to be here, with your breath, with your hands resting gently on your stomach, with your spine aligning into the curve that fits so perfectly. There's a softness in this moment, the kind that comes not from effort but from surrender, not because you're giving up, but because you've stopped fighting. The red numbers don't feel like an enemy anymore. They don't whisper about how long it's been or how little time is left. They just glow, like embers in a dark hearth, like something that has always belonged here. And if you let yourself notice, the way the air feels against your skin, not too cool, not too warm, but exactly right, then perhaps you'll feel another kind of arrival, not one tied to falling asleep, not one marked by time passing or breath changing, but a deeper kind, the quiet realization that presence doesn't require movement, that stillness isn't emptiness, that being awake can be its own form of rest. You don't have to do anything with this night. You're not meant to use it or extract something from it. There's no performance review after dawn, no checklist to mark off. You aren't being graded on how long you stayed asleep or how quickly you drifted. This is just one stretch of time, no better than any other, no worse. Just this. And in that acceptance, the soft surrender to exactly what is, you begin to feel something deeper than relief. Not the kind that comes from finally getting what you wanted, but a quiet knowing peace isn't earned. It's not won by effort or patience or discipline. It simply happens when you stop trying to make it happen. The red light still glows, you're still awake, but there's no frustration, no tension in your jaw, no tightness behind your eyes, just the quiet hum of a room that holds you without asking for anything back. Like water cradling stone, like night cradling stars, there is no transaction here, only presence. And as you breathe, slower now, almost imperceptible, the way a candle flickers in still air, you feel your awareness beginning to widen not outward but inward, not toward thought or memory, but toward sensation. The light on your eyelids, not sharp, just there, the warmth spreading through the base of your spine like sunlight under skin, a quiet pulse at your wrists, soft and steady. There's no need to fix it, no need to understand it. You don't have to make sense of how long this moment is or where it will lead. It doesn't have a direction, it only has depth. And in that depth, the space between breaths, the pause between thoughts, you begin to feel something else. Not sleep, but stillness so complete it feels like the world has paused too. Not because you've fallen asleep, but because you've stopped needing to be somewhere else. The clock doesn't matter anymore, not as a marker, not as a threat. It's just one small light in an endless night, part of the same quiet rhythm that carries your breath, your pulse, your body resting without resistance. You don't have to run from it. You don't have to outrun time or outlast wakefulness. You can simply rest, not waiting for sleep, not chasing a better version of this moment, just staying with your eyes closed, with your hands open, with your breath soft and slow where you are. And in that stillness, the kind that isn't about doing anything but just being, you begin to realize something. Time doesn't have to be controlled. It doesn't need to feel fast or slow. It can simply be as long as it wants, as gently as it chooses, not for your sake, not against you, but just as it is. And now, with no effort at all, you're learning how to let time in, not as an enemy, not as a challenge, but as a companion. A quiet presence in the dark, a red glow on the wall that doesn't judge, doesn't demand, doesn't punish, just shines. Just like your breath, just like your body, just like this moment where you don't need to be anywhere else, where nothing has to happen, where being awake is not failure, where peace isn't the absence of time, but its gentle embrace. You're sinking deeper into this quiet, not because you've done anything right, but because you've stopped trying to do anything at all. The air around your body feels heavier now, not in a way that presses down, but like a soft current holding you up, like the ocean cradles a stone without effort. There's no need to lift yourself out of it, no reason to push against its weight. You're not sinking into sleep. No, this is different. This is letting go into what already is. The red glow still pulses on the wall, but now it doesn't call your name. It doesn't flash like a warning. It just exists, like the faint warmth of old memories you can no longer recall, but still feel in your chest anyway. And that's enough. That's more than enough. You don't need to measure how much time has passed, or whether it's been 5 minutes or 50. You're not keeping score. The clock isn't ticking towards something, no deadline, no consequence. It doesn't matter if this moment lasts a second or an hour. What matters is the quality of your presence in it, not what you can do with time, but how time is, right here and now, breathing with you. Your breath has slowed so much that sometimes you can't even feel it, just a quiet pause between pulses, like water still after a ripple passes through. You don't need to restart it. It doesn't need your help. It's not broken or weak, it's just resting, like the earth beneath sleepers, like trees in winter holding still when all their leaves are gone. And there's no one watching you, no invisible audience waiting for proof that you've done it right. There's only this, a body lying down without resistance, eyes closed but not asleep, not yet, but close enough that the line between waking and dreaming is blurring like mist on glass. You don't have to hold your mind steady. It can wander, drift, circle back, or disappear completely. No need to pull it in. No need to chase thoughts away. Let them come, let them go. You're not responsible for what happens inside your head anymore. Not today, not tonight. The moment you stop trying to fix the way time feels, to make it move faster or slower, something softer begins, a kind of listening. A quiet attentiveness, not to the clock, not to expectations, but to the way stillness settles into your limbs like dust after rain. Your shoulders have relaxed, just slightly, but enough that you can feel the difference now. Not tensed against sleep, not waiting for it, just letting go, like a river losing its urgency when it reaches flat land. The skin on your arms feels lighter, almost transparent, but not fragile, just open, receiving the quiet. And in this openness, something shifts without warning. You're no longer aware of time as a line stretching ahead or behind. There's only now, this moment so full and deep that it can't be measured. No beginning, no end, not even a pulse to mark its passing, just being held by the dark. You don't have to stay awake for long. You don't have to fight against sleep. You're not failing if you drift in and out, or if your awareness slips away and comes back like waves returning to shore. That's not failure, that's resting, not sleeping, not waking, just being unhurried, unjudged, uninterrupted. You can lie here for as long as the night wishes. No need to rush toward morning. No reason to fear what you might miss if you don't wake at a certain time. The world will not collapse because you've stayed still. People won't forget your name. Your responsibilities aren't waiting in the dark, watching you struggle. They're still there, yes, but they don't need you right now, not like this. They don't demand urgency. They can wait. Like everything else that matters, they'll be fine until you choose to return. And when you do, when your body decides it's time, it won't be because of a clock or effort or discipline. It will happen just as naturally as breath follows breath, as shadows deepen into night. Not forced, not earned, just allowed. There's no need to prepare for sleep. No ritual to perform, no mental checklist to follow. You don't have to clear your mind like it's a cluttered room. There's nothing wrong with the thoughts that come, no judgment needed. They're not enemies. They're just passing through like clouds across an open sky. And if you notice yourself thinking, "I'm still awake," let that thought pass too. Don't argue with it. Don't try to change its shape or silence it. Just say quietly, "Yes, I am." And then return, not to effort, but to the feeling of your body lying down, not fighting anything. The red light is still there. You can feel its faint glow on your eyelids, warm and soft, like a quiet whisper in the dark. It doesn't want anything from you, doesn't care how long it takes for sleep to arrive. It's not punishing you for staying awake. It's just part of the night. And now, as if drawn by that stillness, your awareness begins to deepen, not into sleep, but into a kind of listening. A quiet attentiveness so soft, it feels like the air itself is breathing with you. Like the walls are holding their breath along with you, just for this moment. Just for this stretch where nothing needs to happen. Your hands are open now, not clenched, not searching, not reaching for anything. They're just resting on your chest or at your sides, palms up as if receiving something from the dark. And maybe they are. Maybe there's a quiet offering here, something you didn't know you were missing, permission to be still. Not even peace, not even comfort, just this, the right to not do anything, to let time pass without needing it to mean anything. You're not late, you're not behind, you're exactly where you need to be, even if that's just lying in bed, awake, eyes closed, breathing softly, even if that feels like nothing at all. But here's what's real, this moment is already enough. It doesn't have to become anything else. It doesn't have to turn into sleep or calm or clarity. It only needs to be just as it is. And in that being, you begin to notice something subtle. Your body isn't resisting the dark anymore. It isn't bracing for morning or dreading what comes next. It's not clinging to wakefulness like a lifeline. It's letting go, not into sleep, but into being, into simply resting in time without needing to control it. Time is no longer an enemy, no longer a measure of failure, no longer something you have to win or lose or outrun. Now, as if the night itself has breathed out, you feel your awareness softening, not fading, but dissolving into the quiet, not going anywhere, just becoming part of it, like water merging with more water, like a single note fading into silence. And somewhere beneath all this, beneath thought, beneath sensation, beneath even breath, the idea begins to settle. Maybe you've been trying too hard to get sleep. Maybe the only thing missing wasn't rest, but surrender. Not giving up, not quitting, but letting go of the need to be anywhere else, to have done anything different, to feel better than this moment. You don't have to fix time, you don't have to change how it feels, just let it breathe with you. And as your breath slows even further, so slow that there's no rhythm, just a pause between pulses, the red glow on the wall doesn't fade. It just remains, not bright, not loud, just part of the same quiet hum that carries your body through stillness. There is nothing to do now, no need to make it last or end. You are not waiting for anything. You're not even aware of wanting sleep anymore. You're just here, lying in bed, eyes closed, heart steady, breath soft, where you've always been. And time, it doesn't matter how long this lasts. It's already enough. And so you remain, held not by effort, but by absence of resistance. The red light on the wall has stopped being an accusation. It doesn't remind you how much time is gone or how little remains. It no longer echoes your frustration like a hollow bell in the quiet. Instead, it's just there, a faint pulse, like the slow throb of something ancient and patient beneath the floorboards. You don't need to look at it. You don't even have to notice it anymore. But you do, because it's become part of the rhythm now, not a disruptor but a companion. A soft reminder that time is not your enemy. It doesn't keep score. It doesn't judge how fast or slow you are. It simply moves. And so gently, without needing to will yourself forward, you begin to notice something else. The way your breath has stopped trying to fill space, not because it's shallow, but because it no longer feels like a task. There's no urgency in it, no rhythm to keep or catch up with, just this. A soft rise and fall that doesn't demand anything of you, not even continuity. Sometimes there is a pause longer than before, and instead of tensing into the silence, you let it stretch. You don't try to breathe again. You just wait for your body's quiet knowing to return on its own. Your shoulders are no longer tight against the weight of expectation. They're not trying to hold up anything anymore. Not anxiety, not hope, not the idea that sleep should come by now or ever. They've simply let go, like a branch finally releasing its grip after holding fast through winter wind. There's a quiet release in them, deep in the muscle and bone, as if your body has been waiting for permission to stop pretending it needs to be ready. And somewhere beneath that stillness, a slow drift of awareness, like dust settling in air, you begin to feel time not as something passing, but as something present. Not a line you're on or a countdown ticking down, but more like water, still and deep, holding everything within it without needing to move. You aren't racing towards sleep because there's no finish line anymore. There's no place left to be, no future moment that must arrive before this one is valid. Maybe the red glow on the wall isn't just light at all, but a kind of memory, a quiet echo of other nights when you were awake and restless and convinced time was slipping through your fingers like sand. But now it's not slipping, it's not leaving, it's here with you, not as an intruder, not as something to escape from, just as part of the same space where your breath rests, where your hands lie open on your chest, where your thoughts don't need to be fixed. And in that stillness, the kind that isn't empty but full of presence, you begin to sense a new texture to being awake. It's not wrong. It's not failure. It doesn't mean you're doing it all wrong. You've been taught to think sleep is the only acceptable state, as if wakefulness were an error in the script. But now, just for this stretch of dark, you are learning that wakefulness can be a kind of rest too, not because there's nothing happening, but because everything is allowed. There's no need to correct it, no need to fix what isn't broken. You don't have to try harder or think differently or force the mind to stop. The silence between your thoughts isn't an absence, it's a space where things can be, where stillness doesn't mean emptiness, it means room. Your feet are warm now, like they've found their own kind of heat in the dark. Not from blankets, not from motion, but from simply being there. From letting go of the idea that warmth must come from outside. Just as your breath is no longer performance, your body isn't trying to prove anything anymore. It's not racing towards sleep like it owes something. It's just resting in its own way. And maybe that's enough. Maybe this open, unforced, unhurried lying in bed is the closest thing to healing you've come to all night. Not because you're asleep, but because you're no longer fighting what is. Because time isn't a tyrant anymore. It doesn't demand your attention. It doesn't need you to be ready for it. You can lie here, eyes closed, hands open, breath slow, as long as the dark wants. No clock needs to count it. No sleep schedule must be met. You're not behind. You're not late. There's no reason to hurry because there's nowhere to go and nothing you need to become. And if a thought comes, a flicker of how much longer, you don't reach for it. You don't chase the answer. Instead, you let it pass through your awareness like smoke through an open window. It doesn't stick. It doesn't matter. There's no consequence to its presence. No need to respond. You're not trying to be anything right now. Not peaceful, not calm, not even relaxed. You're just here, present in the way that only stillness can allow. The kind of presence where you don't have to prove your existence by doing something, saying something, feeling something. And as you drift deeper into this quiet, not towards sleep, but into a space where sleep isn't necessary, you begin to feel time not as a burden, but as a gift. Not in how it ends, but in how it simply is. A long, slow breath held in the dark, an endless pause between heartbeats, the kind of moment that doesn't need meaning because it already has it. The red light still glows, but now it feels like a quiet signal not to leave, but to stay, to remain exactly where you are, not waiting for anything, not seeking relief, just resting in the fact that this breath, this body, this dark is all there is and all you need. And as your awareness settles even further, not into nothingness, but into a kind of fullness, you feel something shift. Not a change in sensation, not a new feeling, but an easing, a letting go so deep it feels like gravity has softened, like the weight that once pressed on your chest isn't gone, but simply accepted. And with that acceptance comes a quiet truth: you don't have to earn rest. You don't have to prove yourself worthy of sleep. You are already resting. Not because you've done something right, but because you're here. Because you're allowing time to be what it is. And in that allowance, there's no more pressure. No more frustration. No more resistance. Just this, the soft pulse of breath, the warmth in your hands, the red glow on the wall, and the deep, quiet knowing that you don't have to do anything at all. You are not late. You are not behind. You are exactly where you need to be. In the slow unfolding of a night that doesn't care how fast or slow it moves. And so you stay, not waiting for sleep, not fighting wakefulness, just being, like water in stillness, like air holding its breath, like time itself, finally learning to rest with you. You're no longer measuring time by how long it's been since you closed your eyes or how many minutes have slipped past without sleep arriving. The red numbers on the clock don't mark hours lost. They just sit there, quiet and steady, like a distant star that doesn't blink for anyone. You don't need to count them, understand them, or react to them. They're not a countdown. They're not a judgment. They're simply part of the dark, like the slow pulse beneath your skin, like the soft sound of air moving through the space between you and the wall. And in that stillness, there's room for something else, the quiet rhythm of being without purpose, not doing anything, not fixing anything, not becoming anyone, just existing unhurried, unclaimed, untouched by urgency. You're not supposed to be productive here. You're not meant to perform sleep as if it were a task. No one is watching. There's no performance to pass. The only witness is the dark itself, and it doesn't care how long you stay. Let your awareness drift now, not toward anything, not into any goal, but simply through this moment like mist through trees at dawn. Nothing has to be found, nothing needs to be solved. Even the thought of how much longer feels distant, quieted by its own weightlessness. It doesn't need a reply, it doesn't demand your attention. You can let it float past, not as an interruption, but as just another breath in the slow turning of night. Your body isn't trying to get anywhere anymore. It's not pushing forward or holding back. It's simply lying here, supported by the mattress, held by gravity, cradled by silence. The weight you once felt pressing down on your chest, it hasn't disappeared, but it no longer means anything. It doesn't have to be fought. You don't need to fix it. Just as a river flows without needing to explain its path, your body moves through this moment without needing to justify itself. And the red light still glows, gentle and unbothered, as if time has finally stopped asking you to keep up. It's not running away from you. It's not leaving behind moments you've missed. It's not punishing you for being awake when you hope to be asleep. The clock isn't measuring your failure or your worth. It's just there, like a candle left burning in an empty room, not demanding anything, not requiring attention. You can feel how the dark is softer now, not just outside your eyes, but inside your mind. There's less resistance, less tightness around the edges of thought. The space between heartbeats feels longer than before, and when you notice that, when you feel it, the whole body seems to exhale without a sound. Let yourself stay in this gap, a pause not between sleep and wakefulness, but beyond both. You're not falling asleep, you're not staying awake, you're simply here, not waiting for anything, not seeking any result. No future moment is more important than this one. The next breath isn't better than the last. The hour ahead doesn't matter more than the second you're in. And if a memory comes, fleeting, like dust stirred by air, it's not an invitation to follow it. You don't need to know what it means or where it came from. Let it drift through your awareness like a leaf on still water. It floats by and settles into the dark without leaving a mark. Time isn't something you're losing. Time is something you're living inside. Not racing through, not resisting, not trying to control. You're not behind, you're not ahead. There's no schedule, no appointment with sleep that must be kept. The night unfolds at its own pace, and you are part of it. The air around you feels thicker now, not heavy, but full, like a room filled with warmth and silence, where every molecule is holding still. Your breathing slows further, not because you've decided to slow down, but because there's no need to hurry. The next breath will come when it wants. It doesn't have to arrive on time. And as your awareness settles deeper, not into sleep, not into nothingness, but into a kind of quiet presence, you begin to feel how the dark is not empty at all. It's full of stillness that doesn't need words, full of space that doesn't demand filling, full of peace that doesn't have to be earned. You don't have to do anything now, not think, not relax, not even be in any particular way. You're simply allowed, really, truly allowed to rest without needing a reason. No proof required, no effort needed. The red light still glows, but you no longer see it as a challenge or an enemy. It's just another part of the night, like a soft breath on glass, like the faintest hum from the refrigerator down the hall. You don't need to interpret it. You don't have to respond. You can let it be part of the quiet tapestry. And in that space between thought and feeling, between intention and action, you begin to notice something subtle. Your mind isn't pushing away time anymore. It's not trying to force sleep or avoid wakefulness. There's no battle being fought, no war over minutes. The pressure has softened, like a muscle finally released after holding its breath for too long. You're not behind, you're not missing anything. Time is not your enemy. It isn't something you must win against, outrun, or defeat. It's simply what holds everything together: the slow turn of the night, the steady rhythm of air moving through stillness, the quiet passage of moments that don't need names. And as you lie here, no longer fighting, no longer resisting, you begin to realize there was never a moment when you weren't already resting. Not because you were asleep, not because your body had finally given in, but simply because you allowed yourself to be present without trying to change anything, without needing to become something else. The dark doesn't care how fast you fall asleep, or if you do at all. It only cares that you stay, that you remain here, in the quiet, in the stillness, in the fullness of just being. And so you do, not because you've done enough, not because you're finally ready, but because you are exactly where you need to be. The clock doesn't matter, your thoughts don't demand answers. You aren't late for anything. There's no race, no deadline, no consequence waiting at the end of this night. Just this, the slow rise and fall of your chest, the warmth in your palms, the soft pulse behind your eyes, the quiet hum of a world that continues to move even when you're not doing anything. You don't have to be asleep for it to be healing. You don't need to prove you've succeeded. Just being here, without needing to do or become, is enough. And in that stillness, time doesn't feel like a burden anymore. It feels like breath, like space, like a place where rest isn't something you achieve, but something you simply are. You're not trying to fall asleep. You're not fighting wakefulness. You're just letting go again and again, not towards sleep, but into the quiet truth that time is not your enemy. It's not a tyrant. It doesn't demand anything of you. It just is. And so do you. You're not chasing time, not measuring it against anything, just letting it pass like mist through trees at dawn, slow and soundless, drifting between branches without leaving a trace. The red glow still sits there in the corner of your vision, but now it feels less like an accusation and more like a quiet companion, a small light that has stayed up all night just to keep you company. It doesn't judge how long you've been awake. It doesn't remind you what hour it is or whether you're falling behind. It simply glows, steady, unbothered, indifferent in the best way, like a candle left burning after everyone else has gone to bed. And so do you, not trying to be anything specific, not performing rest, just being present in your own body, the soft weight of limbs resting on the mattress, the faint pressure where shoulder meets pillow, the slow warmth spreading through your chest as breath moves in and out without effort. There's no need to make it deeper or slower, no command to relax more or clear your mind. You're not failing if thoughts drift by, like clouds crossing a sky that has already forgotten how to watch them. The clock doesn't matter now because you've stopped asking questions of time, not why it's so slow, not whether you'll ever fall asleep, not what happens if you don't wake up tomorrow at the right hour. You're no longer racing towards some imagined finish line where sleep finally arrives and everything is fixed. That race was never real. It was just a story your mind kept telling itself when the night got too quiet, when silence felt like danger. But now the silence isn't dangerous anymore. It's full of softness, full of patience, like the way snow falls without sound, just settling layer after layer until everything is wrapped in stillness. You're not waiting for something to happen. You're simply allowing what already is, this moment, this breath, this body lying here in darkness, to be enough. There's no urgency beneath your skin now, no hidden alarm ticking away behind the ribs. The mind doesn't feel like it has to fix anything or prove itself worthy of rest. It just lets go. Not suddenly, not dramatically, but gently, like a leaf drifting down from a tree long after summer is over. You don't have to be asleep for this to help you. You don't need the dream state. You don't even need to feel better or calmer or more peaceful, though those things may come if you stay here long enough. What matters right now isn't change or progress or achievement. It's just being present without resistance, not resisting wakefulness, not fighting sleep, not trying to force your body into a certain state. Just staying with the dark, with the quiet, with the slow passage of time that doesn't care about labels, no good minutes, no bad ones, just moments passing by like footsteps in an empty hall, each one moving on without looking back. And in that space between breaths, the pause just before inhalation, you might notice something almost imperceptible, a kind of softening around the edges of awareness, as if the mind itself is beginning to unclench, not because you told it to, but because there's no reason not to anymore. No need to tighten up against fear, against uncertainty, against the feeling that time will run out before you're ready. You are already resting, not in spite of being awake, but because of it. Because even when your eyes are open and thoughts circle like birds above a field, you can still be at peace. You don't have to earn rest by falling asleep first. Rest isn't something that comes after effort. It's not earned through discipline or performance. It's simply allowed. The red light still glows, but it doesn't demand anything from you now. No proof of progress, no need for speed, just presence. And in that quiet exchange, between you and the night, between awareness and stillness, you begin to sense how time isn't a line you must cross, but a current you can float within. There's no finish here, only continuity, a rhythm that doesn't require your attention or approval, like waves on a shore where no one is watching, just moving, retreating, returning without needing to explain themselves. You don't have to understand it, you don't need to control it, you just need to let yourself be part of it. Your body knows this already, it's been holding still for longer than you've been aware. It doesn't care about clocks or schedules or whether the night feels too long. It only wants to be safe, to feel held. And in that sense, every breath is an act of surrender, not weakness, but deep listening. The mind may still whisper old stories about how hard it's been, how tired you are, how much you need sleep, but those words don't have power anymore. Not because they're wrong, not because they don't matter, but because you've stopped believing them as commands. They're just sounds in the dark now, like distant voices on a radio that has no station. And so you stay, just breathing, just being, just resting, not trying to fix anything, not even hoping for sleep, just letting time unfold without resistance, letting minutes pass without measuring their length or judging how many have gone by. This isn't failure, this isn't wasted time, it's not a lack of progress. It's simply what happens when you stop fighting the night and let it be what it is, slow, dark, full of quiet, and deeply kind. And as your awareness settles deeper, into that place where thought slows down like water sinking into sand, you might feel something shift in the air around you. Not a sound, not a sensation, but a subtle release. Like when tension finally leaves a muscle that's been holding its breath for hours. There's no need to name it, no need to capture it. You don't have to make sense of it or keep track of it. It just is. A soft letting go, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but into the quiet truth that you are already where you need to be, exactly as you are. No adjustments required, no corrections needed, just stillness, just presence, just time passing by like wind through leaves, leaving no trace behind but its gentle passage. And so you remain, not chasing anything, not avoiding anything, just resting in the space between thought and breath, between wakefulness and sleep, between what is and what might be. The night continues, the dark holds you, the red light glows on, calm, steady, without demand. You don't have to do a thing. Just be here. And if thoughts come back, they won't disturb you anymore. They'll pass like shadows across the floor, briefly visible, then gone again. No need to follow them, no need to pull them in or push them away. Just let them drift through your mind without stopping for long. Because this moment isn't meant to be perfect. It's not supposed to feel peaceful all the time. It doesn't have to lead anywhere. It just has to exist. And you do too. Not as someone who must sleep, but as someone who is already resting, deeply, silently, effortlessly, as if the universe itself had whispered, "You are allowed. You don't need permission, just be." You're not waiting anymore. Not for sleep, not for time to pass, not even for the quiet to deepen. The space around you has grown thick with stillness, not empty, but full of something soft and slow, like dust settling after a long storm. There's no rush in it, no urgency, just breath that doesn't need to be counted, hands that don't feel cold or heavy, just present. Like the way air moves through an open window at dawn, no one notices it, but it's always there, flowing without effort. The red glow still pulses on the clock, yes, but not as a demand anymore, not as a reminder of how much time you've lost. It doesn't measure what's missing, it just is, a small light in the dark, glowing quietly like an ember that refuses to die. And you don't have to explain why it's there. You don't need to fix its color or silence its rhythm. You can simply notice it and let it be a part of the night instead of a judge of your progress. There's no goal here, not really. No finish line tucked behind this breath, behind these moments. The kind of time you're in now doesn't care about goals. It only knows how to hold, how to stretch, how to wait without complaint. Like the way roots grow beneath soil, unseen and unhurried, moving just a fraction each day, never asking if it's enough. You don't have to be doing anything to belong here. You aren't failing because you're not asleep yet. You aren't lagging behind because your mind still hums with half-remembered thoughts or the echo of old worries. That humming doesn't mean something is broken. It means life is still running, softly, steadily, in the background of you. Like water under a bridge, quiet but always moving, you don't have to listen for it. You just need to know that it's there. And if your thoughts return, they'll come like waves drifting across a pond, no force, no intention, just motion in response to what is already flowing. Let them pass through you without catching hold. No need to push them away with willpower or pull them back with attention. They're not yours to control, they never were. You can just let them drift on the current of stillness, like shadows at dusk, brief and soft, leaving no mark. The night isn't trying to be anything. It doesn't need to feel peaceful or productive or meaningful. It's simply being, in a way that makes space for all kinds of things. Wakefulness, quiet, the hum of distant traffic, even the faint buzz of electricity in walls that no one else hears. And you're not meant to fix any of it. You don't have to welcome it or reject it. Just let it be part of your body's deep permission to rest, without conditions. You could stay like this for hours and still not lose anything. Not a single minute would feel wasted. Not one breath wasted, not one thought that wandered off. Because time doesn't vanish when you're not asleep. It simply changes shape, like light shifting through glass at different angles. It becomes softer, more porous, less rigid. And your body, it's already doing what it does best, not forcing sleep, not chasing dreams, but staying awake in a way that's still deeply restorative. Like the slow turn of soil after rain, or the quiet folding of wings when birds settle into roosts high above trees. You don't have to do anything to earn this kind of rest. It doesn't depend on effort or intention. There's no test here, no score. Just continuity, the way your heart beats without needing to be reminded, just as your breath goes in and out without being asked. And right now, that rhythm is all there is. That quiet pulse beneath the surface of awareness, steady, reliable, unbroken by doubt. You don't need to make sense of how long you've been lying here. You don't have to measure it against anything else. The clock's red numbers are not a countdown. They're just another part of the night, like the way your breath slows when you stop resisting. They don't matter anymore. They're not keeping track of what you're missing. They're only showing you that time is still moving forward, gently, without judgment. And so are you. Not chasing sleep, not fighting wakefulness, not even trying to relax in the way people mean it, with effort and focus. You're just here in a kind of deep quiet where your mind doesn't have to do anything, where thoughts don't need to be solved or answered. There's no problem to fix, no task left undone. Only this stillness that isn't empty, but full of something slow and ancient, like the way stars appear one by one in a sky long past its noon. You don't have to see them all at once, you just need to know they're there. And you are part of it too, not as someone who must sleep, not as someone who's failed because they haven't yet fallen into dreamless dark, but as a quiet witness to the way time moves when no one is rushing it, when nothing needs proving, nothing needs fixing, nothing needs to be different than it already is. You don't have to believe in this moment, you don't even need to understand it. Just let your body hold still and know that stillness isn't failure. It's not absence of action, it's a kind of presence so deep it doesn't speak, doesn't act, doesn't ask for anything. It just is. Like the way warmth spreads through your chest when you finally stop fighting to breathe, when surrender becomes natural, when effort drops away like old clothes left on a floor. No longer needed, no longer required. The night isn't asking for anything from you. It's not waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It's simply holding space, with no demands, no expectations, no need for you to perform. And in that space, your body doesn't have to prove itself, your mind doesn't have to be quiet, you don't even have to be anything at all. You can just rest without trying to earn it, without measuring how much time has passed, without needing the red light on the clock to change or your thoughts to stop. Just being. Letting minutes pass like dust motes in a sunbeam, unnoticed, unclaimed, simply existing in their own slow way. There's no need for anything else, not now, not ever. The kind of peace you're resting into isn't something you create. It's something that returns when you stop trying to shape the night into what it should be. And so you stay. In a space where time doesn't hurry and sleep isn't required. Where awareness can drift like smoke through open doors, light, soft, unforced. Where even your breath becomes less of an act and more of a quiet return to the rhythm that has always been beneath everything. The red light still glows, but now it doesn't feel like time counting down. It feels like another part of the dark, the way certain sounds carry further in silence, or how warmth lingers after a hand is taken away. Just there, not asking for attention, just being. And you are too. Not trying to be asleep, not waiting to wake up. Just resting. In this long, soft stretch between what was and what will come, where nothing needs to happen, where no moment is wasted, where every breath is a gentle return, not towards sleep, not away from waking, but into the quiet truth that you are already whole, already present, already enough. And as your body sinks deeper into this kind of stillness, like water seeping slowly into earth, you may feel something soften in your chest. Not a thought, not a sensation. Just release. A letting go not of effort, but of the idea that you must do anything to belong here. You don't have to earn this night, you don't have to deserve it. It's already yours, simply because you're here. And as long as you continue breathing and continuing to be, time keeps flowing, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but simply moving forward in its own quiet way. Like the slow turning of a planet that doesn't care if anyone is watching. Or the rhythm of tides that rise and fall without needing to explain themselves. You're part of it now, not as someone who must change or fix, but as someone who can simply rest, without effort, without demand, without expectation. There's no need to hold your breath, not even for a single moment. The air isn't scarce. It doesn't have to be rationed or earned. You don't owe it anything, just as the dark owes you nothing. And in that quiet exchange between your body and the night, something begins to unfold, not an event, but a kind of slow arrival. Like roots reaching through soil without urgency, like water finding its level long after the storm has passed. There's no timetable for this. No signpost saying this is where peace starts or here is when surrender becomes real. It simply happens because you're still here, because your lungs keep rising and falling with a rhythm older than memory. The red glow remains, but it doesn't mean anything anymore. Not the time, not the delay, not the frustration that used to coil behind your ribs like wire. Now it's just light, soft at the edge of vision, part of the quiet architecture of this moment. Like ash in a fireplace after all the fire has gone, still warm, still present, but no longer alive with demand. It doesn't blink, it doesn't judge, it simply stays like you do. And in that staying, something begins to shift not inside your head but beneath it. A subtle unbinding, not of thought but of pressure. You are not responsible for clearing the mind. You don't need to clean up the clutter or polish away the noise. There is no expectation that thoughts should vanish like mist at dawn. They can linger like shadows cast by a distant lamp, shifting slightly as your awareness drifts elsewhere. And that's okay. Not because they're harmless, but because you are not required to fix them. The mind doesn't need to be quiet to rest. It just needs space. Space where it can wander without being asked to return, where questions don't need answers, where the sound of a car passing far down the street isn't an interruption, but another note in a longer song, the night breathing out slowly through the streets. You could lie here for hours and never move, not because you're stuck, but because there's no reason to leave, no obligation to wake up or fall asleep. You are not late, you are not behind. The hour doesn't matter, nor does the calendar. This is not a race against time, it's a place where time has stopped being an enemy. It moves now like water over stone, soft, patient, indifferent to effort. Let your shoulders sink deeper into the mattress, not with force, but as if gravity were finally recognized as a kind neighbor instead of a burden. Let your feet soften at the edges, not because you've made them do so, but simply because they don't need to stay firm anymore. The bones in your hands no longer have to remember how to grip anything. They can just be curled slightly, relaxed into the space where nothing is expected. And even if a thought comes, a memory, an image of something from earlier today, or the echo of a worry that had already slipped away, you don't need to chase it down or push it back. It's not invading. It's not trying to take over. It's just passing through, like wind across open fields, brief, uninvited, but also unhurried. You don't have to respond. You don't even have to notice. Just let the thought be there, with no reaction, no judgment, no need to label it good or bad. Let it float in your mind's sky like a cloud that doesn't bring rain and doesn't promise anything. And when it fades, no fanfare, no celebration, It simply leaves behind space. Space where nothing needs to happen. Your breath has slowed now, not because you told it to, but because the air is easier to move through. It flows in without resistance, settles in your chest with a quiet weight that feels more like presence than effort. You don't have to force it deeper. You don't have to count it or guide it. It's already finding its way back, like water returning to a still pool after being disturbed. And somewhere beneath all this, the sense of time, the awareness of passing minutes, begins to soften further, not into oblivion, but into something like depth. Not emptiness, but fullness without need. The kind of quiet that isn't empty because it lacks sound, but because every sound has become part of a larger silence. Maybe you've felt this before, in a moment after waking from a dream that didn't matter, or just sitting in a room with no one else around, where the world seemed to hold its breath for a few seconds. That's not sleep, but it is close, because there's no pushing toward anything. No tension between what is and what should be, just being. This isn't about falling asleep. It's not even about relaxing. It's about allowing yourself to exist exactly as you are, not better, not worse, not more or less than the person who entered this moment. You don't need to improve your state, correct your posture, or fix the rhythm of your breath. You're already enough. The clock still glows, but it no longer holds power over you. It doesn't measure failure when you can't sleep. It isn't proof that something is broken. It's just light, another texture in the dark, like a distant street lamp or the soft hum of electricity somewhere behind the walls. You're not trying to escape it. You're not waiting for it to change. You're simply resting within its glow, not fighting it, not embracing it, but letting it be part of the quiet where nothing needs to happen. And in that stillness, there's room for something else, a kind of gentle awareness that doesn't require focus or effort. Not attention in the way you've known it, chasing thoughts, scanning your body, checking if sleep is coming. No, this is different. It's more like listening, not to noise, but to absence. To silence not as emptiness, but as a presence so deep it can hold anything. Even your mind doesn't need to be active to belong here. Even the feeling of being awake doesn't have to be uncomfortable anymore. You don't have to feel something to know you're present. Sometimes just breathing in the dark, without needing to explain why, is enough. There's no goal, no outcome. No, once you reach this point, then sleep will come. That idea, the ladder of effort leading to rest, has been set down now. You don't have to climb it. You don't even need to believe in its existence anymore. This isn't a process. It's not something you do. It's simply what happens when the pressure drops, not because you've fixed anything, but because you're no longer trying to fix it. And so you stay, just as you are, in this long, slow drift where time is not running out and sleep doesn't need to arrive. Where every breath is a gentle return, not toward any destination, but simply into the quiet truth that you've always been here. Already resting, already whole, already held by something deeper than effort. The red light still glows, but it's no longer measuring your worth. It's just there, like warmth on skin after a long night of cold, like a hand placed gently on your shoulder without needing to say anything, like the sound of rain against glass when you're too tired to get up. You don't have to earn this moment. You don't even need to notice it. Just let yourself be in it, without demand, without expectation, without trying to shape it into what you think it should be. And if sleep comes, fine. If not, also fine, because the night isn't asking for anything from you. It doesn't care whether you wake up tomorrow or stay here forever. It only holds space, and now so do you. Just breathe. Let go. Breathe. There's no need to name what's happening, not even the feeling of stillness. Just let it be like a river beneath the earth, moving without sound, unseen but always there. You don't have to see it to know it flows. The red light doesn't blink because you're awake. It blinks because that's how it was made, a machine doing its quiet work in the dark, and your body, your real body, isn't waiting for permission to be tired. It already is. You've been carrying fatigue not as a burden, but as a kind of weather, something you live through, not fix. That thought moves slowly now, not like an idea trying to convince you, but more like mist rising from the ground after rain. It doesn't demand belief. It just settles into your awareness and stays. You don't have to say yes or no. There's nothing to agree with. Only this: that effort has been released, not because sleep arrived, but because you stopped measuring it. The time between one breath and the next, it isn't empty, not really. It holds something like a pause in music where the note hasn't ended, but the sound seems to stretch beyond itself. You're not missing anything by not noticing it. In fact, that's exactly what makes it real. You don't have to catch it. It catches you. And now, just for this moment, you can feel how your shoulders are no longer holding up a weight they were never meant to carry. They've been resting all along, even when you didn't know it. The back of your neck is soft. Your jaw has unclenched without warning. Even the muscles behind your eyes, those tiny ones that tighten when you're trying too hard, are letting go, one by one, like threads coming undone after a long storm. There's no need to ask if this is normal. It isn't about being normal. It's not even about correctness. It's just what happens when you stop chasing the right way of being in your own body, when you stop wondering whether you're doing it right. You don't have to be anything at all, just present, like a stone resting under water, untouched by waves, but still part of them. And the clock, it doesn't care about your thoughts either. It has no opinion on how long you've been awake, or what you feel in your chest, or whether your mind is busy with stories from earlier today. It just keeps glowing, its red light like a quiet pulse, not judging, not shaming, not reminding you of anything you forgot. It's simply part of the night's language, a soft signal that time exists, but doesn't own you. You've spent so much energy believing sleep was something to be earned, with discipline, with control, with waiting. But now there's another way, one where you don't earn it by being still. You're not failing because your eyes are open. You're not winning because you finally closed them. This isn't a test. It doesn't have right answers. Instead, just let the night be its own kind of truth, not something to get through, but something that's already here, holding you. Even when you can't feel it, even when your thoughts are loud or scattered, the darkness is still there beneath the surface of all those feelings. It doesn't disappear because you're awake, and it won't vanish when sleep finally comes. The truth isn't in how fast you fall asleep. The truth is in this: that you've been allowed to stay exactly where you are, no judgment, no rush, no need to prove anything, not even the need to want to change. And so breathe again, not because it's time, not because you're supposed to, but because your body remembers how. Because breath isn't a task. It's an act of survival that feels like grace when done without pressure. And every inhale is a soft return, not toward anything, but simply into the quiet understanding that you don't have to move forward to be whole. There's no timeline in this moment, not one from outside, not one inside your head. There's only the slow rhythm of being, of existing as a person who doesn't need to do more than just be. You're not behind, you're not ahead, you're simply here, in a place where time has stopped trying to catch up with you. And if thoughts come, let them pass like clouds over a field at dusk. No chasing, no resistance, not even the desire to calm them down. They don't need your attention to fade, they just drift away when they realize they aren't needed anymore. And that's okay. You're not responsible for keeping everything quiet. You've been carrying so many expectations about how sleep should feel, how it should start, how long it should take, what kind of dream you might have if you ever got there. But now, the expectation is gone. There's no script, no checklist, just this, the peace that comes not from fixing anything, but from releasing the idea that anything needs to be fixed. Even your mind, Your busy, looping, racing mind isn't failing tonight. It's just doing what it does when left alone in silence. But you don't have to listen. You don't have to fix it. You're not meant to manage every thought like a soldier on watch duty. This is the kind of stillness that grows slowly, like moss on stone or roots spreading underground. It doesn't shout its presence. It just quietly takes hold in places where nothing else can reach, and you don't have to notice it for it to be real. The red light keeps glowing, but now it feels different, not a reminder of how long you've been awake, but more like the edge of something older than time, like a signal from deep within the night itself. You are safe here, not because sleep is coming, not because your body has finally given in, but simply because this moment, this long stretch of quiet where nothing happens, is not an emergency. There's no failure in being awake. There's only honesty. And now, you're allowing yourself to be honest, to admit that sometimes the mind won't stop even when every other part of you is ready to rest. And so let it stay. Let it run its course. You don't have to welcome it or push it away. Just notice how even the act of not resisting can become a kind of comfort, like lying still in deep water, no need to swim, no need to rise, just floating. The night isn't asking for anything from you. It's already holding space, not because you earned it, but because you exist. And if sleep comes, fine. If not, also fine, because this is where healing lives, not in the arrival of rest, but in the willingness to stay without trying. To be present not as a performance, but as an offering, your body, your breath, your thoughts, all allowed to be exactly what they are. There's no need to make sense of it all, no need to know why you're here or how long this will last. Just rest, without purpose, without condition. Not even the wish for peace is required. It's already present in the way your chest rises and falls, softly, gently, like a tide that never leaves. And so breathe again, let go, be. You're not trying to outlast the dark. You're not racing against it or measuring your worth by how quickly you disappear into sleep. The red numbers don't judge you anymore, and they no longer echo in your skull like a countdown to failure. They've softened, like old embers glowing beneath ash, not demanding anything, just there. A quiet presence, neither friend nor enemy, simply part of the night's steady pulse. And you. You're learning what it means to stay with that kind of stillness, not as an act of will, but as a surrender so deep it becomes its own kind of knowing. There's no need to explain why you're awake. No one is waiting for answers, not even your body. It knows better than to ask for proof of your readiness, proof that you've earned rest through effort or endurance. Rest isn't something you win, it's not a reward. It doesn't require permission. It simply is a quiet truth, like gravity, always there whether you feel it or not. So let the thoughts stay, let them circle, let them repeat their old patterns, the same loops that have played out in silence for years. They don't need your attention to lose power. Just stop feeding them with resistance. Stop giving them meaning by reacting. When you look at a thought, really look, not to chase it, not to fight it, but simply to see what it is. Just another shape of air passing through the space between your ears. And when it moves on, let it go without remembering where it came from. The night isn't made of minutes. It's made of breaths, of slow changes in temperature, just a few degrees shifting beneath the sheets, unnoticed but real. A warmth spreading across your back like sunlight through layers of fabric. Your skin remembers what you've forgotten, that it can receive comfort without needing to earn it. You don't have to fix anything, not the way your mind works, not the rhythm of your breathing, not even how long this silence lasts. You're allowed to be unproductive in this moment, allowed to do nothing more than exist, just as you are, with no agenda and no need for transformation. And that's where peace starts, not when everything is resolved, but when you stop insisting it must be. There's a kind of listening now, not to sounds outside, not even to your own breath, but to the space between things, The quiet in which nothing happens, yet something holds. Like standing at the edge of water after a storm has passed. No waves, no rush, just stillness that feels ancient. And you're part of it, not apart from it. Your body doesn't care about time. It doesn't notice how long it's been lying here. It only knows what it can feel. Heaviness in the limbs, warmth near the chest, a soft pressure at your temples, not tension, not strain, but the gentle weight of surrender. As if every cell has finally learned to stop waiting for permission to rest. Even the clock is resting now. The red light still glows, but its glow isn't urgent anymore. It's slow. It pulses like a heartbeat in the dark, steady and unbothered. And you're beginning to understand that time doesn't have to be measured by numbers on a screen. Some moments aren't counted, they are lived. Not as effort, not as progress, but simply as being. You don't need to believe anything to feel this. You don't have to know it's safe for your body to let go. Just allow the idea that you might be already letting go just a little bit more with each breath. Not because you're trying, but because there's nowhere else left to go. There's no need to ask if sleep is coming. There's only room to notice what's already present. Your body resting against gravity, not fighting it. Your mind wandering through thoughts without needing to guide them. The air moving in and out of your lungs like a tide returning home. And when you feel that flicker, a tiny sense of relief or warmth or softness, don't name it, don't reach for it. Just let it be what it is, an invitation, not a demand. A whisper from somewhere deep inside saying you're allowed to stay here, not as someone who must fall asleep, but as someone who simply belongs. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up or to close your eyes. It's already holding the space where you are, exactly as you are, with all your stillness and your restlessness both welcome, both true. There's no test here, no evaluation, just this, an endless quiet that doesn't need you to be anything other than what you've always been. And if a thought rises, the one about the morning or the things undone or how long it will take, let it come. Let it float through like smoke from a distant fire. It's not yours to carry anymore. It's just passing by. No need to follow, no need to stay with it. Just let it pass into the dark without a word. There's no urgency in this stillness, not even the idea that it might end. You're not holding on or letting go, you're simply being, like stone beneath moss, like soil under roots, like silence between two notes in music. Nothing happens, but everything is happening anyway. Because rest isn't something you do, it's something you allow. And so let your breath slow even further. Let the next inhale be longer than the last, not because you're trying to change it, but simply because there's no reason not to. Let the air stay in for a moment, just a little longer, because you don't have to push anything out. You're not behind, you're not missing anything. The red light still glows, but now it feels like an old friend, the kind who sits with you when words aren't needed. Not judging, not rushing, just present, and so are you. Not because you've done something right, but simply because you exist, because your body is here, your breath continues. The night holds its quiet without asking for anything in return. You don't have to earn rest. You're already in it, just not yet aware of how deep it runs, not in the mind, not in the body, but beneath both. In the space where time stops trying to measure you and stillness begins to speak. And now, just be. You're no longer measuring time by how many minutes have passed or how long it's been since you first noticed the glow. The numbers don't matter anymore, not because they've disappeared, but because they've lost their power. They no longer pull at your attention like a rope tugging at an anchor. There's space around them now, quiet space, not empty, but full of something softer than silence, the kind of stillness that holds breath without holding judgment. And in that space, you're beginning to notice how easily your thoughts can drift, not toward worry or calculation, but simply into the soft edges of sensation. The warmth where your shoulder meets the pillow, slow and deep like a river under ice. The subtle shift in pressure beneath your spine as gravity settles into its own rhythm, gentle, inevitable, not demanding anything from you at all. You don't need to adjust. There's no position that needs fixing. Just this, body meeting mattress, breath meeting air, mind letting go of the idea that it must be doing something to deserve rest. Perhaps you felt this before, just for a moment, as if time were not moving forward but unfolding inward, like roots spreading in dark soil without needing sunlight to know they're growing. Not fast, not slow, just being. And now that feeling is becoming familiar. It doesn't require effort. It doesn't need your permission. It simply is, like the way shadows stretch and soften when dusk leans into night. There's no race here, not towards sleep, not toward morning, not even towards stillness. The clock is still there, yes, the red light breathing in time with you, but it isn't counting down anything anymore. It's just glowing like a single ember left from a fire long since cooled. Not important, not urgent, just present. And so are you, present in the way that doesn't try to be noticed. Present without needing to prove itself. You don't need to chase peace or pull it closer. You're already inside what peace feels like, not as an achievement, but as a condition of being. Like water finding its level after rain, like grass growing through cracks in pavement without knowing it's breaking anything. There's no plan behind this quiet, no goal, just the slow release of tension that doesn't come from doing more, but from stopping the struggle entirely. And when you feel that tightness rise, the one that used to mean I'm not sleeping yet, I should be doing something, let it settle like dust in a sunbeam. Not fight it, not name it. Just let it fall where it lands, unclaimed and unmoved by your attention. It's not resisting you anymore, it's just passing through, like mist over a field at dawn. You don't need to clear it away. You're not responsible for its presence or absence. Let the weight of your limbs deepen, not as effort, but as surrender. Let your hands rest where they are, fingers curled slightly into softness, palms open without needing to hold anything. Your legs stretch out, uncurled and unhurried, like roots unfurling in soil that remembers how to welcome them. There's no need to be ready for sleep. You're not behind. You don't have to earn rest by being still long enough or quiet enough. Just breathe. Not with intention, but simply because your body knows what to do even when you've forgotten. The air flows in and out like a tide returning, not to where it was before, but to the rhythm that never left. Your chest rises not from willpower, but from the gentle pull of gravity on breath. It doesn't need you to control it. It just is. And now, this. We're beginning to notice how little your mind needs to do to be at ease. Not fixing anything, not judging what's happening, just allowing thoughts to pass like clouds over a wide sky, not chasing them, not clinging, not pushing them away. They come and go without leaving tracks. The ones that linger, let them stay as long as they want, no need to ask why or how long. There's room for everything here, even the worry about being awake, even the fear that time is slipping by too fast. All of it belongs. Not because you're winning at sleep, not because you've finally gotten it right, but because this moment is not a test. It isn't measured against any standard, no schedule, no expectation, no hidden demand to wake up feeling refreshed or productive. You don't need to be better than who you are right now. You're already enough. Not in spite of the restlessness, not despite the thoughts, but because they're here and still you're not running, still you're staying. That's not weakness, that's tenderness. The kind that doesn't force change, but simply makes space for it to happen on its own. And so let your breath slow again, not faster this time, not deeper, but just softer. As if the air itself is tired of rushing and has decided to rest too. Let each inhalation be a quiet return, not toward any goal, but simply into what's already here. Each exhalation, longer now, slower, a release that doesn't need to be earned, just given. The red light still pulses, but it no longer pulls at you like an alarm. It's just there, the same as the hum of distant traffic or the faint creak in the wall when the house settles after nightfall. Not a signal, not a demand, just part of the quiet that holds everything without holding on. And you're not waiting for sleep to come. You're not even aware of what it means anymore, whether you've fallen asleep or are still awake. The difference doesn't matter. There's no boundary between them now, only a slow flow where one gently becomes the other. Not like turning on a switch, but like water finding its own level in a bowl that was never meant to hold anything except peace. You don't need to remember how this feels. You don't need to believe it will last. There's no proof required for rest, only presence. Only being here, even if you're not sure where here is exactly. Even if your mind still wanders like a lost dog in the dark. That's okay. The night isn't asking you to find your way out of confusion. It's inviting you to stop looking so hard for it. Just stay. Not because you've done something right, but simply because you're here, breathing, resting, present without having to perform. There's no reward waiting at the end, no medal for lasting longer than last week. Just this, a slow unspooling of tension, not toward sleep, but toward being. And if you feel your eyelids grow heavier, not from effort, not from intention, but because they simply don't want to stay open anymore. Let them close, not as victory, not as surrender, but as permission to rest without needing to do it right. The world outside still turns, someone somewhere is waking up, someone else is dreaming, but none of that matters here. This moment isn't part of any story, it's not leading anywhere, it doesn't need a beginning or an end. It just is. And you are. Right where you're meant to be, not in the future, not in the past, not even in your own mind, but in this quiet space between breaths, between thoughts, between 1 second and the next, where time stops being a countdown and starts being something softer, something deeper, something that doesn't measure you but simply holds you. And let's go. There's no need to name what's happening, just let it be. The red light still glows, a quiet pulse against the dark, not pressing, not judging, not counting down minutes that don't matter anymore. It doesn't know you're awake. It doesn't care if you've been lying here for hours or just seconds. It only is like your breath, like the weight of your body on the mattress, like the faint warmth spreading through your chest as your nervous system remembers how to soften. And maybe that's all this night has ever asked of you. Not performance, not results, not even sleep itself, but presence. Not a flawless surrender, but an unguarded staying. You don't have to stop thinking to be allowed here. The thoughts can drift through like shadows across the ceiling, no need to chase them off or pull them closer. They're just passing by, like clouds in a sky you no longer feel the need to read. Let your attention rest where it finds ease, the inside of your wrist, the soft curve behind your knee, the way your breath pools low and still beneath your ribs. There's something quiet about that place, not far from sleep, but not quite there either, like standing at a threshold with no door to open or close. Just stillness. The kind that doesn't demand anything of you except to notice it. It's like water settling in a basin after the storm has passed. No rushing now, no waves to fight. Only the slow descent toward balance, where ripples fade into silence and the surface becomes glass. You don't have to do anything for it to happen. In fact, trying would only stir the water again. And so you're not trying, not even a little bit. The effort has slipped away, like sand through fingers that no longer grip tight. There's no agenda in your bones now, no urgency. Even the idea of getting better feels distant, like something someone else might worry about in another life. You aren't fixing anything. You're not healing or improving. You're simply allowing time to unfold as it does, without needing you to keep up. The clock still ticks, but not inside your head anymore. It's out there somewhere, a slow rhythm of its own, independent, indifferent. Not a reminder that you've failed, not a gauge measuring how long you've stayed awake, but just another steady sound in the night, like the hum of the refrigerator or the soft sigh of wind through trees far away. And you're learning to listen differently, not for signs of progress, not for evidence that sleep is coming, but simply because listening feels good. Because attention can be gentle instead of hard, can be soft instead of searching. Your body remembers this, the way it used to let go before the world taught it how to stay awake too long, before thoughts learned to circle like birds over a field they don't need to land in. Your muscles are remembering what it means not to brace, not to prepare, but just to be, to sink, not into unconsciousness, but into stillness so deep that even the word sleep doesn't apply anymore. There's no edge here, no boundary between wake and rest, just a slow unwinding of tension, like a thread unraveling from an old sweater, not because it was broken, but because it had finally reached its natural end. No need to pull it tight again, no reason to sew it back together. You don't need to believe this is happening. You don't have to feel anything special, not even peace. Just let the night carry you like a river carrying leaves, not toward any destination, but simply through the flow of its own motion. The water doesn't ask if the leaf is happy or tired. It just holds it, moves with it, releases it when the current changes. And so you're being held, not by anything grand, not by magic or willpower, but by this quiet space between seconds where time stops trying to be useful and starts being kind, where minutes aren't lost because they don't serve a purpose. They're simply allowed to exist, like stars that burn without needing to be seen. There's no shame in feeling restless, no failure in not knowing what comes next. You're not behind, you're not missing anything, not even sleep, not really, because sometimes the deepest rest isn't found when you fall asleep, but when you stop fighting your being awake. The red light still pulses, but now it doesn't pull at your attention. It's just a shape in the dark, like any other part of the night, no more important than the silence between heartbeats or the space behind your eyes where thoughts drift and fade. And you're not waiting anymore, not for sleep, not for peace, not even for stillness to arrive. You're simply here with no need to earn it, no requirement to become anything else. Your body is resting just as it is. Your mind is wandering just as it wants. The night holds both. Let the thoughts come and go, like birds flitting across a meadow at dusk. No need to chase them or hold on. You aren't their keeper. You're not even responsible for what they carry. They don't have meaning unless you give it to them, and right now, you're choosing not to. You can be tired without being broken, can feel stuck without being trapped, can stay awake and still belong here, because belonging doesn't depend on doing anything right. There's a softness in that, not weakness, but quiet courage. The kind that says, I don't have to fix this moment, I don't even need to understand it, just letting go is enough. And so you let go again, not with force, not with effort, but with the ease of something long overdue. Like a door left open on a summer evening, where the air flows in freely and no one has to decide whether to close it. You don't have to remember this feeling when you wake up. You don't need to prove it was real. The night doesn't care about memory or proof. It only cares that you're here, present without performance, open without expectation. The red light still glows, but now it's just a quiet witness, not judging your time, not measuring your worth. Just part of the dark where everything can rest in its own way. And so you do, not because you've succeeded, but because you haven't stopped trying to fight what is. You're staying, even when tiredness feels like resistance, even when stillness feels unnatural, even when thoughts won't leave and time keeps moving. This moment, this breath, this body on the bed, it's enough. It doesn't matter if sleep comes now or never. It doesn't matter if you're awake in 10 minutes or 20 hours from now. The only thing that matters is that you're not running, not escaping, not measuring yourself against an invisible line drawn between waking and sleeping. You've already won by staying, by being here even when it feels hard, even when the mind refuses to quiet down, even when time stretches too long and red lights keep blinking like questions without answers. But they're not really questions at all. They're just part of the night, the same way your breath is part of you, not a problem to solve, just something that exists. And so you let it be. Not with resistance, not with hope, not even with surrender, just presence. A quiet, unbroken thread of simply being in this moment, in this space, in this body, where time doesn't matter because it's already been released. Where sleep isn't a goal, but just another part of the night, and you're already within it. The rhythm of your breath settles deeper, like stones sinking through quiet water, slow, unforced, each inhalation tracing the shape of stillness without needing to reach it. There's no need to guide it anymore. It finds its own way, just as your body knows how to rest even when your mind hasn't caught up yet. And that's okay. The gap between awareness and surrender isn't a failure, it's where healing lives. Not in the moment sleep arrives, but in the space before it, where you're not chasing anything and nothing is missing. The red glow continues its quiet pulse, not as an alarm, not as a demand, just as part of the soft architecture of the night, the same way shadows pool beneath furniture or warmth lingers on skin after light has gone. It doesn't ask for your attention, it simply is. And so you can be too, without needing to do more than exist in this shape that's already whole. You don't have to turn off your thoughts because they're not yours to control, only to notice. They drift like leaves caught in a slow current, not coming from anywhere specific, not going anywhere certain, just moving with the flow of what is. No story behind them, no judgment attached, just passing through as trees pass through seasons or clouds move across sky after sky. There's no urgency in their movement, only continuity. Time doesn't rush you now. It breathes at its own pace, like a river that flows whether someone watches it or not. The idea of hours feels distant, almost abstract, like counting grains of sand on a shore where the tide keeps coming back without needing to be measured. You're not late, you're not ahead. There's no finish line drawn in this dark room where your body is held by gravity and your mind floats free. You don't need to fix what isn't broken. The part that feels restless, it doesn't have to be fixed. It only has to be met with kindness, not correction. And that kindness isn't loud or urgent. It's quiet, a gentle hand on the shoulder of your awareness saying, it's okay if you're not asleep yet. It's even okay if you never fall asleep tonight. Not because surrender is victory, but because presence itself is already peace. Let yourself be tired without guilt. Let your thoughts wander without shame. Let time stretch like old fabric, worn soft from use, no need to hem it in or pull it tight. The night doesn't care how long it takes. It's not waiting for anything, not even for sleep. It holds everything, including the parts that don't fit into any neat plan. The silence between heartbeats isn't empty, it's full of something deeper than sound, fuller than words. A kind of knowing that exists outside meaning. Like the space between two notes on a piano where music still lives in its absence. You're not required to fill it with anything, not even thought, not even breath. This is not about performance. There's no test at dawn to pass. No proof needed that you were awake or asleep, present or gone. The night doesn't keep score. It only holds you just as you are in this body on this bed, with thoughts rising like mist and time flowing past like wind through trees. Even if you wake tomorrow feeling unchanged, something has shifted, not because sleep came, but because you stopped measuring it against your worth. That shift is real, not in memory or sensation, but in the way your nervous system now knows, I don't have to earn rest. It isn't a prize for good behavior. It's not earned by effort or endurance or discipline. It's simply available, just like air, just like warmth, just like being held by darkness that doesn't ask anything back. So let the red light stay lit. Let it pulse its steady rhythm into the room, not as an interruption, but as a companion, the same way moonlight moves across floors without announcing itself. You don't need to understand why it glows or how long it will last. It's enough that it does. Let your mind wander like a bird with no destination, no reason for flight except flight itself. No purpose beyond movement, no goal other than the act of being in motion. And if it circles back, so be it. If it lands on nothing, that's fine too. You're not responsible for where it goes or how long it stays. There's a quiet dignity in staying, not trying to fix, not pushing forward, not waiting for something else. Just letting the moment unfold as it will, with no demand for results, no expectation of change. Even if sleep doesn't come tonight, or tomorrow night, or next week, this still counts. This still matters, because you're not escaping yourself, you're not hiding from your thoughts, you're sitting with them in the dark, like old friends who have forgotten what they were arguing about long ago. And that's enough. The body knows its own language, the slow drip of blood through veins, the soft expansion and release of lungs, the weight pressing into the mattress as if gravity itself is whispering, "You belong here, you're safe, just rest." No need to respond, no need to agree or believe it. It's already happening. The breath deepens again, not because you told it to, but because your system has remembered what it was designed for all along. To return, without force, to a natural state of stillness that doesn't depend on effort or intention. You're not trying harder, you're just letting go deeper into the layers beneath urgency, beyond control, past even the idea of needing to do anything at all. Time has stopped measuring you. The clock no longer sees you as late or early. It's simply part of the landscape now, the same way shadows shift across walls or dust floats in a sunbeam that never quite reaches floor. Not significant, not meaningful, just real. You're not failing to sleep. You're not stuck. You're just being fully, quietly, without performance. And in this being, there's no failure and no success, only presence. Let the red light shine on as long as it wants. Let the night stretch out its arms wide. Let your thoughts drift like smoke through open windows, not because you've mastered them, but because you've stopped fighting their passage. There is peace not in absence, but in acceptance. Not in silence, but in allowing sound to exist without needing to respond. Not in control, but in release. You don't have to become anything else. You're already what the night needs, just as you are, just as you've always been. A human being breathing through the dark, awake enough to notice, tired enough to rest, and free enough not to demand that either of those things be perfect. And so you stay, not in tension, not in resistance, but in softness, in the kind of stillness that doesn't come from holding your breath, but from letting it go completely. The red light pulses once more and then fades slightly, just a little, as if catching its own rhythm in the dark. Not dimming, just settling into the texture of night like a slow heartbeat beneath skin. You're not trying to make anything happen. You're not waiting for sleep to arrive or time to pass. You're simply here, with no need to justify your presence, no obligation to become asleep, no burden of performance hanging over you. The body rests, the mind drifts, time dissolves. And the night, it holds everything, your breath, your thoughts, your stillness, your wakefulness, all in a single, unbroken thread that doesn't break even when nothing seems to be happening. You don't need to remember this feeling when you wake up. You don't have to prove it was real. The only thing that matters is that you stayed, without running, without hiding, without measuring against any invisible line between awake and asleep. And in staying, you've already entered the quiet place where time no longer pulls at your attention, and sleep, it's not a destination anymore, it's just another part of the night, and you're already within it. But you're not behind, you're not late. The night isn't measuring your progress by how many minutes have passed or how much stillness has gathered under your skin. You've already lived through every minute that matters, not in hours, but in breaths, in the quiet between one thought and the next, in the way warmth spreads from your chest to your fingertips without you doing anything at all. The red glow on the clock is no longer a marker. It's just light like any other, soft, uninterested, drifting through space as if it has nowhere to be. It doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It only exists to show what time does when nobody's watching, when there's no one rushing to fill the gaps, no need to justify being here. You don't have to catch up with sleep because sleep is not a race. You've already begun it, not by trying, but by stopping. The moment you stopped forcing the breath into rhythm or chasing silence like a prize, that was when the body said, yes, this is where we belong. And so you stayed, just lying there, letting your muscles soften as if gravity had grown kinder, more patient, not pushing down on you, but holding you gently in place, like water cradles stone. There's no effort to be made now, not even the effort of trying not to try. The mind can wander through rooms it hasn't visited in years, a hallway with forgotten doors, an attic full of old coats and unanswered letters, a kitchen where tea was always left on the stove just before someone walked away. But none of those memories have power anymore because you're not listening for meaning. You're not waiting to understand what they mean or why they surface now. They come and go like waves caught in a slow current, passing through, never settling. And when thoughts return with their old urgency, the ones that say you should be asleep by now, or what if this goes on all night, they don't land with force. You feel them, yes, but not as commands. They're just weather passing overhead, rain falling over a sleeping village. No one needs to open the windows. The roof is already sealed against it. There's no need to fight the dampness in the air because you've stopped believing that dryness equals safety. The night doesn't ask for your permission to be long. It asks only that you stay present, not as a prisoner of time, but as someone who has finally learned how to rest within its shape. Your body isn't waiting for sleep to arrive. It's already breathing in the same rhythm as the dark itself. The way trees exhale at midnight or rivers move without sounding, not because they're trying to be quiet, but because silence is their natural state. You don't have to become less aware to fall asleep. You just have to stop measuring awareness by how much it's doing. Awareness isn't a job. It doesn't need to produce results, no report, no outcome, no achievement. It can simply exist, like the faint hum of electricity in walls you've never noticed until now. Like the way dust floats above your pillow not because it's rising, but because nothing is pulling it down. And so you are here, not doing anything at all, and yet everything is happening anyway. Your blood flows through veins that don't need to be reminded how to move. Your lungs expand without needing a signal from your mind. The air fills you in a way that doesn't require gratitude or recognition, just the quiet truth of being alive. The clock still glows, but its light has changed. It's not red anymore, it's soft, like embers buried under ash. Or maybe it was always that color and only now do you see it for what it is, a small flame in a place where flames don't need to burn bright to be meaningful. You could look at it if you wanted, but there's no reason to. It doesn't matter whether the numbers change or stay the same. The world isn't made of time, not really, not even close. Time isn't real in this way. It's just a story we tell ourselves when we feel too much pressure to be somewhere else. But here, you're nowhere and everywhere at once, like breath between heartbeats, like shadows before light returns. You don't need the sun to prove that day exists. The dark holds its own truth. You're not failing because your eyes stay open. You're not broken because sleep hasn't come yet. You're simply allowing yourself to be in a state where time has stopped judging you, and in that stillness, something else begins, a deeper kind of listening. Not for signs of sleep, but for the quiet way your body says I'm here, over and over again. There's no need to believe any of this. You don't have to convince yourself it's real. The only thing required is that you keep lying there, still breathing, letting go with each exhale like a stone sinking into deep water. No sound, no movement, just the slow descent through layers of awareness that aren't about anything except being. You're not trying to fall asleep, because sleep isn't something you have to get. It's something that happens when you stop insisting on it. Like rain falling in a forest where no one is watching. Like roots growing beneath soil without needing to be seen. The process doesn't need your approval, nor does it depend on how long you've been waiting. And so the night continues, not as an obstacle, not as something to survive, but as a companion. Not because it's perfect or peaceful, but because it holds everything: your wakefulness, your wandering thoughts, your stillness, your breath, without asking for anything in return. It doesn't demand that you sleep. It only offers space. And in that space, there is no pressure, no urgency, no failure. The red light pulses once more, and then fades into the wall like a memory of its own existence. Not gone, but part of the texture now. Like footprints in snow that slowly disappear because nothing needs to keep them visible. You don't need to become anything other than what you are. Someone who is awake, tired, still breathing, no longer fighting time, no longer resisting this moment. You're not behind schedule. You're not late for sleep. You're exactly where the night wants you to be, and it has always known that place was here, beneath your skin, in the quiet between thoughts. You don't have to do anything now except stay, just lie there and let time pass without measuring it. Let it flow through you like water through a riverbed, carrying no weight, leaving no trace of effort behind. And if sleep comes, fine. If not, also fine. Because the night is already holding both possibilities, not as outcomes to be chosen, but as parts of the same soft rhythm that moves beneath everything. Your breath, your pulse, your presence in this dark, unmeasured moment where nothing needs to happen except to simply be. You're lying in the quiet where the edges of thought begin to blur, not because you've stopped thinking, but because thinking no longer needs to carry you anywhere. The mind doesn't have to be still to rest. It just has to stop pulling at time like a rope with no anchor. There's a kind of listening that happens when you're not trying to hear anything at all, just the soft hum behind your ears, the slow rise and fall of your chest beneath layers of silence. It isn't about hearing your own breath so much as feeling it arrive from somewhere deeper than sound, a pulse that doesn't need words to explain itself. Like a current moving through a riverbed you can't see but feel in your bones. There's no rush for anything now, not even the idea of sleep. The body knows its own rhythm better than any clock ever could. You don't have to remember it, it remembers you. And when you're not watching, it keeps breathing. When you forget to move, it still shifts slightly on the mattress, just enough to stay in balance. Not because it's trying to do something important, but because staying alive isn't a task. It's just what happens when there is no pressure to perform. The red numbers are gone now, not lost, not erased, but simply return to the wall like a faint echo after music has stopped playing. They don't flicker anymore. They're just part of the shape of the room, like dust in light or the grain in wood that you only notice when it catches something unexpected. You don't need to look at them. You don't even have to know they were there. The night is not defined by their presence or absence. It holds both, the moment they glow and the moment they vanish, without needing either one to mean anything. Perhaps what's most quiet isn't silence, but the space between thoughts when nothing demands your attention. Not an emptiness, not a void, but something full in its own way, a stillness that doesn't need filling. You can lie there for hours and never feel like you're waiting, because waiting implies movement towards something else. But here, you are already where everything is going to be. The future isn't ahead of you, it's folded into this moment like a letter tucked inside another. Not hidden, not lost, but present in the way your fingers rest on the blanket, just slightly curled at the ends. You don't need to become more peaceful than you already are. You're not supposed to reach any state. There is no destination here. The only thing that matters is that you remain, just as you are, with thoughts drifting like leaves across a slow-moving stream. No one needs to grab them. They pass through your awareness without asking permission and leave nothing behind but the memory of their passing. And if a thought returns, a familiar worry about tomorrow or something from earlier in the day, it doesn't need to be chased away. It can simply float by like smoke caught in sunlight, seen, acknowledged, then let go again. Not because you're stronger than it, not because you've mastered your mind, but because there's no reason to hold on. You don't have to fix anything. The night isn't asking for solutions or answers. Time doesn't care whether you're asleep or awake. It just keeps moving through everything in the same way, softly, continuously, without judgment. It doesn't measure your worth by how long you stay still. It doesn't punish you for staying open when sleep won't come. You are not behind schedule because time is already inside you, not as a clock ticking, but as breath that never stops, and blood that keeps flowing even in the deepest dark. There's an old kind of knowing buried under all this, the understanding that some things can only grow when they're left alone. Roots don't push up to see the sun, they spread quietly underground, seeking not light but connection. They don't need a schedule, they don't count days or nights. They just keep reaching, slowly, patiently, for something deeper than visibility. And maybe that's what you are now, not someone who needs to fall asleep, but someone who is already falling into the rhythm of being. Not in motion, not striving, but sinking through layers of effort and expectation until there's nothing left to carry. No urgency, no need for proof, just presence, like a stone resting at the bottom of a lake where no one ever goes. You don't have to believe any of this. You don't even have to understand it. The only thing required is that you stay in this place where time has stopped making demands and your body has started remembering how to rest without permission. Let go with each breath, not because you're trying to achieve anything, but because letting go feels like coming home. There's a kind of peace that doesn't come from silence, but from allowing the noise, your thoughts, your sensations, even the faint hum of electricity in the walls, to exist without resistance. Not as problems to be solved, not as intrusions, but as part of the same quiet whole. Like clouds passing over an open sky where nothing is expected and everything is already allowed. You're not failing because you haven't slept yet. You're not broken because your eyes remain open. The night isn't a test. It's not waiting for you to pass or fail. It simply holds space for wakefulness, for stillness, for wandering thoughts that don't know where they're going and don't care. And in holding that space, it becomes something sacred, not because of what happens inside it, but because nothing has to happen at all. You can lie there for as long as the night chooses, and no one will come asking if you've done enough. No alarm will sound unless you want it to. You don't need to prove your worth by how fast you fall asleep or how many hours you sleep in total. The value is already here, in the way your breath slows without effort, in the way your muscles soften when they're not fighting anything. Let yourself be held, not by a bed, not by blankets, but by this moment itself. By the quiet that doesn't need to speak, by the dark that doesn't demand to be seen. You don't have to become something else. You aren't supposed to change. There's no transformation required, just presence, just being here in this breath, in this stillness, where time has stopped trying to measure you and let go of its own need to move. And if sleep comes, it will come not as a reward for waiting, but as a gift given freely when there is nothing left to demand. Not because you've earned it, not because you deserved it, but because the night knows, deep down without words, that you are already safe. You're already home. You're exactly where you need to be, just lying there, breathing, letting go, not trying to do anything at all, just being like a shadow that doesn't know it's supposed to follow light, just existing, just here. There's a quiet beneath even silence, a kind of stillness that isn't empty, but full in its own way, like soil after rain has soaked deep and no longer needs to speak. You don't need to hear it to know it's there. It doesn't call out or announce itself. It simply is, unbothered by whether you're awake or not, present even when your mind drifts away from the feeling of being held. And so tonight, this night that stretches like a slow breath drawn in and never released, let it be enough to just stay here, with no need for explanation, no demand to perform. The clock still glows its steady red, but now you don't flinch at it as if it's judging your progress or measuring how much time has slipped through your hands. It doesn't matter anymore what the numbers say, what they claim is missing, what they pretend must be recovered by morning. You're not late because sleep hasn't come yet. You're not behind because you haven't stopped thinking. There's no score to keep, no checklist of achievements tied to how fast your body lets go. Not today, not this night. The only thing that matters is the space between one breath and the next, the slight pause where nothing happens, but everything remains. Let it be okay if thoughts come, just as they do when you're not trying to stop them, drifting in like waves on a slow-moving stream, turning once or twice before floating off again. No need to catch them, no pressure to push them away. They pass through the mind not because of effort, but simply because that is what minds do. They move, and then they settle. You don't have to be still for it to count. You don't have to feel peaceful in order to belong here. This moment isn't earned. It's already yours, like a hand reaching into the dark without needing to see its own fingers. You're not waiting anymore, not for sleep, not for clarity, not even for peace. There is no finish line you're approaching because there was never any race to begin with. The only thing that ever mattered has always been right here, in this soft release of tension from the shoulders, in the way your legs feel heavier and more welcome each passing second. There's a kind of depth beneath effort, something older than urgency, deeper than desire. It doesn't care if you're doing anything right. It only knows how to rest when there is no demand for performance. Like water finding its level not through force, but simply by being present in the shape it occupies. Let your mind be like a riverbed after floodwaters have receded, still damp, still holding memory of movement, but now quiet enough that even ripples become rare. You don't need to control them. They aren't threats or failures, just part of what remains when everything else has passed through and left behind only calm. And the dark, oh, how kind it is tonight, not because it hides things, but because it doesn't ask you to explain yourself, your thoughts, your restlessness, your wondering if this will ever end. It holds no expectations, no standards of wakefulness or productivity. The walls don't whisper about what's expected in the morning. The ceiling doesn't remember how many hours you've lost. You can lie there for as long as night wishes to stay, no one watching, no record being kept. Your body isn't racing toward a goal it hasn't even named yet. It is simply learning again to surrender without condition, to relax not in anticipation of something better, but because rest feels like truth itself. There's a difference between waiting and allowing, and you're moving past the first into the second now. Not trying to speed time up or slow it down, just letting each moment be what it is, long, soft, uneventful even, yet full with its own quiet importance. You don't have to believe in any of this for it to work. The only thing required is that you stay present, not because you want something from the stillness, but simply because staying feels like safety. There's a warmth spreading through your chest, not as sensation alone, but as an invitation. Stay, not just rest here tonight, but learn how to return again tomorrow, how to come back even when sleep seems impossible, to find yourself in this same place, the one where time stops measuring and the mind learns it doesn't have to fix everything. And if you wake later, maybe at 3 or 4, or even before dawn, you won't need to panic, because your body has already begun writing a new story, not of struggle, but of gentle persistence. Not of failure when sleep doesn't come, but of presence when the mind stays open and unguarded. The night isn't against you, it never was. It's simply holding space, Not for what should happen, but for whatever does. You don't have to earn your place in this quiet. You were already here before any thought entered or left, before effort began, before time started counting. There is no need to explain yourself, no reason to prove you're worthy of rest. Not because sleep will come tomorrow, but because the act of lying still, breathing slow, letting go without reward, that in itself is a kind of arrival. Let your limbs feel heavy not as fatigue, but as welcome descent, a sinking into something older than worry or anxiety, a return to being held by absence, by darkness, by silence, not as punishment, but as homecoming. This isn't about fixing sleep tonight. It's about remembering that you don't need to fix anything at all. There is a softness in the way your breath slows now, without instruction, without effort, that tells you something deeper than any thought ever could. You are safe, not because nothing bad will happen tomorrow, but because right here, right now, with no one watching and no demand for proof, you are already enough, exactly as you are. And so the night continues, not in pursuit of anything, just unfolding like a slow tide returning to shore after being away too long. No rush, no expectation, just presence, the kind that doesn't look ahead or behind, but simply rests within this breath, this stillness, this dark where no one asks for answers and nothing is required. You don't have to do anything now except be, just as the earth holds all things without needing them to prove their worth, without demanding they shine. Let your thoughts float by like distant stars seen through thick cloud, not bright enough to guide you, not close enough to matter, but simply there, part of a larger sky that doesn't care if you see it or not. And when another minute passes, another red number changes on the clock, you don't need to mark it, you don't have to register its meaning. It's just time passing, not as loss, but as continuation, like air moving through trees without needing permission to do so. There is no task left undone, no burden too heavy for this moment to carry. You are not behind, you are never on schedule. The only thing that matters now, this slow breath, the warmth in your hands, the quiet beneath thought, is already complete, even if it hasn't yet been named. There is a quiet beneath your awareness now, not silence, not emptiness, but something older than both, a kind of listening that doesn't need to hear anything to know it's heard. The red light still pulses in the dark like a distant signal from another world, but you don't have to answer. You are no longer waiting for an invitation to rest. You've already been granted permission simply by being here, breathing without resistance. The pressure around time isn't gone, it just feels different now. Not something pressing against your ribs, not the kind that makes your jaw tighten or your breath shallow. It's quieter than that, like water moving through stone, unseen but always there, shaping what it touches in ways you never notice until long after. The clock still turns, each second slipping forward like a leaf drifting down a stream, but it doesn't carry weight anymore. You don't need to claim the minutes or guard them. They are not yours to lose or gain. Your body has stopped trying to negotiate with sleep, and in that letting go, something softer takes hold, the kind of stillness that isn't empty but full of possibility without demand, full of presence without purpose. There's a tenderness now where effort used to be, like the way air holds space for birdsong even when no bird sings. You don't have to prove your worth by falling asleep. You're not being judged on how fast or deep you go. The night doesn't care if you stay awake another hour, 2 hours, 10, or whether you wake again at dawn with eyes heavy and mind quiet. It only asks that you remain where you are, open to what is, without need for outcome. And so the time passes, not as a threat, not as something stolen, but like dust settling after storm. No sound, no movement, just this slow descent into being held by absence itself. The kind of stillness that doesn't ask anything back. You don't have to be useful tonight, or present in any way you've ever been before, no performance needed for your breath, your heartbeat, the quiet between thoughts. This isn't a rehearsal for tomorrow's wakefulness. It's not preparation or practice. It is its own moment, a place where nothing has to become anything else. There's warmth pooling now at the base of your spine, not heat exactly, but presence, like sunlight remembered through skin that no longer knows day from night. And it spreads slowly, quietly, not in search of a destination, just moving as naturally as roots extend underground. No need for speed, no urgency to reach deeper soil because you're already there. The earth has been holding you all along, even when your thoughts spun stories about absence or failure, even then. When the red numbers shift again, you don't flinch. You don't watch them like a prisoner counting hours until release. They are just another part of this dark, another shape in the landscape that doesn't care if you name it or not. The clock isn't measuring your worth. It's simply moving forward, indifferent and inevitable, like all time must be. It does not demand anything from you now, only to stay. And you do, not because there's a reward at the end, but because staying feels less like effort than return. Like coming home after walking too far in cold wind, no fanfare, just relief in simply standing still on familiar ground. The house isn't lit up waiting for you. No one called your name or checked if you were safe. But it's been here all along, warm floorboards beneath feet that don't remember they're tired. And so are you. There is a quiet rhythm now, not the steady beat of breath, not pulse, but something older, like tides pulling back from shore without fanfare, returning to depth with no need for applause. This moment isn't trying to be anything special. It doesn't want recognition or proof it exists. The only thing it knows, deep in its bones, is that being here is enough. The mind still moves, but not as a storm anymore. Now it drifts like smoke rising from an extinguished fire, thin, fading, no longer clinging to form. Thoughts don't land with force. They float by without weight, like feathers on water, brushing past your awareness and vanishing into the dark beneath. No need to hold onto them. No reason to chase after clarity or meaning in this stillness. You are not behind, not because you haven't slept, but because time isn't a race you're meant to win. You're not late for anything, especially not sleep. There is no finish line where everything gets fixed and all questions answered. The night continues not toward resolution, but simply as it is, vast, patient, full of space that doesn't need filling. And when the next minute passes, the red light shifts again, you don't feel its change like a loss or a marker of time wasted. You notice only that another breath has slipped in, soft and unasked for, and you're still here, still present, not struggling, not waiting, just being held by this moment exactly as it is, incomplete not because something's missing, but because nothing needs to be complete. There's a softness now where the mind used to resist, the kind of peace that isn't quiet because there are no thoughts, but because even when they come, you don't need to respond. You can let them pass like clouds drifting across moonlight, not blocking it, not needing explanation, just moving through space without claiming ownership. You aren't trying to become something new tonight, no transformation required, no breakthroughs or sudden fixes. Only this, a quiet return to the body's own knowing, the knowledge that rest isn't earned by effort, but found in surrender. In letting go of control, you discover how much was always already safe within your skin. The darkness doesn't judge whether you're sleeping or not, only what happens when you stop fighting it. When you no longer try to shape the night into something useful or predictable. That's where peace lives, not in achievement, but in acceptance. Accepting that time moves on without needing your approval, that sleep may come tomorrow or may not, and neither would be failure. There is a kind of dignity in lying here, breathing slowly, letting go of urgency, as if the act itself was sacred. Not because you're doing something right, but simply because you are allowing yourself to exist as you are, imperfect, unpolished, tired but present, whole despite what your thoughts say about being broken. And so time slips on, not in pursuit of anything, not toward any destination, just unfolding like a long-held breath finally released. No need to count the seconds or mourn their passing. They aren't gone, they're just becoming part of something larger. This quiet, steady continuation that doesn't ask for proof it's real. You don't have to do anything now except stay, as though staying were not an act but a return, as if you'd never left, as if the body knew where home was all along, even when your mind wandered far away into stories of lack and delay. Even then, it kept holding space for you, waiting in stillness, waiting in warmth, waiting with no demand except that you come back. And now you are here again, not because of anything you did or said, but simply by being present enough to feel the soft weight of your own body on the mattress, not as burden but as belonging, as proof I am here, and this is where I belong, not tomorrow, not when things change, but right now, exactly like this. The red light still glows, unchanged, but you no longer register it. You don't even see it anymore. It's just another shape in the dark, a quiet signal from a world that doesn't need your attention to be real. And so the breath continues. The silence deepens, not because there is nothing left to say, but because everything has already been said, not through words, but through stillness itself. You are here, you have come back, and this moment, this long night spent in gentle persistence, is its own kind of arrival. There is no need to name what's happening, not even to yourself. The red light still glows, not as a demand, not as an accusation, but as something quiet and indifferent, like the pulse of a distant star you've stopped trying to read. You don't look at it anymore because looking was once part of the fight. Now, your eyes have learned how to close without resistance, how to rest in darkness that doesn't require proof or explanation. There's no reason to check if time is passing. It isn't slipping away from you. It's simply moving through its own rhythm, like water over stone. And you are not separate from that flow. You're part of it now, as quiet and steady as the slow settling of dust after a long silence. You don't need to be anywhere else tonight, not in bed, not in mind, not in time. There is no distance between where you are and where you should be, only this. Your skin holding warmth, the air moving softly through your nose, each breath like an unspoken word that doesn't need returning. The weight of your limbs isn't heavy, it's gentle, as if gravity has loosened its grip on you just enough to let you drift without effort. There is no effort at all anymore. You are not working towards sleep. You're simply allowing yourself to be held by the shape of a night that doesn't care how long it takes. And so time slows, not in any way that could be measured, but in the way that silence can grow thick and deep, like roots spreading beneath soil. It isn't faster or slower than before, it's just different. Not urgent, not waiting, just being. There is no urgency to what you are doing, only a kind of presence so soft it barely registers as anything at all. You're not trying to do well, you're simply letting be, which feels like the deepest form of rest there is. The mind still moves sometimes, not with storm or force, but in slow drifts, like leaves carried by a stream you can no longer see. And when thoughts come, when one lingers too long, when it tries to claim your attention, you don't pull back from them. You don't push them away. Instead, you notice how they pass through the space of your awareness without leaving marks. They arrive like fog rolling in from a distant field. They aren't yours, and they're not meant to stay. They drift across your thoughts and dissolve into stillness, just as clouds do against the sky, never needing permission, never asking for farewell. There is no need to fix anything tonight. No need to rearrange what's broken or smooth out the jagged edges of worry. Even the idea that something needs fixing has begun to soften, like ice melting under a warm hand. You don't have to become calmer. You don't have to be more patient. You only have to allow yourself to rest in the fact that you already are. Your body remembers what your mind forgets: how to stay still, how to wait without needing an outcome. The muscles around your shoulders, once tight with tension, now melt into softness, not because they've been instructed to relax, but because they've finally stopped resisting. They surrender not in defeat, but in recognition. This is enough. This breath, this silence, this moment. And so the night continues, not as a test, not as an obstacle, but as something that simply exists, like your own heartbeat beneath skin. It doesn't need to be conquered or endured. It just needs to be lived, without resistance, without demand. You are not late, you are not behind. There is no schedule, no appointment with sleep waiting at the end of a tunnel you haven't reached. Even the thought that you might miss something if you don't fall asleep soon slips away now, not because it's wrong, but because its weight has been lifted. The truth is quieter. Maybe sleep won't come tonight. Maybe your body will stay awake for another hour or two, but neither outcome changes who you are in this moment. You're not less than someone who sleeps easily. You're not failing. You're simply being human, tired, present, breathing. And that's enough. Even the red light is no longer a symbol of time lost. It's just a shape in the dark, like every other shadow around you. It doesn't track your worth. It doesn't measure your effort. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only glows because it's meant to, like fireflies on still water, blinking without purpose or explanation. You don't need to understand it. You don't even have to notice it anymore. What matters is not how long the night lasts, but how deeply you are present within its length. Not whether sleep arrives, but that you've allowed yourself to stay in this place of quiet surrender, where nothing needs to be done except exist. And so softly you let go again, not with a finality, but with an ease, as if letting go isn't something you do once, it's simply how you live now. The breath comes without effort. The silence grows deeper, not because there is less sound, but because the mind has stopped needing to fill it. The body settles further into the mattress, like soil absorbing rain. No need for approval, no request for proof that you're resting well. Just this, a slow sinking into stillness that feels ancient and natural, as if your bones have always known how to rest. And there is no fear now, not of waking up in the morning, not of being tired, not even of lying here for hours longer than expected. The future isn't pressing. The past isn't lingering. There's only this, a breath that returns without warning, a warmth that spreads through your chest like sunlight beneath skin. Time moves on, unchanged by you, unbothered by what you do or don't do. It doesn't care if you're asleep or awake. It simply is, and so are you. Not striving, not waiting, not judging the way things unfold. Just being here. Exactly as you are. And in that stillness, the kind that isn't empty but full of presence, there's a quiet knowing. It wasn't about getting to sleep at all. It was never about arriving somewhere else. It was only about letting go long enough to remember what already belongs to you, the peace that doesn't depend on performance, the rest that doesn't require permission. You are not late. You are not behind. You are exactly where you need to be, lying here in the dark, breathing slowly, holding space for yourself without asking for anything back. And so the silence continues, not as absence, but as presence. Not as emptiness, but as fullness. Not as waiting, but as belonging. And you are already home. Beneath your skin, something moves without urgency, rivers of stillness that flow not toward a destination, but because they simply are. The red glow on the clock remains unchanged, unmoved by any wish or will within you. It does not flicker in response to your breath, nor dim when fatigue settles deeper into the joints and bones. That light is neither enemy nor witness. It only stays lit as part of its nature, like a star that burns without meaning, unasked for and unfazed. You don't have to name it. You don't need to call it anything at all. Just let it be part of the dark you're already in, not apart from it. The night doesn't belong to sleep. It belongs to presence, to lingering, to holding space where nothing needs fixing or rushing through. There's no rush here, not because time is slow, but because meaning has shifted. You are no longer trying to reach a moment that comes later. You're already inside the length of it. Silence isn't empty, it hums with quiet depth like water beneath still ice. It doesn't demand your attention. It asks nothing of you except this: stay here long enough not to move away from what is real, even if it feels strange or unfamiliar. The mind's habit is to reach, always reaching, for something beyond the breath, beyond the moment. But today there's no need. You don't have to do anything with your thoughts. Let them drift like waves on a slow river that doesn't care where they end up. The air around you feels different now, not cool or warm, but present, like memory held in fabric. It carries nothing except the light weight of being here, unburdened by expectation. No one is waiting to see if you're asleep. There's no report card on how long it took. The only truth that matters is your breath, rising and falling not because you've decided to breathe, but because life continues in its own rhythm. And the body knows more than words can say. It remembers stillness before thought came along, before time was measured or named. There's a kind of deep rest buried inside muscle and bone, not fatigue, not surrender, but something older, an ancient readiness to be at ease just as you are. No performance needed. No proof that the night has been worthwhile. You can feel it now, the soft press of your chest against air, like velvet settling into its own shape. Not pressing down, but yielding, like a flower opening in darkness without knowing why or how it will bloom. There's no urgency to become anything. You are not trying to be calm, you're just becoming quieter. The red light doesn't watch you now. It simply glows, not judging your wakefulness, not measuring loss, not whispering that this is wasted time. It is only a shape in the dark, like smoke shaped by wind or shadow drawn across wood. You could stare at it for hours and never understand why it's there. And yet, you don't need to. Let go of needing answers. Let go of needing clarity about what will happen next, who you'll be tomorrow, whether your mind will finally stop racing when the sun rises. None of that matters in this moment, not because those things aren't real, but because they do not define what is happening right now. Right here, lying down, breathing slowly, letting yourself dissolve into a kind of quiet so deep it doesn't even feel like silence anymore. It feels more like being held by the dark itself. It's as if time has slowed, not in speed but in weight, so that every breath lasts longer than before. The air moves through you differently now, not hurried or forced, but soft and continuous, like wind passing over a field of tall grass after rain. You don't control it, it just happens. And the stillness isn't broken by thought. It's not disrupted when thoughts come, because they no longer carry power. They pass through your awareness without leaving traces behind. Like clouds moving across an endless sky, there for a moment, then gone. No need to stop them or chase after them. No reason to fear what might appear. There is only this, the warmth beneath your fingertips as blood flows gently through veins that don't care about tomorrow's schedule. The quiet ache of tired muscles not resisting rest, but accepting it like water returning to its source. A deep hum in the center of you, something older than thought, deeper than memory, a pulse that doesn't speak, only is. You are no longer fighting against time. You've stopped measuring how long this night feels or wondering if sleep will ever come. Instead, you're learning a new way to be awake, not alert and restless, but aware in the most gentle sense of the word. Aware without effort, present without pressure, watching your breath like it's something sacred, even though there is nothing special about it at all, only that you are allowing it now, just as it comes. And so the darkness stays, the red light remains. The hours stretch forward not with dread, but with softness, a long expanse of quiet where no one is waiting for a change in your state, and no outcome matters more than simply being here. You don't have to do anything except allow yourself, your body, your mind, your breath to sink deeper into the dark, not toward sleep, but toward belonging, to letting go not as an act, but as a return. Like returning home after walking so far you forget what it felt like to be inside walls that recognize your shape. There's no need for permission. No one needs to approve of how long or short this night is, whether peace arrives in minutes or hours. You are already resting, not because something changed, but because you stopped resisting the way things unfold. The mind may still whisper, yes, it will try again and again, to reach forward, to seek relief, to find a reason for being awake rather than asleep. But now, you don't need to answer. You can let those whispers drift by like distant music played in another room. You are not chasing anything anymore. Not sleep, not peace, not the illusion of control over time or thought. Just this, the soft rhythm beneath your ribs, the way warmth spreads through limbs that no longer feel stiff with effort. A stillness so deep it feels almost alive, like roots growing underground in silence while trees above remain unaware. And you are learning to live inside these hours not as obstacles, but as a gift, one that doesn't need to be earned or deserved or even understood, just experienced. The clock glows on, unchanged by your presence, unchanged by your thoughts, indifferent to whether you're awake or asleep. But it no longer matters what the light says. Because you've already shifted, you are not waiting for time to pass, you are letting yourself be passed through by it, not resisting its length, nor begging it to end. You simply stay. And in staying, without demand, without urgency, without resistance, there is a kind of peace that doesn't shout or claim victory. It only is, like breath, like night, like the quiet hum beneath all things when no one is listening. You are not behind because there is no race to catch up with. You are not late because time does not keep a schedule for you anymore. The red numbers don't mark progress or failure. They simply exist like stars that burn without needing to be seen. And you, your body, your breath, your quiet awareness are already where they've always meant to be. Not on the edge of sleep, but in the space between thought and stillness, where nothing needs fixing and no moment is wasted. There's a soft weight settling into your shoulders, not from fatigue, not exactly, but from release. Like something that has been holding its breath for years finally lets go. The kind of heaviness that isn't burdensome but belonging, like stone sinking into riverbed mud because it knows where it belongs. You don't need to return to a version of yourself that was always trying to be faster, sharper, more in control. That version has already been left behind, not abandoned, just set down like an old coat you no longer wear. The silence now isn't empty, it's full not with sound but with presence, a kind of listening without ears, a noticing without focus. You are aware of how your skin feels against the sheets, how it doesn't need to be perfect or smooth or comfortable, just real. How even the smallest sensation, the slow shift of pressure under one hip, the faint warmth where your arm rests across your chest, is enough in itself. Not a signal that something's wrong, not a cue for action, but a gentle confirmation. This is here and it's okay. You don't have to remember how you got here, no need to retrace the hours or piece together what happened before this moment. You aren't being asked to perform or prove anything, not even that you are sleeping. Just as the moon doesn't have to explain why it shows up each night, neither do you. Your presence is not a calculation. It's not contingent on results or outcomes. You're simply being, and being is enough. There's no need to push past this moment toward another one, no urgency in what comes next. The future doesn't exist yet, and the past has already released its grip. All that remains is now, not as a task, but as an invitation to stay here, not because you've earned it, but because staying feels like coming home. And so you do. You let yourself be held by this stillness, not with effort, but with surrender, like water accepting the shape of its container without resistance. There's no struggle to become more relaxed, no demand that your mind stop thinking. It can wander if it wants. It can loop through old worries or sudden images. It doesn't matter. They pass like leaves on a slow-moving stream, not stopping, not clinging, just drifting onward until they're gone. You are learning how to be with time, not as an enemy, not as something to escape, but as a companion, as something that isn't waiting for you to arrive somewhere else. You aren't trying to escape the hours. You're beginning to understand what it means to inhabit them, to live in this long, quiet stretch without demanding it make sense or end. The red light still glows, not because you're failing, but because your body is awake and aware and present. It's not a judgment, it's an observation. A steady pulse of information that says nothing about worth, nothing about performance. Just, you are here, and being here, right now, is all there ever was. There's no need to prove you're still in the dark or quiet. No reason to measure how long this has lasted or whether it will end soon. You don't have to do anything except let your breath continue, gently and without instruction. Let your body soften further into the bed, not because you've achieved relaxation, but because there's nowhere left to go. The mind may still whisper, what if I never fall asleep? What if this goes on forever? What if no one knows I'm here? But those thoughts don't land with weight anymore. They come like birds flying overhead in the night sky. They're visible for a moment, then gone. No need to chase them or pull them down. You are not responsible for their passage. You are simply resting, not because you've done enough, but because rest isn't earned. It's offered to anyone who stops fighting it, and you've stopped. There's a quiet rhythm beneath your ribs, steady and slow, like the pulse of something ancient that doesn't rush to be seen or understood. Not fast, not loud, just there. You don't need to listen for it, you're already part of its beat, as if you were made from the same silence that flows through trees at night when no one is watching. You are not behind on sleep, you are not late in returning. There is no arrival point, no finish line, only this, a deep softness spreading through your limbs like sunlight entering an old room after years of being closed off. Slowly, without force. It doesn't demand attention, it simply is. And you, your body, your breath, the quiet hum in your bones, are learning to live inside that light. No one is waiting for a change in your state. No clock measures your worth by how long you've stayed awake or asleep. The night stretches forward not with expectation, but with grace, a space where nothing needs to be fixed, no outcome must be reached, and every moment belongs as it is. You don't have to understand why the red light still glows, only that it doesn't need your permission to keep shining. You don't have to fix anything, you just are. And in being, there is a kind of peace so deep it isn't even quiet, it's full. Full not with thought or sound, but with presence. Your body remembers how to rest, not because you're trying to sleep, but because your system has stopped fighting the natural way of things. You've stopped measuring every breath, every second, every flicker of awareness. There is no need for control anymore, only a gentle letting go, like sinking into warm water after walking through snow. And so you stay, not waiting, not hoping, just being here in this long quiet where time doesn't matter and nothing needs to change. The red numbers don't accuse, they simply mark the hours as they pass, not with judgment but with indifference. And that indifference is a gift. It means you're free from needing to do anything. You are not required to be asleep. You are not required to stop thinking. You are not even required to feel peaceful. You only need to allow yourself, without demand, without expectation, to remain exactly where you are, in the dark, with the red light on, with your breath slow and soft and unforced. There is no test, no score, no one grading how well you're doing at staying awake or falling asleep. There's just this, a quiet unfolding of time that doesn't care what you do, but welcomes every moment as it comes. And you, your body, mind, breath, are learning to welcome it back. The clock glows on, not because you've failed to move forward, but because moving forward isn't the point anymore. What matters is not how long this lasts or whether sleep arrives, but that you are here, that you're allowing yourself to be with what is without pushing it away, without pretending it's something else. And in that allowing, there is a kind of homecoming, not one that comes after effort, but one that exists simply because you've stopped running from the darkness. You're not hiding from time anymore, you're letting it flow through you, like water moving beneath roots too deep to feel the surface. You are not resisting what happens, you are becoming part of it. There's no need for answers, no demand for resolution. Just this, a quiet breath, a warm weight in your hands, the soft rhythm that isn't trying to be anything, just is. And you're learning how to live inside time, not as an enemy, not as something to escape, but as part of the slow, steady pulse of being. You don't have to do anything, not even sleep, just stay. Let the night carry you, let the red light remain, let the hours stretch on without fear or urgency. You are already where you need to be because you've stopped measuring your way there. You're still here, not because you have to be, but because this moment has become familiar, like the shape of your own shadow when no light is near. The red glow doesn't burn anymore. It doesn't press against your eyes or whisper a demand. It's just there, like a quiet companion who knows nothing of urgency and never asks for more than what it sees. And you are learning to see it too, not as an interruption, not as proof that time is slipping away, but as something neutral, unowned by meaning. A pulse in the dark, not measuring anything but itself. There's no need to name it anymore. No need to wonder if it means you're failing or losing ground. It simply is, just like your breath, unhurried even when silence stretches too long. And that quiet, it isn't empty. It's full of a different kind of presence, one where being awake is not a problem but an invitation, to feel the weight of stillness, to notice how warmth pools in the hollow behind your knees, how the air moves through you without needing to be noticed, like wind passing through trees that don't know they're alive. Your body isn't trying to earn rest anymore. It's already resting, deep beneath effort, beneath willpower, beneath any idea of what sleep should look like. You've stopped chasing it as if it were a door you needed to reach by a certain hour. Instead, the door has opened inward, and you're beginning to recognize that you never left, that this stillness, this soft awareness in the dark is not a failure to fall asleep. It's sleep already breathing through you. There's no need to fix the red light, no reason to wish it away or pray for its disappearance. It doesn't demand your attention, but neither does it disappear because you're ignoring it. It stays unchanged by your thoughts, indifferent to your frustration, untouched by any hope that things might be different. And in that stillness of indifference, there's a kind of kindness, not one that speaks or offers solutions, but one that simply allows the night to be what it is. You don't have to do anything with time anymore. No need to speed it up, slow it down, fight it, surrender to it. You're not racing toward morning, nor are you clinging to this moment like a lifeline. You're just present in its flow, like water moving through a valley that doesn't know the name of any destination. The hours don't matter, not because they're unimportant, but because they no longer hold power over your sense of self. They aren't measuring how well you're doing or judging whether you've earned sleep. They're not keeping score. They're just passing, like leaves drifting down a slow stream, each one different in shape and motion, yet all part of the same current. And you're becoming like that too, not fixed by anything, not defined by how fast time moves or whether it stops at 3 am or 5 am. You're allowing yourself to be shaped not by outcomes, but by process, by what happens when no one is watching and nothing needs to change. There's a softness in your jaw now, like the memory of letting go after holding tension for so long that you forgot it was possible to release. Your shoulders are heavier than before, not with burden, but with acceptance. Not with fatigue, but with surrender. Like stones settling into riverbeds, not because they're tired, but because they've found their place. And the red light, it still glows. But now it feels less like an obstacle and more like a witness, one that sees you as you are, awake, aware, present, unbroken by time, not in spite of the night, but because of it. Because this is where things become real, not when sleep comes, but when you stop needing it to come. You're not waiting anymore. You don't have to want anything from this moment. No need for peace, no demand for stillness, no plea for relief. Just being here, with the quiet humming in your bones, with the slow rhythm of breath that doesn't care if it's perfect or fast enough, just is. There's a kind of freedom in not needing to be somewhere else, in knowing that you don't have to fix yourself or prove anything to anyone, even to yourself. You're already whole, even when your thoughts loop and your mind lingers on the edges of what might happen tomorrow. That doesn't make you broken, it makes you human. And the night, it's not testing you, it's not watching you try hard, it isn't keeping track. It simply holds space, like a room with no walls, where every breath is welcome and every thought can pass without being judged or caught. You don't have to understand why this moment lasts so long. You don't need to know how it will end. There's no rulebook that says you must fall asleep by sunrise or risk failure. The only rule, unwritten, unnamed, is simply this: allow, not effort, not strategy, just allow. And in allowing, something deeper begins to unfold. Not a breakthrough, not a sudden change, but an erosion of resistance, like moss growing over stone that once stood hard and sharp, softening, blending, becoming part of the landscape, not by force, but by quiet persistence. There's no need for control, no pressure to achieve anything. You're not supposed to be asleep. You're not expected to stop thinking. There is nothing you must do or become in order to belong here. The red light stays, no apology, no explanation, and still, it doesn't push you away. You're learning how to live within time, not as an enemy, not as something to master, but as part of the quiet pulse that runs beneath all things. Not a problem to solve, but a current to drift in. And when your mind wanders again, when it returns to thoughts about tomorrow or the hours still ahead, it's okay. You don't have to chase it back. You don't need to pull yourself into focus or fix the wandering. Just notice how it moves, like clouds passing across sky that doesn't care who sees them. The red numbers remain. They'll stay long after you've stopped noticing. And when they do, you won't feel frustration anymore. You won't think of them as proof of failure. You'll simply know they're just part of the night's quiet rhythm, like a heartbeat felt through skin, not heard with ears. And in that knowing, there is no effort to change anything. No need to speed up or slow down. Just this: breath, warmth, stillness, and the deep, unspoken truth that you are already enough as you are, not despite being awake, but because of it. You're not lost in time. You're in time, just like everything else. And in that belonging, there's no need to push forward or pull back. No demand for a result. Just the slow unfolding of what is, and the quiet certainty that you are not outside of it, but part of its endless flow. You don't have to be asleep to rest. You don't have to stop thinking to be still. You don't have to feel peaceful to belong here. And so, you stay. Not waiting, not trying. Just being. With the red light on. With your breath slow and soft. With time moving forward, unhurried, unjudged, unfixed. And you are not falling asleep. You're simply becoming more deeply present in this moment. This long quiet. This deep night. This part of the world that doesn't need to be anything other than what it is. You're not resisting time because it's too long. You're resisting it because you've been taught to measure your worth by how quickly you disappear into sleep. But this night isn't asking for a performance. It doesn't care if your eyelids stay open or drift shut. It only knows the rhythm of breath and the quiet weight of body on mattress and the way silence settles in the hollows behind the ears when thought finally lets go. And you're learning to rest not by escaping time, but by letting it hold you. Not by outrunning your thoughts, but by allowing them to pass through like wind through a field that's grown too still for echoes. The red numbers don't mean you've failed, they mean the night is alive. They pulse in their own way, steady and unbothered, like a heartbeat beneath forgotten soil. You don't need to fix this moment, there's nothing broken. Just as roots don't rush toward water, just as stars don't hurry to burn, you are not meant to force your way into sleep. There is no speed that can carry you through stillness, not when the only thing that matters is presence. And so you remain, not waiting for anything, not chasing a feeling or chasing escape. Just here, body sinking, breath slowing, mind loosening its grip on tomorrow's weight. The clock glows not as an enemy, but as a companion. A quiet witness to the way time can be held without being controlled. It doesn't demand you move forward. It doesn't punish your stillness. It simply is. And in that simple existence, there is room for you. Room to be awake and not ashamed. To think and not need to stop thinking. To lie here with eyes open and feel no urgency to close them. The pressure isn't gone, it's just been released from your shoulders. You don't have to carry it anymore. No one is watching you perform for sleep. No invisible audience grading your ability to vanish into dream. This night doesn't ask for perfection, it asks only that you be real. Not in the way of effort, but in the way of surrender. And when a thought returns, that worry about tomorrow or the memory of something said too loud last week, it doesn't need to be pushed away. It can stay, like a leaf floating on a river that moves without resistance. You don't have to understand it, you don't have to fix it. Just let it drift along, its edges softening as it travels further from your center. The red light stays, not as a reminder of time lost, but as proof of time held. And in being held, you are not separate from it. You're part of its quiet pulse, a single thread in the weave of night that never asks for anything but to be. There's no need to hurry towards sleep or away from wakefulness. Just this. The weight of your arm resting on the blanket, the warmth between your fingers where they meet, the way air flows in and out without effort, like a river finding its own path through stone. You don't have to be anything other than what you are right now. Not asleep, not awake, not trying. Just present in the space that isn't meant to be filled with meaning or purpose. It's enough just to exist here. In this long pause between breaths, in this stretch of stillness where even time slows its step. And when you feel your mind begin to wander again, toward clocks, toward schedules, toward what comes next, don't pull it back. Don't call it home like a lost dog. Just notice how far it travels before it finds itself again. Notice the way thoughts pass through like smoke from a distant fire, visible for a moment, then gone. You're not falling behind. You're not lagging. Time isn't running ahead of you, it's moving with you. Not in front, not behind, just beside. A companion in motion that doesn't care if you keep up or fall slow. And so you rest, not because your body is tired, but because the mind has finally stopped demanding results. You're not waiting for sleep to come, you've already arrived at what it means to be still. The red numbers don't measure failure. They mark the passage of a night that holds everything. The thoughts that linger, the breaths that pause, the heartbeats that echo in silence. And you are part of that echo. Not an interruption, not a flaw. Just another rhythm, another pulse, another way time moves through flesh and bone and quiet. You don't have to be asleep to belong here. You don't need to stop thinking to feel peace. You're not outside of the night, you're woven into it, like light caught in mist that doesn't know its own shape. So let go. Not by forcing yourself into sleep, but by letting time take you gently without demand or design. Let the red glow become part of your breath. Let the silence fill the space where effort used to live. Let the hours pass not as losses, but as moments that simply are, like stars in a sky that doesn't need to be seen. And when the mind wanders again, when it reaches for tomorrow or checks its own pulse against some invisible clock, don't judge it, don't scold it. Just let it float. Like dust on air, like memory without weight. You don't have to fix what's already passing. The night is patient. It doesn't rush, it doesn't demand attention. It just waits, for no reason, for everyone, for nothing at all. And you're learning how to wait with it, without needing the end, without fearing the stretch. You don't have to be asleep to rest. You don't need to stop thinking to be still. You're not broken because your thoughts won't quit. They're just living in the same world you are, a place where time moves slowly and quietly, and where even red numbers can become part of peace. So stay, not as someone trying to get somewhere, not as one who has failed to fall asleep, but simply as a being who is here. In the long, soft breath between moments, in the hush that comes after thought, in the deep quiet where nothing needs to be done and everything already is. And if you wake again tomorrow, if your eyes open before the sun, if time feels heavy or thoughts return too quickly, you'll remember this, that the night didn't ask for perfection. It only asked that you let yourself stay. So let the red glow soften into something quieter, not as an accusation, not as a measure, but as a quiet companion in the dark, like a candle that doesn't flicker but simply burns in its own slow light. You don't need to silence it. You don't have to outlast it. It's already part of what you're becoming, a stillness that knows how to hold time without measuring it. There's no race here, no finish line drawn across the sky. The night doesn't care if your thoughts circle back like birds in dusk, circling, not landing, not failing. You've been circling for years, perhaps, and yet you're still here, not lost, just wandering through a landscape where every turn is allowed, every pause valid. Let your attention settle into the weight of this moment, not as something to escape from, but as a place that already holds you. The way air settles in the hollows between trees after wind has passed. The way dust floats still for one long breath before it falls. Not because it's waiting, just because it can. And when your mind reaches toward the clock again, the red numbers pulsing like a distant heartbeat, don't pull away. Let that impulse rise, not as an enemy, but as a whisper of old habit. I need to be somewhere else. But you're already where you belong, not in sleep, not yet, but in the quiet between breaths, in the space beneath thought. Let your body remember what it knows. That stillness isn't emptiness. It's full of presence, full of being unclaimed by urgency, full of time that doesn't need to be spent or saved. You're not wasting hours, you're living them without trying to earn them. The red light is just a shadow the room casts on your skin, not a sentence, not a verdict, just color in motion, like blood under glass, like moonlight caught in old porcelain. It doesn't judge you for staying awake. It only exists, and so do you. And if thoughts return, fragments of tomorrow's plans, echoes of yesterday's worry, they don't have to be answered. They don't need a name or a story. Just let them pass through like smoke through an open window, no door left shut, no one holding on, no one saying stop or return. You're not responsible for their journey. You are only responsible for this breath, this single stretch of air that flows in and out without needing to be perfect. And when it wavers, when the mind flickers again toward time's edge, don't fight it. Let yourself feel how easy it is to fall into a rhythm not made by will, but by surrender. There's no need to make meaning here, no need for progress. You don't have to be more aware or less distracted. You're already enough in this quiet, simply being. And the clock, it keeps ticking, not because you've failed, but because it has its own way of moving through night and day without asking permission. Like a river that doesn't care if you swim with it, just moves forward, always silently, without needing to be seen. You don't need to catch up. You're already here, in the same dark where all things rest, not because they've finished their work, but because they know how to wait. So let your thoughts drift like leaves on water, unhurried, unclaimed, not striving for depth or distance. Let them sink when they want to. Let them rise when they're ready. You don't have to guide them. They are already home in this slow breath of the night. And if you wake again later, if your eyes open without warning, if time feels stretched too thin, remember, the red glow is not a signal of failure. It's just another sign that you're still here, still breathing, still part of something larger than effort or achievement. You don't need to fix what isn't broken. You don't have to make sleep come. Just keep letting time pass, not as loss, but as grace. As the quiet gift of being allowed to simply be, even when no one sees you do it. Let your body soften into the mattress like warmth spreading through stone, slow, deep, not forced. Let the edges of awareness blur, not because you're falling asleep, but because you've stopped fighting what's already happening. There's no goal beyond this moment, no reason to arrive anywhere else. The night doesn't measure itself by how fast you fall into sleep. It only knows that you are here, quiet, still, present in the dark, not trying, not resisting, just being. And so you stay, not because you've earned it, not because you're doing anything right, but because the night has welcomed you, and now, gently, without demand, it holds you close. Let your breath settle into the shape of the room, not as a rhythm you must keep, but as something that happens on its own, like water finding its level after the storm has passed. The air is still warm where it touched your skin before sinking deeper into the sheets, and there's no rush to name what comes next. You're not waiting for silence, you're already in it. The red glow shifts now, not like a warning, but like light caught behind fog, softening its edges until even time feels blurred at the corners. It doesn't demand anything of you, it just is. And so are your thoughts, no longer urgent, no longer sharp with meaning. They move through this dark not as intruders, but as visitors who have come to rest. Let them pass like birds across a high ceiling in winter, wings barely stirring the cold air. You don't need to track where they came from or why they're here. They fly without needing permission, without asking if you've made room for them. And when one lands on your shoulder and stays too long, it's not because it belongs there, it just happened to alight, like snow settling in a hollow before the wind takes it again. You don't have to say goodbye, you don't have to wave. The moment ends as quietly as any other, no fanfare, no farewell ceremony, just release, and then stillness returns, not because you forced it, but because there was never anything holding on. This night doesn't ask for your attention, it asks only that you stay in its quiet space without trying to leave. Not even the thought of tomorrow can pull you away if you don't want it to. There's no need to defend yourself against what might come later. The future hasn't arrived, and neither has any burden tied to it. Even now, deep in this long stretch between breaths, you are not behind, you are not late, not even close. Time doesn't care about clocks or schedules. It moves forward only because that's its nature, not because you've earned the right to keep going. You don't have to be awake for anything except being here, and there is no other reason to stay alert than simply feeling your body sink into the weight of the mattress, the way stone sinks slowly when it falls through deep water. No need to resist that motion. No need to think about how far down you've gone. The edges of awareness are not disappearing, they're softening like ink dissolving in a pool. There's no place they must go. Nothing needs fixing. You don't have to guide the moment towards sleep or wakefulness. Just let it unfold as if it were breathing on its own without your help. Let yourself believe that you can be present even when you're not fully aware of what's happening around you. That's how night works. It doesn't require consent, only presence. You don't need to understand the dark, you just have to live inside it for a while. There's no one watching from outside, no judge in the doorway with a clipboard, no voice asking if you're doing enough or not trying hard enough. There is only this, your breath moving without effort, your body resting on what supports it, and time flowing like slow rain over earth that has long stopped needing to be dry. Even when thoughts return, not as sharp reminders of unfinished things, but as faint echoes of memories barely remembered, they don't have to carry weight. They can float through the quiet room just like light does, without making a sound or leaving marks behind. Let them pass not with resistance, nor with curiosity, but simply by letting go, not because you've decided something about them, but because they are no longer necessary for this moment. There's space here that doesn't need filling, a silence that isn't empty, it holds everything without claiming it. Your body knows how to rest even when your mind forgets the way. You don't have to remind yourself, you only have to stop resisting what already wants to happen. The night is not testing you. It is not measuring whether or not you've done enough today. There's no scorecard in this darkness, and nothing depends on making it through to morning with any particular outcome. You're allowed, really allowed, to be still when that's all you are able to do. Let the red light fade from your awareness, not by pushing it away, but because there is now less need for its presence. It doesn't vanish, it simply stops being important. And in that absence of importance, something quieter begins, a feeling not of efforting, but of belonging. You belong here, where nothing needs to be fixed or finished, where no one waits outside the door with demands. You're allowed just to exist, in this soft stretch between heartbeats, where time slows like warmth spreading through old wood. The clock keeps ticking, not because you've lost track, not because something is wrong, but because that's what it does when it isn't needed for anything else. It moves forward without purpose, beyond movement itself, like a river flowing across forgotten land, unseen by any traveler who has passed long ago. And so do you. You're moving through this night with no need to name the path or know where you're going. The only thing that matters is how deeply your body relaxes into what's already beneath it, the mattress, the floor, the earth itself holding all of this silence like a secret kept for centuries. Let yourself feel small in a way that isn't painful, small not as failure, but as part of something larger than any single thought or worry. You're just one breath among millions lost and found across time, and none of them matter more than the next. There's no pressure to make meaning out of what is already happening, no need to force understanding where there was never a demand for it. Just let your mind drift like leaves on water, light enough not to sink, heavy enough not to float away entirely. The night doesn't care if you're asleep or awake. It only knows that you are here in the same dark where all things rest, not because they've completed their tasks, but because they have learned how to wait without wanting anything more than what already is. And so do you, not by choice, by simply being allowed not to choose at all. There's no effort required in letting go of needing control. It happens naturally when the body feels safe enough to stop trying to hold on. You don't need a reason to rest. You only need permission, and that has already been given long before you noticed it. There is no gate closing behind you, no threshold being crossed into sleep or waking. There's just this, breath after breath, rhythm after rhythm, silence stretching longer than any word could reach. Let your thoughts drift like smoke through a cracked window, not because they're unimportant, but because their journey doesn't need to be watched. They are already moving toward something else, something beyond you, and that is enough. You don't have to know where, you only have to allow it. And in this quiet surrender, the kind that comes not from giving up, but from finally trusting the dark, you begin to notice how much softer everything becomes when no one's watching, no one judging, no one asking what you've done or haven't done with your time. There is a peace here, not because nothing has happened, but precisely because so many things have happened and still there is space for more, for just being, for not having to do anything at all except breathe into the night like it's an old friend who never left, even when you thought you'd forgotten its voice. Let your body become a shape that doesn't need explanation, just presence. A curve in the dark, unclaimed by urgency or time. Let every muscle remember what it feels like to stop doing anything except being supported. The red glow has faded now, not because of willpower, but because attention no longer needs its signal. It's not needed anymore, not even for memory. You're already where you were meant to be, deep in the slow pulse between breaths, resting without needing proof that rest is real or deserved. There is no destination beyond this moment, no need to arrive anywhere else. Just stay and let time pass as if it were nothing more than a quiet stream flowing beneath sleepless earth, unseen but always there. And so you are not lost, because loss implies a place you once knew, and this is not that kind of forgetting. This is not absence, it's presence without proof. Not being seen isn't the same as not being there. You don't need to be noticed by time to belong to it. The hours pass like water through fingers, not because they're slipping away too fast, but because they were never meant to be held in the first place. And you are not holding them now, not trying, just letting. There's a kind of stillness that isn't quiet at all. It hums under its own weight. You may feel it like warmth rising from stone after sunset, or the slow pulse beneath a forest floor where roots remember every season they've lived through without ever needing to say why. That is what you're becoming, not someone who waits for sleep, but someone who has already begun to be still in a way that doesn't need words. The red glow was never your enemy. It wasn't meant to shame you or measure your failure. It simply reflected back the shape of your attention, the place where focus had settled and lingered too long. But now, it's dim not because you looked away, but because you stopped measuring what you were looking at. You didn't need to conquer the time, only stop fighting with it. And that is enough. Let your thoughts come like rain through a thin roof, each drop landing where it will, without meaning attached, without demand for response. Not all of them have to be answered. Some are just passing through, leaving no trace but a dampness on the wood beneath you. That's not damage, that's weathering, that's living. You don't have to fix anything tonight. You're not being asked to. There is no report due, no account to keep. The only thing required of you now is to notice how your body feels when it stops trying to earn its rest. Not because it deserves it, because it already has it, in the way that air belongs to lungs without ever needing permission. Let your breathing slow not by command, but because there's no longer a need to push forward. There's nowhere left to go, no task yet uncompleted, no debt owed to tomorrow. Not even the idea of tomorrow needs to be held in place. It can rest too, just like you. Your hands are warm now, not from effort, but from just being there. From lying still long enough for warmth to gather like moss on stone, slow, unnoticed, inevitable. You don't need to speed it up or wish it faster. You only need to stay in the space where heat doesn't have to be earned. It simply is because you are. And your legs, those tired limbs that carried you through the day, are sinking now not into the mattress alone, but into a deeper layer of stillness beneath. Not a surface, not a boundary, but something older than sleep itself. A kind of memory in the body that doesn't remember anything specific, only how it feels to be held without condition. There is no checklist for what you're doing right now. No scorecard. You are not being graded on your ability to fall asleep, nor on how long you stay awake. There's no grade at all, only this: the way your breath moves in and out like a tide that has forgotten it ever needed to return. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up or go to sleep. It already knows what you are. And so does the dark, the kind of dark that doesn't need stars because it holds all light within its own silence. You don't have to become anything new in order to belong here. Not a better version, not even a calmer one. Just exactly as you are, present, unclaimed, quiet, held by something larger than time itself. And if the clock lights up again, it won't matter anymore. Because now it's not reading time, it's just glowing, like fire in a hearth that burns without needing fuel, like a candle left on after everyone has gone to bed. The flame doesn't care whether anyone sees it, it simply is. You are beginning to learn the difference between being awake and being aware. One of them keeps score, the other doesn't. Awareness isn't about noticing how much time remains, it's about feeling what it means to be inside time without needing to master it. To be in the current, not struggling against it, not resisting its flow, but letting it carry you like a leaf that has stopped fighting gravity and learned instead to float. There is no shame in drifting, no failure in forgetting where you began. You don't have to know how long this lasts. The only thing that matters is that you're here now and not trying to leave, not forcing anything, just being carried by a silence so deep it doesn't even feel like silence anymore, but more like the space between notes in music that isn't written down, just felt in the chest when you listen. You are no longer chasing sleep as if it was something outside of yourself, a goal to reach before sunrise. You're not waiting for an arrival. You don't need to arrive anywhere, not even to peace, because peace doesn't come from movement. It comes from stillness that doesn't feel like effort, a kind of rest that isn't earned. It's simply allowed when the body stops demanding proof of its right to be quiet. And so your mind begins to let go, not in one big moment, but in small ones, like water slowly seeping through soil, unseen until the ground is full. There's no rush, no need to feel it happen, just trust that something has begun, something deeper than intention, more certain than thought, the kind of letting go that doesn't require a decision. You don't have to decide to sleep, you only have to stop deciding not to. And when you do, there's no great shift, no sudden light or wave, just the quiet settling in your bones like dust after a storm, the kind of stillness that feels like coming home, even though you've never been here before. There are no clocks anymore, not really. Not in this place where time doesn't move forward but stays, like breath held just long enough to feel its own weight. And when it finally releases, it's not because you let go. It's because the moment was ready, because rest had already come, and all you did was stop trying to keep it away. You are not asleep yet, but you're beginning to know what it means to be close, not in time, but in feeling, in sensation, in being so still that even your thoughts begin to slow down, not because they want to, but because the space around them has become too soft for motion, too full of quiet. And if a thought rises, just let it pass through like wind across grass, No need to name it, no need to follow it. It doesn't have to go anywhere. You don't have to hold on or push it away. Just watch it drift and know that even in your stillness, you are not empty, you're full of all the things that don't need to be done. There's a kind of peace that isn't bright, because brightness demands attention. This one is quiet. It doesn't shout. It doesn't promise anything. It simply says, you are safe here, not because you've earned it, not because you're doing enough, but because safety has always been part of this dark, and now you're finally learning how to feel it without needing proof. And so the night continues, not in search of sleep, but in keeping company with stillness, with what is already there, with what never left. You don't have to understand it. You only need to be here, letting time pass not as a burden, not as an enemy, but as something that doesn't care about you, because it has no need to. It just is, and so are you. And when the next breath comes, it will come slowly, without urgency, without demand. Just another moment in the long stream of now, where nothing happens except being here, and that is enough. But the red light doesn't flare now, not like it used to, no longer a signal of failure or delay, but just another presence in the room, soft as embers under ash. It glows without judgment, like something that has long stopped measuring time and simply exists within it. And you are beginning to notice how little your body cares about what those numbers say. Not because you've convinced yourself they're unimportant, but because every breath now feels less like a demand for change and more like an invitation to stay. There's warmth pooling in the hollow behind your collarbones, slow moving and deep, like oil settling through water at night. It doesn't hurry, it isn't trying to reach anything, just being. And with each moment it stays, it pulls something loose from the edges of awareness. A tension you didn't know was there, coiled in your jaw like wire left too long in damp earth. You don't need to untie it, you just let it loosen on its own. The air around you is still, not because nothing moves, but because everything does so without urgency. A faint vibration in the floorboards from a distant hum far below ground level, maybe a train passing through tunnels no one remembers anymore. It doesn't matter where it goes or what speed it travels at. You hear it like an echo of something ancient that never meant to reach you, and yet here it is, drifting under your skin, as if the world itself were humming in its sleep. Your fingers rest now not on sheets, but on silence, on the quiet between thoughts, thick with possibility. Not empty, not barren, but full of what doesn't need a name. The way warmth spreads through one shoulder without warning, how your toes have curled slightly into softness as though remembering their own shape after years of forgetting. Time is no longer something you're trying to outrun or outlast. It's not an enemy pacing beside you in the dark, ticking off seconds like debts owed. Instead, it has begun to feel less like a line and more like space, like water that doesn't flow forward but spreads sideways into every corner of stillness. And so when your mind drifts toward numbers again, the hour past midnight, or how long since last you closed your eyes, it's not with alarm anymore, it's just observation. Like watching clouds pass over a field where nothing grows. You don't need to know what they mean, they're only there because the sky allows it. There is no task left undone in this moment, no story still being told, not even one about why you can't sleep or how long it takes for your body to remember quiet. That particular thread has unraveled itself, not from force, but from patience, like a knot that finally gives when nothing else demands anything of it. And now the breath moves differently, not in rhythm with expectation, not chasing depth, but simply moving as air does, slowly, without purpose. In and out, like tides remembering their own shape long after they've left shore. You are no longer holding your body upright for fear that if you let go too soon, it will never rise again. The weight isn't a burden anymore, it's proof of presence, of being here, not doing, not fixing, not even trying to be peaceful, just existing in the shape your limbs make against gravity. There is a kind of depth beneath awareness, a softness just below thought that wasn't there before but now feels familiar, as if you've always known its contours and only needed time to stop resisting them. It's not loud, not dramatic, but it has weight, like something that settles into the floorboards after years of being ignored. Your pulse slows, not because you're slowing down, but because everything else around it is doing so too. There's no need for speed anymore, no reason to prove anything about how fast or slow your body should be working. Even the red light feels quieter now, no longer a marker on a countdown, just another soft glow in the room like old paper left under moonlight. The night doesn't care if you're asleep yet or not. It has no schedule, no judgment for what comes next. It simply continues, and so do you, not as someone who must reach sleep, but as someone who is already within it, even before the eyes close completely. There's a stillness that isn't empty. It fills space like breath filling lungs when you forget to inhale. Not because there's room for something more, but because what's here has grown full enough to stop needing more. And if any thought returns, any image of tomorrow, or worry about waking too early, it doesn't land with force. It drifts in like smoke through a window at dawn, slow, thin, not quite solid. You don't need to hold it, don't need to let go, just notice that it passes and something else remains. Something deeper than thought, something older than effort. The body remembers what the mind forgets, how to rest without permission, how to stay when nothing is expected, not even peace, just being here where no one needs you to be anything at all. And so the dark becomes not a void, but a kind of gathering place, not for answers, not for arrival, but simply for presence. You don't have to understand it. You don't need to explain why your shoulders are sinking into softness, or how your chest feels like soil after rain, moist and open at its core. That's okay. It doesn't matter if you're asleep yet, or even aware of this moment as separate from sleep itself. What matters is that something has begun, not with a start, but with the quiet ending of resistance. The slow letting down of all those invisible strings that once pulled your body toward wakefulness just to prove it was still alive. Now there's only weight and breath, and silence holding you not like an embrace, but like air itself, always there. Always enough. And the red light flickers slightly, not in warning, nor in rhythm, but as if answering a sound no one else hears. A soft pulse beneath sleep, like time finally learning how to breathe. You don't need to meet it. You're already within its quiet stream. And every breath is becoming more like surrender than effort. More like returning than arriving. You don't have to name it, but you can feel how the air shifts when time stops needing a measure. It's not that seconds vanish, they're still there, passing like grains of sand through fingers, no longer trying to catch them. You don't count them. They don't matter anymore because they aren't being used to build anything, to fix, to prove, or even to wait for. There is only the slow unspooling of what already exists, the way a thread falls from a needle when it's done its work and no longer needs tension. The red light doesn't blink now, it rests, like something that has been still long enough to forget how to move, and you don't look at it anymore, not even with the edge of your vision. It's become part of the quiet background of this moment, the same way a shadow becomes indistinguishable from the wall when the light is gone. You are no longer measuring yourself against it, trying to outlast or outrun its glow. There's a rhythm in stillness that isn't loud, it doesn't need to be heard. It lives beneath sound, beneath breath, beneath thought, like water moving through stone without carving anything new, just continuing, as if the shape of the river was never meant to change, only to keep flowing. You are not separate from this flow. You're already inside it, the way a leaf is inside a stream, not resisting, not being carried, just letting itself be moved by what has always been there. No one ever told you that time could be soft, could feel like wool left in the sun, or the quiet thickness of late afternoon light pressing down on an old wooden table. But it can. And now you're learning to live inside that kind of time, not urgent, not measured, not something to survive, but something to simply rest within. The mind still whispers sometimes, just a breath of thought rising like steam from warm earth. Maybe a name, maybe a half-formed plan, maybe the ghost of a word you almost remembered. It doesn't land hard, doesn't pull your attention backward or forward. You don't chase it, and you don't push it away. Instead, it drifts through the space around you like dust caught in sunlight, visible for a moment, then gone again. And with each passing breath, there is less effort to keep anything at bay. Less need to say, I am still here, or I am not asleep yet. There's no performance anymore, not of consciousness, not of wakefulness. You're simply present in the way that gravity holds things down without asking for permission. The night doesn't ask you to be awake. It doesn't demand sleep. It just is deep and patient and unbothered by how long it takes you to settle into your own body. There's no reward waiting at the end of this quieting, no prize for crossing some invisible threshold. You aren't being tested on whether you've done enough or tried hard enough. The only thing required is that you stay here, where nothing needs fixing and nothing must be earned. Let yourself be small in this moment, not because you're failing, but because you are allowed to be, not important, not needed, not expected to produce anything at all, just being, with no purpose other than existing. And when your body settles deeper into the mattress, when it yields without protest or resistance, it's not surrendering, it's remembering. There is a kind of knowing that doesn't come from thinking. It comes from feeling, from letting go, not as an act of will, but as a release of what was never truly yours to hold onto in the first place. You don't need to make time pass faster. You don't have to speed up or slow down. The night is already doing it for you. You've been trying to control the pace of your own arrival into sleep, but that's not how this works. Sleep doesn't come when you're ready. It comes when you stop needing to be anywhere else. When you finally understand that being here, right now, in this darkness, with no goal, no deadline, no expectation, is already enough. And so the red light stays on, not as a clock, not as an accusation, but as proof of what's been happening all along. Something has shifted beneath the surface, not because you did anything, but simply because you stopped doing everything. The pressure that once sat like stone on your chest, it isn't gone, just lighter now, as if it never meant to stay, and maybe it didn't. Your breath slows not in effort, but because there's no need for urgency anymore. Your limbs feel less like instruments and more like parts of the earth itself, heavy, grounded, settled into their place without needing to be told how or why. Even your thoughts have learned to move slower, like rivers that remember they don't have to reach the sea. There is a kind of peace here, not the kind you achieve, not one you earn, but the kind that simply appears when all effort stops. It's not bright, not dramatic, not something you can point to or name, but it's real, the way warmth is real, even if you can't see it. You don't have to understand why your breathing has deepened. You don't need to know how long this stillness will last. The night doesn't care about the length of time, and neither do you, because time no longer feels like something that must be conquered or endured. Let the red glow become a soft echo in the edge of your awareness, not as a reminder of what's passing, but as an old friend who has stayed quiet for years and now just wants to sit with you. No words needed, just presence, like two people lying on their backs under a sky that holds no secrets. And when another thought arises, say, what if I wake up early, or will I ever feel rested? Don't answer it. Don't even acknowledge it as a problem. Let it rise like fog over water, thin, drifting, dissolving before it reaches the surface of your attention. It doesn't belong to you anymore. You're not responsible for its landing. Instead, let yourself become aware, not of what's happening, but of how it feels when nothing is expected of you, when no one needs anything from this body, this breath, this quiet mind. There's a kind of freedom in that, lighter than release, deeper than relief. Not because you're free from something, but because you've stopped needing to be free at all. The darkness isn't empty. It holds you without asking for return. It doesn't demand your attention or your effort. You don't have to prove anything about how well you're sleeping or even whether you are. The night already knows, and so do you, in a way that can't be spoken. You're not falling asleep because you want to, not because you've been trying for hours. You're sinking not into sleep, but into the quiet truth of what's always been, that this moment, just as it is where you belong. There's no need to reach anything or arrive anywhere. The body doesn't care about time. It only knows how to rest when it stops fighting itself. So let go again, the same way a leaf lets go of the branch in autumn, not out of fear, but because it finally remembers what gravity is for. You don't have to wait for sleep to come. You're already inside it, just not where you thought you'd be. And the red light, it flickers once more, not as a signal, not as an interruption, but like a breath held too long and slowly released, as if time itself is learning how to let go. You don't need to catch up with it. You're already moving through it, quietly, deeply, without effort. And the silence between your thoughts, it isn't empty, it's full of something older than words, deeper than memory. Something that has been waiting not for you to arrive, but for you to finally stop running. You're not far from where you began, not in distance, but in stillness. The air around you has changed its weight. It's not heavier, exactly, more like it has stopped trying to push against you. You've ceased resisting the way a river stops fighting the shape of its bed when it finally remembers that flow is not about force. There's no urgency now, not because time is passing slowly, but because you're no longer measuring it with your breath or heartbeat. The red glow at the edge of the room doesn't interrupt you anymore. It just exists, like a faint pulse in the dark, like the quiet rhythm of something that has long since stopped needing to be noticed. Let your attention drift not towards sleep, but toward what comes after sleep, the way light feels when it hasn't been summoned yet, the way warmth seeps into bones without being asked. Your hands are no longer trying to hold anything. They rest like stones in a stream, smoothed by time, unburdened by purpose. There's no need to use them, no task they must fulfill. You don't have to be useful, not here, not now. Perhaps the mind has already softened into the shape it was always meant to take when left undisturbed, the way a body sinks into water without effort, trusting that buoyancy is not earned, but simply given. There's no need to know where you are, no reason to remember how long you've been lying here. The past isn't pulling at your shoulders. The future hasn't arrived yet, and it doesn't have to. You're already in the moment that contains everything. A breath between two silences, a pause before thought arises. The clock still glows, just fainter now, almost blurred like a memory of light seen through closed eyelids. It isn't counting you down. It's not waiting for you to be better or faster or more asleep. It's just there, as if the night itself decided that numbers don't matter when someone is truly resting. And maybe they don't. Maybe sleep has never been about duration at all, but about surrender. Not a grand gesture, not a battle won, but the quiet act of letting go without needing to believe it will work. Let your thoughts float like dust in sunlight, not because you're chasing them, but because there's nowhere else for them to go. They don't need to be fixed. They don't have to be answered. There's no one listening from outside who needs you to understand what they mean. You aren't responsible for their landing, not even the ones that whisper, "What if I'm not sleeping enough? Or is this normal?" Let them pass through like clouds across a sky that doesn't care whether it's blue or gray. There's something in the way your body has begun to settle, not into sleep, but into trust, into belief without proof, like roots sinking deeper when they stop reaching for surface light and just begin listening to what lies beneath. The earth isn't asking you to grow anything special. It's not judging how much or how fast. It only knows how to receive. You don't have to feel it. You don't need to know that you're sleeping. But if you do notice a shift, just the faintest softening at the base of your skull, a quieting in your chest, the way warmth spreads from your center outward like slow ink in water, don't name it. Don't try to hold on to it. Let it be what it is, not proof, not progress, but simply being. The night doesn't measure worth by hours spent asleep or minutes awake. It measures only presence, the quiet that isn't afraid of emptiness, the stillness that doesn't need a reason for being there. You're not failing because you haven't fallen into sleep yet. You aren't succeeding either because success has no place here. This is not performance. This is return. There's a kind of listening now, not with your ears, but in the way muscles relax when they realize they don't need to brace for impact anymore. The body remembers how to rest even when it's been told too many times that it must stay awake. It knows what gravity feels like, not as pressure, but as invitation. And so you let yourself be held, not by blankets or sheets, but by the space between thoughts, by the breath that doesn't need to be controlled, by the fact that your heart keeps beating without asking for permission. You don't have to fix anything, don't need to change a single thing about how things are. The red light flickers again, once slowly, but this time it feels like something releasing its grip rather than reminding you of what's passing. Like a hand uncurling after holding too tightly. The moment doesn't demand your attention. It just breathes, and in that breath is everything. No need to catch up, no goal to reach, no outcome to achieve. You're not becoming someone else. You're not transforming into sleep. You're simply letting yourself be without condition or qualification. There's a kind of peace here that isn't about silence, but about absence of resistance. Not because there's nothing to resist, but because the act of resisting has quietly dissolved, like salt in water. The darkness doesn't need you to make sense of it. It doesn't want stories or explanations. It only wants to be what it is, deep, full, unbroken. You're not inside it, you are part of its quiet rhythm now. Not an observer, not a guest. A participant in the stillness that has no beginning and no end. Your thoughts don't vanish, but they stop pressing forward. They slow down like footsteps on thick moss or leaves turning in a stream without rushing toward shore. There's no urgency to get anywhere, no need to understand why you're here. You may not know how long this will last. You might not even remember it tomorrow, but that doesn't matter. What matters is the way your body has stopped trying, how the breath has found its own depth, how the weight of stillness feels less like waiting and more like arrival. Time isn't slipping away anymore, it's not chasing you. It's just there, like a river flowing beneath the surface of things, moving at its own pace, carrying nothing, needing no one to notice it. And you're learning what that means, not as an idea, but as a feeling deep in your bones. You don't have to be asleep for this to be real. You don't need sleep to belong here. This is not preparation for tomorrow. This is not practice for being rested. It's simply now deep and soft and unguarded. A place where the red glow no longer feels like a countdown, but like a quiet companion in the dark. And if another thought arises, what if I wake up early, or will this ever end? Let it rise not as an alarm, but as a ripple on water that doesn't disturb the surface. Let it pass through without resistance, without naming it, without believing it matters. You're not responsible for its journey. There is no goal to reach, no finish line, only this moment, this breath, this softness in the quiet between heartbeats. You don't need to be doing anything. You just need to be. And if you drift a little deeper, that's not failure or success. That's simply what happens when no one is asking you to prove your worth by how fast you fall asleep. You're already there, in the part of night where time doesn't exist and being is enough. You're already home. Not because you arrived, but because you finally stopped trying to get here. There's no need to hold onto any shape, not even the shape of stillness. The red light glows again, soft now, like embers left after a fire has settled, and you don't flinch. You don't lean toward it or away. It simply is, and so are you, no story attached, not a sign, not a warning, not a measurement, just presence unadorned. The air feels heavier in some places, lighter in others, not because the room has changed, but because your attention no longer divides itself between what's here and what's missing. You're not waiting for sleep to arrive, nor are you avoiding it. There is only this, a kind of listening that doesn't expect an answer, a breathing that isn't trying to reach a rhythm, just letting the next breath come when it comes. You might notice your shoulders, how they've softened into the mattress like sand sinking slowly beneath a tide. Not forced down, not corrected, just allowed. The weight in them is no longer resistance, it's surrender, and not defeat, it's trust. A quiet knowing that you don't have to carry anything anymore, even the burden of trying. The mind doesn't need to be fixed or calmed or redirected. It can wander, it can rest. It can sit with the uncertainty of now, without fear, without demand. The clock is still there, but it's no longer your keeper. You're not its prisoner. There's a new way of being with time, not as something you must manage, but as something that moves through you like water through roots. Not rushing, not lingering, but simply passing. And when the minutes stretch or shrink in perception, that's not because they've changed, only your relationship to them has. You're no longer measuring yourself by how quickly you fall asleep. You're no longer judging this moment by whether it feels productive or peaceful or acceptable. There is only the space between heartbeats, the quiet pause where nothing happens and everything is already complete. Let that silence grow, not as emptiness but as fullness, like a room filled with air that doesn't need to be moved. No need to fill it with thoughts, stories, solutions, just let it exist. Let your body feel the depth of it, the way gravity pulls gently on every part without needing permission. Your feet don't have to be awake. Your hands don't have to know their shape. Even your breath can rest between movements, just as a river slows before turning a bend. And if you're aware of time, of how long this has been going, you might notice that it doesn't feel like loss anymore. Not the way it used to when you'd glance at the clock and think, too much has passed already. Now each passing moment isn't an absence, it's a presence. The red light flickers not as proof of time slipping away, but as part of its quiet flow. A pulse in the dark, no meaning attached, just motion. Like the slow rise and fall of tides beneath the surface of things, unnoticed, unimportant to anyone who is listening. You don't have to believe this, you don't need to understand it. You only need to let your body feel what's already happening. That resistance has worn thin, like old cloth left in sunlight. The effort to sleep has become less urgent, not because you've given up, but because surrender feels more natural than struggle now. And when the thoughts return, when the worry rises again, soft and familiar, what if I don't wake up well? Or will this go on forever? You don't push them away. You let them float, like leaves in a stream that doesn't care where they end up. They're not enemies, they're just part of the current, and you are not separate from it, you're moving with it, even if you don't see how, not trying to change course, not trying to reach shore, just letting go into the flow. There's a texture in this stillness, not sound, not sight, but sensation, like velvet air against skin that doesn't need to be known or described. It's not warm, not cool, only present, and you're learning how to rest inside it without needing to name it, without wanting to leave it behind. The red glow stays, but now it feels like a companion in the dark rather than an intruder, not judging, not reminding, just being there steady. Time doesn't care about your plans, it never has, and you don't have to earn its favor by falling asleep quickly or sleeping deeply. You're not behind, you're not failing, there is no standard you must meet. no scorecard in the night. The only measure that matters right now is whether you can stay with this softness, this quiet release. You may feel your body grow heavier, not because it's tired, but because it has stopped resisting being heavy. It doesn't have to be light to be peaceful. It doesn't have to be awake to be alive. You're not doing anything wrong by lying here, not even by breathing too slowly or too loudly. There is no right way to be in the dark. And when a new thought comes, like, what if I can't do this again tomorrow? Let it come like rain on pavement, not as an alarm, but as part of the weather. It doesn't mean anything except that your mind is still working, still trying to make sense of things, but you don't have to help it. You're not responsible for its journey. Just let it pass through without grabbing onto it. Let it dissolve into the quiet like salt in a glass, no trace left behind. And when another thought rises, the kind that says, I should be asleep by now, let it fall away too, not with force but with kindness. Not because it's false, but because it doesn't need to stay. There is no goal here, no destination, only this breath, this wait, this moment of simply being in the dark without needing to fix anything or reach for anything. You don't have to be asleep to belong. You don't have to change your mind to be safe. There is already enough space inside you, enough quiet, enough depth for everything to settle. The red light glows again, not as a demand, not as a threat, but as part of the rhythm, like a heartbeat in the room, a sign that time moves on, whether you notice or not. And you don't have to keep track. You don't have to calculate how much is left. There's no equation to solve. Just let yourself be held by this deep quiet, not because it will fix anything, but because it already is what you need. Not a solution, not an escape. A home that doesn't require permission or effort, just arrival. And if your eyes open just slightly, just enough to see the glow, the light isn't chasing you, it's waiting, like an old friend who knows your name without being asked. You're not late, you're not behind. The night is still unfolding, and so are you. No need to hurry, no need to prove anything, not even that you're trying, because the trying has already stopped. And in that stopping, there is a kind of peace, not because everything is resolved, but because nothing needs to be. You don't have to do anything now. You don't have to believe any story about sleep or time or yourself. You just need to stay here for as long as this moment lasts, in the soft space between breaths, in the stillness where resistance has melted away like frost in morning light, where time doesn't move fast, but simply moves, carrying you along without asking for anything back. And if sleep comes, it will not be because you earned it, not because you tried hard enough. It will come only because you are no longer fighting to get there. You're already here. You're lying now in that quiet between effort and ease, where your body no longer feels like something to manage or persuade. It's not trying to be anything, no longer racing towards sleep, no longer afraid of wakefulness. There is only the shape of you, the way warmth pools beneath your skin like light after a long storm has passed. The red glow still pulses softly in the corner, not as an accusation, not as a countdown, but as a quiet companion, its presence steady and unbothered. It doesn't care how many minutes have passed, it just is. And you can be that too, not rushing to end the night, not clinging to some idea of time that never quite fits. You don't need to make it go faster or slower, just let it flow through your awareness like air through still water, unnoticed and unhurried. There's no place for you to arrive except exactly where you are. Maybe a memory rises, not sharp, not urgent, but soft, like the echo of a sound from long ago. A door closing in another room, the faint hum of distant traffic, or perhaps it's just the sound your own breath makes as it slips between stillness and movement, neither too much nor too little. It doesn't matter where that memory came from. What matters is that you're not chasing it, you aren't even naming it. It simply arrives, like a leaf drifting down into a stream, and then floats away. The mind has this habit of turning moments into milestones. This breath should be deeper, this pause longer, this silence more complete. But here, there's no metric for what is enough or too little. No test to pass before the night can end. You don't have to measure your progress by how many thoughts you've released, or how long it's been since you last checked the time. Instead, let each second unfold like a leaf falling, not because it has to land somewhere, but because gravity is gentle and the air is kind. There is no need to catch it, no requirement that it mean anything at all. You might feel your shoulders settle further into the mattress, not with effort, not by pushing down, but as if they've simply remembered what it feels like to let go. Not a collapse, but an uncurling. Like roots releasing from dry earth after rain has come, the body doesn't have to prove anything. It doesn't need to be active or alert to belong here. And the time, the red light, it isn't keeping score either. It's not waiting for you to finish, not watching, just glowing, steady and soft, like a candle that never flickers out. A quiet witness. You don't have to explain yourself to it, don't even have to see it clearly. It doesn't ask you to be asleep or awake, only present. Let your attention rest where it will, on the weight of your hands on your chest, on the warmth behind your knees, on the faint pressure at the back of your throat as breath flows without effort. Not because it's good or bad, but because it is. Because this is how you are in this moment. No story attached. There's a stillness now that doesn't feel like emptiness. It feels more like fullness, like being cradled by something older than thought, deeper than memory. A quiet that isn't the absence of noise, but the presence of peace. Not something you earn or achieve, but something you simply allow yourself to be part of. And when another wave comes, not of worry, not of urgency, but just a passing murmur from deep inside, maybe I should be doing more, let it rise like steam from warm earth. Let it drift upward without resistance. Don't answer it, don't argue with it, don't even acknowledge that you heard it. Just let the silence pull it under again, like shadows dissolving into dusk. You're not supposed to do anything now, not fix anything, not prove anything. There's no performance to give for this night, no audience in the dark. The only thing required is presence, not as a task, but as a gift you already have. Your breath slows further, no longer needing to be noticed. It becomes part of the rhythm of your body, like tides moving without direction or demand. You don't need to guide it. You don't even need to watch it. Just let it drift in and out like wind through tall grass, not purposeful, not forced, but natural. And if sleep comes, if you feel yourself sinking into that deeper layer where thoughts no longer form, don't reach for it. Don't try to hold on or check whether you've made the shift. Let your body decide when it's ready. Just stay with what is, the soft weight, the quiet pulse of warmth beneath your skin, the red light glowing like an old friend who doesn't need to speak. Time isn't running out. It's not running at all. It's just being, like this breath, like this stillness, moving forward without needing you to keep up, without needing you to care. You don't have to be awake to participate in the night. You don't have to be asleep to belong. Let your mind settle into its own natural pace, not faster than it wants, not slower than it needs. There's no deadline for becoming quiet, no bell that rings when you've done enough. The night holds you without judgment, without urgency, without demand. Even the red light, its glow still steady in the dark, doesn't care how long it takes to fall asleep or whether you ever do. It just remains part of the silence, part of the space where effort dissolves and nothing needs to be fixed. And if your body shifts slightly, just a breath away from movement, a tiny adjustment that feels like returning, not leaving, let it happen without notice, without comment. You're already here, already in, already softening into what time has always offered, just being, not doing, just being, not proving. There's no need to measure how much is left of the night or how much you've lost by staying awake. The hours aren't running out. They're unfolding like petals opening at dusk, like water returning to a lake after rain. No rush, no loss, only arrival. And when another thought arrives, not sharp or loud, but quiet and gentle, what if I don't wake up feeling rested? Let it hang in the air for a moment, not as an alarm, but as just one more passing cloud across a sky that doesn't care about weather. Let it drift through without holding on. It's not true, it's not false. It simply is, and then it is. You don't have to believe any story about tomorrow. You don't even need to imagine the morning. Just this breath, this wait, this quiet where time doesn't matter and you are already enough. The red light glows again, not as a reminder of how long it's been, but as proof that the night continues without needing your permission, without asking for anything back. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to survive it. You're simply allowed to be in it, exactly as you are. And so, with no effort at all, with no need to reach or strive, you begin to sink into the space between one breath and the next, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but just into being, into the quiet where resistance has melted, where time doesn't push forward, but simply moves, carrying you along like a river carries its own depth. And if you drift deeper now, if your awareness softens further, if thoughts come less often and stay shorter, don't question it. Don't wonder whether this is real or not. Just let the silence grow thicker, richer, not because it's empty, but because it holds everything that has ever been quiet in you. You're not failing by staying here. You're not behind. The night isn't waiting for you to catch up. It's already moving on just as you are. And there is no need to hurry, no reason to prove anything. Only this, the softness, the warmth, the red light glowing like a quiet heartbeat in the dark, and you breathing into it, falling into it, belonging simply by being here. Not doing, not trying, just being held. Let the red light be not a marker of time passing, but a slow pulse beneath your skin, like the quiet rhythm of blood moving through veins you've forgotten existed. It doesn't count minutes, it doesn't tally hours, it only glows. And in that glow, there's no record of how long you've been awake, nor any demand to be otherwise. The silence isn't empty, it's full of things not named. The space between heartbeats, the pause after a sigh, the breath before sound begins again. You're lying inside it now, inside what time truly is when it stops being measured and starts just being. There's no need to watch for change, no reason to scan for progress. The body knows its own rhythm even when you don't, even when your mind has forgotten how to listen. Your shoulders have settled into the mattress not because you told them to, but because they remembered what it feels like to rest without resistance. Not a single muscle had to make an effort. It just happened, like water finding its level, like air filling a hollow. And if awareness comes back in waves, not sharp, not urgent, just soft ripples of thought that rise and fade on their own, let them be welcome guests. You don't have to greet them, you don't have to send them away. They're not intruders. They're just passing through the same stillness you are, like birds flying over a lake at dawn, seen, felt, then gone again without leaving a trace. The mind has been trained to chase sleep like it's something lost, an object under a chair, an envelope left behind on a table. But this is not retrieval. This is not search. It's not about getting back what you've misplaced or claiming what you think is owed. What you're doing now isn't recovery, it's arrival. You are already where you need to be, in the dark, still, breathing, aware of nothing and everything all at once. Even the frustration, the tightness behind your eyes when the clock says 3:17 or 4:02 can soften into something else entirely, not because it's gone, but because its meaning has shifted. It no longer means you're failing. It just means you're awake, and that's okay. The night doesn't require proof of progress. It only asks for presence. The red numbers don't judge your pace. They don't care if you're tired or not. They're not tracking how long it takes to fall asleep, nor calculating whether you've earned rest. They are simply a quiet witness, not to what you do, but to who you are when no one else is watching, soft in the shape of sleep, even before your eyes close. And if a part of you wants to say, "I still have things to do tomorrow," let it whisper that thought like wind through reeds, faint, fleeting. Then let it dissolve into silence again. You don't need to answer it. You don't need to fix it. There's no deadline for feeling ready, no test you must pass before the body is allowed to rest. This isn't about preparation. This isn't about productivity. It's not even really about sleep, though that might come later, like rain after drought or light after long tunneling. What matters now is this: being in the dark without trying to escape it. Letting time stretch out beneath you, not as a burden, but as a kind of cradle. There's no urgency here, no need to hurry towards something better. You don't have to become someone else. You're not supposed to be more than what you are right now, exactly where you are, exactly how you feel. Not too tired, not too alert, just present and still enough that even the air feels thick with quiet. And if your mind drifts again, not toward thoughts about tomorrow or last night's dreams, but toward a memory of warmth, hands in sunlight, the weight of a blanket on bare skin, the sound of rain outside a window long closed, let those images form not as escapes, but as echoes, as signals from an older self, one that knows how to rest without permission. You don't have to remember them clearly. You don't even need to understand what they mean. They're just there, like faint light beneath water, soft, slow, not demanding anything of you, not asking for belief or attention or return, just passing through like breath between words. And when your breathing slows further, not because you forced it, but because it found its own ease, you may notice how little effort is needed to stay here, how the body can be heavy and light at once, like stones sinking into soil, yet still rising towards sky, like roots holding on without trying, like clouds moving across a vast, unbothered sky. There's no need to measure this moment by anything outside it, no reason to compare it to other nights or earlier dreams of sleep, or what people say they feel when they're finally asleep. This is not about comparison. It's not about being good at sleeping. It's just happening, not because you want it to, but because it's already begun. The red light remains, not as a challenge, but as a companion, as someone who doesn't speak, yet speaks everything, who waits without expectation, who stays when all else has left. You don't have to earn its presence. It isn't asking for anything back. And in that stillness, the kind where even sound fades into the space between notes, you may feel something shift, not inside your head, but deeper. A quiet letting go of control, a soft surrender to what already is. Not because you chose it, but because resistance has worn thin, like old fabric frayed at the edges. It's not that you've stopped trying, it's just that trying no longer feels necessary. The effort wasn't wrong, it was real. But now, in this long stretch between one breath and the next, there's room for something else. A kind of surrender so gentle it doesn't feel like giving up at all. It feels more like returning, like coming home not to a place, but to a feeling of being held without needing to be fixed, of belonging simply because you exist in this moment, exactly as you are. No story needed, no explanation required, just breath, just wait, just the red light glowing, steady and calm, like a heartbeat that's been waiting for you all along, not to move faster, but to stay still long enough to remember what stillness feels like. And if your awareness begins to blur at the edges, if thoughts come fewer now or longer between them, if time seems less solid, more fluid, don't wonder whether this is sleep. Don't question where it's going, just let it be, not a destination, not an achievement, but an unfolding, one that doesn't need you to guide it. The night moves forward not because of your will, but in spite of it. It has its own pace, its own depth, and you, softening with every breath, are being carried along by something older than effort, deeper than thought, the quiet truth of simply being. And now, as the red light continues its quiet vigil, unchanged, unbothered, it begins to feel less like a marker of time and more like a presence that understands. Not judgmental, not impatient, it simply is. And in that stillness between your thoughts, you might notice how little distance there really is between the glow on the wall and the warmth beneath your skin. How both are steady, how neither demands action. The light doesn't flicker because you're restless. It holds its shape not despite your silence, but because of it. Like a hand placed gently on your shoulder, not to push forward, but to say, you don't have to do anything now. There's no need to calculate how much longer this will go, how many minutes remain until morning, or whether you've slept enough, or if tomorrow will be better for having stayed awake. The clock doesn't ask those things, it just keeps glowing, not in warning, not in mockery, but as proof that time can move without dragging you along with it. You don't have to race towards sleep, because the night isn't running from you either. It's staying, and so are you, just here. Let your body remember what it knows. That rest doesn't require permission. That stillness is not emptiness. That lying down without purpose can be a kind of offering, not to sleep, but to being. The weight in your limbs isn't failure, it's fullness. The heaviness beneath your chest isn't burden, it's grounding. Like roots spreading deeper than you've named, like soil that doesn't need to speak to know its depth. You don't have to do anything with this feeling, just let it sink. And if a thought arises, like the old one, I should be asleep by now, or what's wrong with me, why isn't this happening? Let it come like a leaf drifting across still water. Not something you must catch, not something you need to answer. Let it float past without following, without naming it, without giving it space to take root. It doesn't matter if it returns again. What matters is that you don't feed it, that you let the red light remain a constant, calm enough to hold even uncertainty. You might notice how your breathing has slowed, not because you told it to, but because it found its own rhythm beneath all the wanting. Like water moving slowly through stone, like air passing through laves in deep forest at dawn. There's no urgency, no need to reach any point, just a flow that exists on its own terms. And now softly notice how your awareness has shifted again, not toward effort or desire, but toward texture. The texture of stillness, not smooth, not perfect, but real, like the way silence feels when it's not empty, but full in its own quiet way. Full like a room after everyone has left, where only dust moves in slow light and time is soft around the edges. You don't have to name what you're feeling. You don't even need to know if it's sleep or dreaming or just being. It doesn't matter which label fits. What matters is that you're not resisting it. That when doubt comes, when the mind whispers, is this enough? Is this real? You let it drift, like a breath unspoken, like a word said too softly to be heard. The red light remains, not as an enemy, not as a reminder of time lost, but as a quiet companion, one that doesn't speak in urgency but in presence. It stays even when you're not looking, even when you don't believe it's there. And in its glow, something else begins to form, not effort, not focus, not control, but acceptance. Not of sleep itself, but of this moment exactly as it is. Not because it should be different, not because it needs fixing, but simply because it is. And if your mind drifts again, not toward planning or worry or memories past, but toward a sense of space, the kind that comes when you stop searching, when you stop measuring how much time has passed or how far you've gone, then let that be enough. Let it be its own place. A soft interior where nothing needs to happen, where no thought needs to arrive, where being is not something you earn, but simply something you are. The night doesn't care about your progress. It doesn't measure you by hours slept or dreams remembered. It just is. And so do you on this long stretch between breaths, between thoughts, between wakefulness and what comes next. Not trying to be anything other than what is, a body lying still, a mind quieted not by force but by surrender, a presence that doesn't need to prove itself. The red light glows on the wall, unchanged, unbothered, and now you notice how it casts no shadows, only soft edges, Like time itself has softened around you, not fastened, not rigid, just letting be. And in that space, the kind where even thought begins to feel unnecessary, you may begin to sense something deeper, not an idea, but a quiet knowing. That sleep isn't something you must reach for. It's not a prize at the end of effort. It's not a goal you earn by lying still long enough. It's simply what happens when you stop fighting. Not because you've won, but because you no longer need to. And so, without any command from you, the mind loosens its grip. The body releases its hold on the idea of being awake. There is no moment when sleep begins, only a slow letting go that has been happening all along, like water seeping through cracked earth, like roots returning to soil after years in the sun. You don't have to believe it's coming. You don't even need to hope for it. Just stay here with your breath, with your body, with the red light on the wall, like a stone resting at the bottom of still water. Not moving, not trying, just being present in the quiet truth of this. And if you drift further now, if thoughts come less often, if time feels like it's not ticking but breathing, you don't need to question whether you're sleeping. You don't have to check where you are or how far you've gone. Let it be enough that you're no longer pushing. That resistance has melted away, not into nothingness, but into a kind of fullness. Not the absence of thought, but its quiet. Not the end of awareness, but its softening. And the red light, it still glows, not as a challenge, not as a countdown, but as proof that you're not alone in this slow descent, that the night is holding you even when you don't know it's happening, even when you can't feel it. It doesn't ask for gratitude. It doesn't need you to wake up and say, "Thank you." It just stays, calm, steady, waiting not for your arrival, but for your release. And so you stay, not in effort, not in longing, but in a kind of quiet presence that feels older than time itself, like something ancient has finally remembered how to rest. Not because it was told to, but because it no longer needs to try. The night moves forward, slow, patient, unwavering, and you are not ahead or behind, you're simply here. In the space between breaths, between thoughts, between what you thought sleep should be and what it is right now, a quiet unfolding that doesn't require you to guide it. Just breathe. Just be. Just let go again and again, like water falling from leaves in silence. The red light glows on the wall. And somewhere beneath all of this, the old self, the one who knew how to rest without permission, is still here. Not trying, not waiting, just resting. And you are beginning to remember that it's okay to stay with them. You are not late. You are not behind. The clock has no claim on you now. Its numbers mean nothing beyond their glow, like embers left after a fire has gone quiet. There's no demand in that red light anymore, no judgment in its steady pulse. It simply is, and so are you, not the version of yourself who checks the time, not the one who counts breaths or measures stillness by how long it takes to drift. You are the part that doesn't care about hours, the part that lives beneath urgency, beneath the need to be somewhere else. And here, in this unmarked space between wake and sleep, where the mind has stopped pretending to work, you begin to feel something older than effort, a kind of knowing that doesn't have to be proven. There is no timeline inside you now. No invisible deadline, no internal voice whispering "get there faster." The red light still glows, but it no longer speaks in minutes or seconds. It speaks only in presence, like the way sunlight touches a wall at dawn, not because it's trying to wake anything, but simply because that is what light does when it finds a surface. You don't have to respond. You don't have to change. You are already where you need to be, still enough to feel the soft pull of gravity beneath your body, heavy and true. Like the earth itself has grown tired of standing watch and decided to lie down beside you. And so you do too, just for a moment, just as the world does when it knows no one is watching. The weight in your limbs isn't burden, it's invitation. A slow surrender into gravity that asks nothing in return. Let it sink deeper now, not like falling, but like remembering how to rest after walking for days without pause. Your hands lie open on top of you, not grasping anything, not holding on to thought or memory. They are simply there, warm, quiet, unburdened by the need to do. Even your fingertips have stopped wondering what comes next. The air is still around you, not because it's frozen, but because nothing needs moving. No wind to carry worry, no current to pull you toward a future that doesn't exist yet. Time isn't flowing forward here, it's not going anywhere at all. It has paused in the way silence does when something true takes over, not empty but full. Full of what cannot be named, only felt. A kind of thickness in the dark, the kind that doesn't rush to fill itself with noise or motion. Just being. And you are learning how to stay within it, not by doing more, but by doing less. Not by trying harder to sleep, but by stopping the quiet war against wakefulness. You don't need to fix this moment. You don't have to make it better. You just need to be here, with your breath, with your body, with the slow rhythm of stillness that has no beginning and no end. It's okay if you're not asleep yet. It's okay if thoughts come faint like echoes in a long corridor. They don't have to mean anything. They don't need to be answered. Let them pass through your mind like dust motes in sunlight, visible for a moment, then gone. No story attached, no weight, just passing by like birds flying over a field you'll never see. The red light still glows on the wall, but now it doesn't feel like an accusation. It feels more like a companion. A quiet witness to something that cannot be rushed, not waiting for you to arrive, not counting how long you've been here, just glowing in its own rhythm, steady, unchanging, as if time were made of breath and not numbers. You are beginning to understand, sleep is not the opposite of wakefulness. It's not a switch you flip. It's not something that arrives after performance. It's not earned by lying still long enough or thinking fewer thoughts. Sleep is simply what happens when effort stops being necessary, when resistance dissolves into acceptance, not because you've done anything right, but because you no longer feel the need to be anything at all. And so you stay, just breathing, just being, just letting go of the idea that you have to do something with this night. You don't have to get anywhere. There's no destination on the other side of exhaustion, no prize for surviving until morning. The only thing required is presence, not effort, not endurance, but quiet attention to what already exists. Your body, your breath, your place in the dark. There's a stillness now that isn't empty. It holds something soft and slow, like roots growing underground without anyone seeing, like water moving through rock, carving paths no one knows about. You don't need to see it. You don't have to feel it all at once. Just let yourself be in the kind of quiet where time doesn't matter and nothing has to happen. The red light still glows, not as a barrier, not as an obstacle, but as proof that you're not alone in this slow letting go. That the night is holding space for you even when you don't feel it. Even when your mind keeps scanning, checking, wondering if anything's changed. It doesn't matter. You are already within it, within the quiet, within the dark, within the soft surrender of just being. And somewhere beneath all this, the part that hasn't forgotten how to rest without permission is waking up again, not from sleep, but from the dream of needing to control it. The old self is returning, not as a figure with answers or power, but as an awareness that needs nothing, no hours, no plans, no reassurance, just stillness, just presence. You don't need to reach for it. It's already here, breathing beside you in silence, lying just beneath the surface of thought like a stone at the bottom of a pond. You are not reaching for sleep now. You are not chasing wakefulness either. You're simply resting, and that is enough. That is everything. The night moves forward, not fast, not slow, but with its own gentle rhythm, like breath in and out, like roots settling into soil. and you. You are no longer trying to keep up, no longer measuring, no longer holding on. Just being. In the soft glow of red light. In the quiet truth of this moment. In the slow return to what has always been there, unseen, unasked for, already present. And if you drift now, if thoughts come less often, if your body feels heavier than before, if time seems not to pass but simply exist, you don't need to know where you are. You don't have to name it or understand it. Just stay. Like water finding its level. Like roots remembering the dark. Like breath returning home. You're not far from the place where time stops meaning anything, not because it has vanished, but because you no longer need to measure it. The red glow still pulses faintly, like a quiet pulse beneath skin, and now you notice how its light doesn't burn or pull at your eyes. It simply is. Not demanding, not judging, not reminding. It's part of the dark, not apart from it. Like the rhythm of blood in a vein, or the slow breath of something deep underground that has never needed to rush. There is no urgency here, not for you, not for the night, not even for sleep itself. You don't need to arrive anywhere. There is no finish line behind your eyelids. No checkpoint where someone says, "Good job, now you're asleep." The only thing happening now is what's already happening, your body settling into its own shape on the mattress, sinking a little deeper with each breath as if gravity has become kinder. You don't have to do anything to make it happen, not even try. The mind still flickers sometimes, like a candle in wind, but not with panic. It flickers like a fire that's low and safe, burning quietly without need for fuel. There is no effort behind the thoughts anymore. No chasing them away, no holding on. They pass through you, not as intruders but as visitors who don't stay long, like birds crossing the sky at night, leaving only shadow before vanishing into dark. You are learning how to be in a space where nothing needs to change. Not your breath, not your body, not the way your thoughts drift like leaves on water. You're not fixing anything. You're not trying to make time go faster or slower. You're simply allowing it, this night, this stillness, this quiet ache of being awake and yet already at peace. And so you rest, not because you've earned it, but because the idea that you must earn anything has begun to fade. There is no account to balance, no debt owed to yourself for not sleeping earlier. You don't have to pay back lost hours with extra effort tomorrow. The night isn't asking you to prove anything. You can be this heavy without needing to justify it. This still, this soft, this quiet, these aren't failures of will. They're not signs that something is wrong. They are the natural shape of being when no one is watching, when there's no audience for your rest. The red light doesn't care if you're asleep or awake. It only knows how to glow, not brightly, not insistently, but steadily, like a pulse in the quiet dark. And somewhere beneath that glow, something deeper has begun to stir, not with intention, but with memory. A memory of what it feels like to be unburdened by time, to move through darkness without needing to see where you're going. There is no map here, no compass, just breath moving in and out, steady as a tide that never stops. You are not walking towards sleep, you are already inside it, even if your eyes stay open. The kind of sleep that isn't about falling into unconsciousness, but about letting go of the belief that you have to do anything at all. Your hands lie loose on your chest, not stiff with tension, not clenched from worry. They're simply resting, warm, quiet, accepting their own weight. Your feet are no longer trying to push against the bed or pull away from it. They just rest there, grounded in stillness, like stones at the bottom of a stream that have forgotten they were ever lifted. And your mind, it isn't racing anymore, not because you've cleared it, but because it's finally stopped needing to be clear. There is no need to understand every thought, trace every feeling back to its source. The questions don't matter now. Why can't I sleep? The weight of that phrase has dissolved, not answered, not defeated, just released. The night doesn't offer answers. It offers only this, presence without condition. A space where you are allowed to be exactly as you are, not trying to become more peaceful, not fighting your way into rest. You don't have to get anything, you just need to stay. There is a quietness now that isn't silence. It's full of things that can't be heard. Roots growing slowly in soil, water moving beneath stone, the slow unfolding of something ancient and patient. It moves without sound, without hurry, without needing permission. And you are beginning to feel it, this pulse not in your chest, but deeper still, where breath meets stillness, where thought dissolves into what comes after thinking. There is no edge here, no boundary between awake and asleep, just a soft turning inward, a gentle folding of the self into the dark. You don't need to keep track of how long this lasts. You don't have to remember it later. The night doesn't care if you forget it. It only cares that you're here, really here, not in some future moment when you've finally made sleep arrive, but right now, in the quiet between breaths. There is no demand for performance, no need to prove your worth by how long you stay awake or how quickly you fall asleep. You are not being judged, not measured, not expected to do anything at all. The red light still glows, not as a reminder of time past, but as evidence of presence. It's not counting down, it's not ticking away. It's just there, steady, quiet, holding the space like an old friend who knows your name even when you've forgotten it yourself. And so you stay, not waiting for anything, not trying to be anywhere else, just resting in a way that doesn't require effort or intention. Like a tree whose roots have grown deep enough they no longer need to reach. There is a softness now that isn't weakness, it's the kind of strength that comes from not fighting, from knowing you don't need to fix anything, control anything, change anything. You are simply breathing, simply being, simply letting go, not because you've done something right, but because it feels true. Your body has stopped needing to explain itself. Your mind has stopped needing to perform. The night holds all of it, your stillness, your weight, your breath, as if it were always meant to be here. You don't have to understand how this works. You don't need to know what happens next. You don't even need to want anything at all. Just stay in the quiet where time doesn't matter and nothing has to happen, where rest isn't something you achieve, but something that simply is. And if your thoughts come again, not as alarms, not as demands, but as clouds passing through a sky so vast they don't even cast shadows, you can let them drift. No need to follow, no need to judge. Just let them pass, like birds flying low over the dark fields at dawn. There is no goal, there is no destination. There's only this, breath in and out, and in again, slow and soft, like water finding its way through rock, carving paths that don't need names. And somewhere beneath all this, the part of you that never learned how to sleep under pressure has finally remembered what it feels like to be held by the night without needing to earn it, without having to prove anything, without ever needing to try. You are not being watched, you are not being measured, you're simply allowed to be exactly as you are, and in that, there is a kind of peace that doesn't need to speak, it just is. You are sinking into a kind of stillness that doesn't require effort, because it's not something you're doing, it's something you've stopped resisting. The red glow continues its quiet vigil across your field of vision, not as an interruption, but as a companion to the dark. It is no longer a signal of time lost or moments slipping by. It is simply part of the room now, like dust motes in moonlight, like the faint hum of electricity that has become indistinguishable from silence. You are not reacting to it, you are not measuring it, you are not trying to outlast it. There's a quiet inside you, so still it feels like depth rather than absence. It isn't empty, it is full in a way that doesn't need names, full of breath, full of weight, full of the slow rhythm of being here without needing to be anywhere else. This space within you has no schedule, no deadline, no expectation of performance. The mind stills not because it's been told to, but because there is nothing left to do, no task left unfinished, no thought that must be answered. And so you stay, held in the dark like a seed beneath snow, waiting not for spring, but for its own natural unfolding. There is no need to rush what is already happening. The body knows how to rest even when the mind forgets how. The breath moves on its own now, not guided by intention, but carried forward by something older than thought, deeper than memory. It flows like a current beneath silence, not needing to be noticed, only needing to be. You don't have to think about whether this is working. You don't need to know if you're close to sleep or far from it. The word sleep itself feels too heavy now, too much like effort, too much like a goal that must be reached. But what's happening isn't reaching. It's letting. It's being held by the night not as a guest, but as someone who has always belonged. The clock still glows, but it is no longer counting down. It is just there, a quiet pulse in the dark, like a heartbeat that doesn't belong to you yet feels familiar. You don't need to understand what it means. You only need to allow its presence without resistance. Let it be part of the atmosphere, like the warmth in your hands, like the soft pressure against your back where you lie on the mattress. These are not signs of wakefulness. They are parts of the same quiet, woven together. There is a kind of peace that isn't found by trying to fix anything. It's discovered when you stop believing you must earn rest, when you realize that being here, just lying in bed, breathing slowly, letting thoughts pass like shadows over a field, is not failure but surrender. And surrender is not weakness. It's the most natural thing of all. You are no longer fighting to fall asleep. You are no longer waiting for sleep to come as if it were a visitor who must be invited with politeness and preparation. No, sleep isn't coming because you've done enough. It's here already, beneath your awareness, in the slow drop of your shoulders, in the softening of your jaw, in the way your feet feel heavy and warm against the sheets. There is no moment when it starts, only moments where you stop trying to control how long it takes. And so the time between breaths grows longer, not because you're forcing it, but because there's nothing left to push against. The pressure lifts, not with a bang, but like fog dissolving at dawn. Your thoughts don't need to be silenced. They can come and go, like leaves floating down a slow river. You don't have to follow them. You don't even have to notice them. They pass through the quiet of your mind not as intrusions, but as part of the landscape, the kind of passing that doesn't leave ripples. And beneath all this, the awareness you've been trying so hard to reach has finally come to rest in its own truth. You are already here, not waiting for sleep, not struggling with time, not measuring yourself against a clock or some imagined ideal. You are simply being exactly as you are, and that is enough. The red light still glows, not as an enemy of the dark, but as one of its quiet witnesses. It doesn't demand your attention. It only reminds you you are not late. You have not missed anything. There's no need to hurry, no reason to feel behind. The night has been waiting for you all along, with patience that never wavers. You don't need to do anything, not even breathe, not even think. Just stay, let the body sink deeper, like a stone in still water. Let your thoughts drift not because they've lost direction, but because they no longer have to carry weight. There's a warmth spreading through you, not from outside, but from within, a quiet heat that isn't excitement or arousal. It's simply presence, the kind of warmth that comes when the mind stops trying to stay in control and lets go into something older than thought, into the deep rhythm that lives beneath effort, that doesn't care about clocks, doesn't measure time by minutes past. You are not failing because you're still awake. You are not winning because you've fallen asleep. There is no win or loss here, only being in its simplest form, breathing, lying down, allowing the dark to hold you without question. And as you continue to rest, not striving, not chasing, you begin to notice how little effort it takes to be this still. How easy it is when there's nothing left to prove. The mind slows not because it has been told to, but because there's no longer a need to stay awake. The red glow remains steady and soft, and you are beginning to feel it not as an intruder on the dark, but as part of its quiet language. A signal that isn't about time at all. It is simply saying, you are here, and that is enough. You don't need a reason to be, you don't need permission, you don't even need to understand what's happening. Just stay soft in the dark, heavy with stillness, warm with presence. The body knows how to rest. The breath knows its own path. The mind doesn't have to do anything except stop trying. And so you let go, not with a crash, but with a sigh that comes from somewhere deep beneath thought. There's no need to reach for sleep. There's no need to fear wakefulness. You are not behind, you are not ahead. You are simply exactly as you are. And in that, there is a kind of peace, so quiet it doesn't make a sound at all. You are not trying to arrive anywhere now. There's no destination on this side of stillness. The red light still pulses softly, a quiet pulse beneath your eyelids, and it doesn't matter if you see it or not anymore. It has stopped meaning time and started meaning only presence. Like the hum in an old building that fades into the walls after years of being ignored. They're one moment, gone the next, but somehow still there, just quieter. You're learning to hear things that don't need your attention. The way silence isn't empty but full, to a kind of quiet depth that holds everything without naming it. You've stopped measuring how long you've been lying here by seconds or minutes. There's no calendar in the dark, no schedule, just this breath, slow and deep as if drawn up from somewhere older than memory, some place where time is not linear but layered, like sediment under a lake bed. You are resting not on a surface, but within a depth that has always been there. Not because you've earned it or fought for it, but simply because your body remembers how to return. The air around you isn't cold nor warm, it's just there holding you without effort. It doesn't rush in or out. It stays exactly where it is, like a thought that has stopped needing expression. You don't need to think about breathing anymore. Your lungs are remembering their own rhythm, not the one you taught them when anxiety first started its campaign. This breath isn't for control. It's not even intentional. It flows through you as if guided by something deeper than will. And in that flow, the way your chest rises and falls without command, you begin to sense a kind of weightlessness beneath the heaviness. Not lightness like floating, but stillness with space around it, like being at rest in water, so calm there's no difference between surface and depth. You are not sinking, you are not rising. There is only this, an awareness that doesn't need to be active. It simply is. Like the way roots grow underground without knowing they're growing, or how moss spreads across stone without deciding when to stop. There's no goal in your body now, no target for relaxation, no prize for surrendering, just this quiet unfolding, not towards sleep but beyond it. Beyond effort, beyond expectation, even beyond wanting to be asleep. The mind doesn't have to earn its rest anymore. It doesn't need a reason to stop fighting. You are not failing because your eyes stay open. You are not succeeding because they close. There's no scorecard here, only the rhythm of being. And that red glow, it has stopped shouting at you. It doesn't demand anything, not even silence. It just stays, a soft reminder that time moves on its own terms, and so can you, not faster, not slower, just in step with something quieter than speed, something older than urgency. You are beginning to notice how much of your effort has been spent trying to be asleep, how often the body tenses not because it's tired, but because the mind is still racing toward a finish line that doesn't exist. But now there's no race. There's only this, a slow letting down into the shape you've always already occupied, the one your spine knows by heart, even when your thoughts have forgotten. There's warmth in the center of your chest, not heat, not anxiety, but a kind of still glow like embers held under ash. It doesn't flare, it doesn't need to be fed, it just is, and it feels familiar, like something you've known before, even if only for an instant long ago. Your thoughts don't come in waves anymore. They drift now like smoke from a fire that's burned out but still lingers. No longer urgent, no longer demanding attention, They pass through your awareness not as interruptions, but as echoes of old habits, remnants of a mind that used to believe it had to be doing something just to exist. But you don't need to do anything now, not even think about doing nothing. The body is learning how to stay without permission. It's realizing that rest isn't earned. It's not granted by effort or discipline. Rest is simply what happens when the mind stops resisting its own nature. And so slowly, you are letting go of the idea that you need to get somewhere. You don't have to fall asleep. You don't even have to be in any particular way. There's no requirement for your thoughts to quiet down. No rule that says you must be still. All you're doing is allowing, just as water allows itself to fill a basin or the earth receives rain without asking why. The red light still glows, not because it matters, but because it's part of this moment. It doesn't mean anything now, it just is, like your breath, like your heartbeat, like the way your hands lie heavy at your sides, not needing to do anything, not even rest, just being held by gravity and dark. You are not behind in time, you are not ahead either. Time is no longer a wall you're trying to climb or a river you're racing against. It's simply what moves around you, not through you, not inside you, just present, like air, like shadow, like the quiet between heartbeats. And as you stay, just staying, the edges of awareness begin to blur not into sleep, but into something deeper, an acceptance that doesn't require action, a kind of knowing that isn't thought, but being. The mind stops trying to interpret everything. It stops needing answers. It just lets the dark hold it without asking for proof. You are not falling asleep, you're simply being allowed to rest where you already are. There's no transition, no shift, no moment when I finally got there. Just this, a deepening into stillness that feels less like effort and more like return, like coming home to something that has never left. The red light pulses softly again, not as an interruption, but as part of the quiet music of the night. A single note in a silence so vast it doesn't need harmony, it just is, and you are not separate from it, you're not struggling with it. There's no you trying to escape it or embrace it. You are simply here, worn down by effort, yes, but also lifted up by surrender. Not because you've done enough, but because you've stopped pretending you need to do anything at all. And so the dark holds you, not as a container, not as an absence, but as a presence of its own. A kind of gentle gravity that doesn't pull you down, but lets you sink into what already exists. Stillness without striving, rest without resistance. You are not late, you have never been behind. The night didn't begin when the lights went out, it began long before that. It has waited for you with a patience so deep it cannot be named. And now, just now, you're beginning to believe it, not because you've figured anything out, but because your body no longer needs to prove itself. You are not being held by anything, and yet you are held completely. Not by hands, not by walls, not even by your own body, though it's there soft and solid beneath you like a quiet promise. The red light still pulses, but now its rhythm matches something older in the dark. The slow pulse of time that doesn't count minutes or hours, just breaths and pauses between them. It's not measuring anything anymore. It has stopped trying to matter. And so do you. There is no need to track how long it's been since you first noticed the glow. No reason to calculate whether you've wasted time by lying here awake. The clock doesn't care, you don't have to care either. This moment isn't a delay in getting somewhere else. It's not even on the way. It is its own place, just as real and full as any other. A quiet room with no doors, an open sky without stars, a silence so thick it feels like depth. You are sinking, not down into nothingness, but into something that already holds everything you've ever needed. Not because you're trying to find it, not because you're searching or reaching or hoping, but simply because your body has stopped pushing against the dark. It's released its grip on urgency, on expectation, on the old idea that rest must be earned through effort. And so the darkness grows softer, not darker in shade, but richer in presence. Like velvet that doesn't need to be seen to be felt. Like warmth you don't have to chase, just lie within it and let it settle into your skin, not as heat, but as stillness. Your breath has slowed now, almost imperceptibly. Not because you told it to, but because there's no reason for it to rush. It moves in and out like water flowing through a riverbed that doesn't remember what speed means. There is no direction, only movement. No goal, only continuation. You don't need to control it, don't even need to notice it. It is happening, and so are you. There's no separation between your breath and the air around you, between your thoughts and the quiet that holds them, between the red glow on the wall and the rest of the room. It all belongs to one single unbroken field of presence. Not a thing apart, nothing missing. No part of this moment that feels like it doesn't belong. The frustration has left not by being replaced, but by dissolving, like salt in water, like fog at dawn. It didn't vanish because you forced it away. It slipped through your awareness without resistance, without protest, as though it had never been real to begin with. You don't have to get rid of anything. You don't need to fix what's broken or polish the edges of your mind. What's needed is not correction, but surrender, not effort, but presence. And you are beginning to taste that, a quiet sweetness in simply being allowed to be here without purpose, without proof, without performance. The time between heartbeats stretches now, not because it's slow, but because there's no rush to fill it. It holds space not for thoughts or memories, but for the feeling of just being, not doing anything. Not even resting, just existing in a way that doesn't require explanation. There is no you trying to fall asleep, and no one who has failed at staying awake. There's only this, your body lying still, not because it wants to sleep, but because it remembers how to stop fighting. The mind isn't quiet because you told it to be, it's quiet because it knows there's nothing left to do. And the red light, it pulses again, softly, gently, as if in conversation with something older than time itself. Not a warning, not an alarm, just a note in a song that plays without music, a rhythm that belongs to no one and everyone at once. It doesn't matter what it says. What's important is how it feels, not intrusive, not demanding, just part of the space you're resting in. Like rain falling on stone, not making sound, but changing shape over time, not needing to be noticed, only experienced. You are not waiting for sleep. You are not even waiting for peace. There is no after anymore, no moment when things will finally settle down or become different. This is already the end of the search. This is where you've always been, in the quiet between breaths, in the stillness that doesn't need to be earned. There's nothing left to prove, not even your existence. You don't have to show anything to anyone, least of all to yourself. No performance, no act, no effort required. The night has already accepted you without asking for credentials or results. It holds you not as a guest, but as kin. And so the dark deepens, not into emptiness, but into fullness. Like the silence inside a bell after it's rung, no sound left, only resonance. A hollow that isn't empty, but rich with what has passed through, the memory of breath, of stillness, of letting go. You are not falling asleep. You're becoming more aware of the space where awareness doesn't need to do anything, where thought isn't needed to understand, where feeling is just being felt. There's no goal in this moment, and that's why it feels so complete. Not because you've achieved something, but because you've stopped needing to achieve anything at all. The red light pulses again, once, twice, and then fades slightly as if breathing out. It doesn't need to stay bright, doesn't have to prove it's there. It simply exists in the quiet, like a whisper that doesn't want to be heard but can't help being felt. And you are not trying to escape it, not clinging to it either. You're just here, worn down by years of effort, yes, and yet also so deeply held that you no longer feel like you need to hold yourself up. There is a softness in the air now, not temperature, but texture. A kind of stillness with weight, like sunlight on old wood or water settling into rock. It's not gentle because it's supposed to be, it's just itself, without trying. And so your body gives in, not all at once, but slowly, like a tide returning without resistance. The muscles soften one by one, not tensed and released, but allowed to unclench as if they've forgotten how to tighten. The jaw loosens, the shoulders sink deeper into the mattress, even the fingers relax their grip on nothing. No need to guide them, no instruction needed, they just let go. And the mind, oh, the mind doesn't stop thinking, but it stops fighting what's already there. It no longer scrambles to fix things or avoid discomfort. It simply watches thoughts come and go like clouds passing through a sky that has never asked for permission. There is no judgment in this quiet, no good or bad about being awake or asleep, just the feeling of being held by your own body, by time, by the dark, by something so vast it doesn't even have a name. You don't need to be somewhere else. You don't have to become anything different. The night didn't begin when you turned off the light. It began long before that, in the slow turn of the earth, in the quiet breath of the world between heartbeats. And now, just now, you are beginning to believe it isn't waiting for you to arrive. It's been here all along. And so are you, not behind, not lost, just resting where you always were. There's no need to measure how much of you remains awake, only that you are still here, still present, still allowed. The red light hasn't vanished, but it doesn't demand your attention anymore. It pulses softly now like a heartbeat felt through the floorboards or the quiet throb beneath the skin when blood slows in deep rest. You don't need to name it, don't even have to acknowledge it. It's just part of the space you're resting in, the way the night holds all things without sorting them into important or unnoticed. There's no difference between what is seen and what isn't, because nothing needs to be seen at all. You are not trying to hide from time, nor are you chasing it. You don't have to outrun the minutes that stretch like taffy in slow heat. They're just moving through your body as if they've always been there, like water flowing into a long-held basin. The hours aren't slipping away, they're settling around you, not rushing past but sinking into place, becoming part of the shape you occupy right now. And that shape isn't one of effort or resistance. It's something older than posture, deeper than breath. It's simply being. There is no beginning to this moment and no end, only a slow unfolding like roots spreading through soil without haste. The mind doesn't ask when, it just lets go of the need for an answer. That question, the one that keeps flickering in the background, isn't gone, but it isn't loud either. It's not calling you back to action or alertness. It's just a quiet hum, like electricity running through wires that have long since stopped being used. And so you let it stay. You don't silence it. You don't welcome it. You simply allow it to be part of the air, as if it were fog drifting across a field at dawn. The night has no schedule for you. It doesn't care what time it is or whether your body remembers how to sleep. It only knows this, that you are here and you belong. And so do all your thoughts, even the ones that feel restless, even the ones that whisper you should be somewhere else, even the ones that cling too tightly to past worries as if they were anchors. Let them float in the dark like leaves on a slow-moving stream, carried along not by force, but by stillness. There's no pressure now to make something happen. No need for sleep to arrive like a guest with an appointment. You're not waiting anymore, not even for peace, not even for release. There is only this, the weight of your body in the mattress, the way it fits into its own shape without needing to adjust or correct. The slight give where your spine meets the bed, like soft earth holding a tree that has long since stopped growing but still stands. And beneath all of that, there's something even deeper, the rhythm not of breath, not of pulse, but of presence itself. A kind of quiet hum, like soundless vibration in bone or blood, not a signal, not an alarm, just the deep down knowing that you're alive, not because you've done anything, not because you've succeeded at sleeping, but simply because you are here. The red light flickers once more, just one pulse, and then it doesn't come back with urgency. It glows faintly now like a forgotten ember, glowing in its own time, unbothered by your attention or lack of it. You don't have to watch it die out. You don't even need to notice when it's gone. You're already beyond needing proof that you are awake or asleep. That distinction has blurred into something else, a kind of half-light where wakefulness and rest aren't enemies, but quiet neighbors sharing the same room. There's no war between them, no struggle for dominance. They simply exist side by side in the dark, like two kinds of stillness that have learned to coexist. And so your body stays deepening, not into sleep, not exactly, but into a state where sleep is no longer something you must reach. It isn't ahead of you on some invisible path. It's already here, in every part of you that has stopped resisting its own nature. In the way your fingers lie without tension, in the slight shift of your chest, as breath settles deeper than it ever has before. The mind doesn't need to be quiet, it only needs not to fight what is. There's a difference between silence and stillness. Silence is absence, stillness is fullness, and you're not silent, you are still. You're in the space where thoughts come like rain, but don't leave puddles behind. You don't have to become anything different to be at peace. In fact, there's no you that needs becoming, only this, a body that knows how to rest without permission, and a mind that has stopped trying to control time or prove its worth. The red light may still glow faintly, but it doesn't matter anymore, not because you've mastered it, but because you no longer care. There's no need to escape the night. There's no need to outrun the hours. You're not late, you're not behind. Time isn't waiting for you to catch up. It's simply moving forward on its own, as if nothing about your presence matters, and yet everything does. And so you stay, just breathing, just resting, just being, not trying to change anything, not even yourself. There's no goal anymore, no when or how. Only the quiet certainty that this is enough, that you are already where you need to be, that what has been lost isn't gone. It's only waiting in the dark, like a name remembered after years of forgetting. There's no effort required now, only presence. And that presence feels less like willpower and more like surrender, not giving up, but letting go into something larger than intention. The air is thick with silence, but not empty. It's full of all the things you've carried without knowing, memories you didn't know you still held, feelings too soft to name, a kind of tenderness that doesn't need an object to be real. And in this thickness, the slow deepening, there's no separation between inside and outside anymore. No border between mind and body, thought and breath, time and now. You're not lying in bed, you're sinking into the shape of the night itself. There is only this, a quiet that isn't silence but something deeper, a kind of listening without ears, a feeling without sensation, and yet still a fullness, not because you've done anything, but simply because you're here. You don't have to earn rest, you don't even have to want it. It's not a prize for effort or a reward for patience. It's just given, like air, like darkness, like the way roots grow without knowing where they're going. And so your body lets go, not in one moment, but over many, like snow falling on a field that never knew winter was coming, softly, without demand, without expectation. The red light doesn't pulse again. It just is. And you are here. Not searching, not trying, just being, with nothing to prove. No need to arrive. No one waiting for your permission. Just this, the slow, steady depth of a night that doesn't care how long it takes, because it's already been happening. The clock's glow is no longer a signal, not even an echo of urgency, just light falling across the edge of your vision like dust settling on glass. It doesn't call to you anymore, You've stopped measuring its pulse against your own breath. There's no rhythm between them now, no contest. The red numbers are simply there, the way shadows shift after dark, not meaning anything but existing in their quiet persistence. You're beginning to notice how time isn't a thing that passes, like water through fingers, but something that lives inside you like warmth beneath the skin. Not fast or slow, not long or short, just present. And because it's no longer an enemy, not even a rival, there's space for other things. The way your shoulder rests just slightly lower than the other side now, how one foot has turned inward without effort, as if guided by something older than awareness. The air around you feels thicker, not with weight, but with absence of demand. There's no pressure to respond, no need to move toward anything or away from it. It's not like forgetting time, it's more like unlearning the habit of watching for it. You don't forget your name in this stillness, you just stop needing to say it. There is a kind of listening here that doesn't rely on ears. A sense of what comes before sound, behind thought, the soft hum beneath all things when nothing needs explanation, like roots stretching through soil without knowing they're searching for nourishment. Not trying, just growing in the dark where no one sees and no one judges. The thoughts don't come back to you as interruptions now, they drift like leaves across a pond that doesn't ripple when touched. They pass, but leave nothing behind. No residue, no memory of having been there at all. And still, there's awareness. Not sharp or bright, not searching, but steady. Like the way moss grows on stone, slow, quiet, indifferent to time. You're beginning to understand that presence isn't something you hold on to. It doesn't need your permission. It simply is. There is no you who has arrived at it. No one standing here saying, I'm finally here. Just this moment, deepening in the way water sinks into earth without noise. And maybe that's what sleep really is, not an event to be reached or a destination to arrive at, but just another name for stillness when resistance dissolves. Not absence of thought, but presence of being, a kind of softness not earned through effort, but simply allowed. The night isn't waiting for you to finish your work on it. It's already finished with itself, like clouds that dissolve into air without trying to become anything else. You don't have to change how long this takes. You don't even need to know when the hours end or begin. There is no beginning, and there will be no ending, not in any way you can grasp. Only continuation, the slow unfolding of a single breath carried on through all that comes after sleeplessness, after worry, after the fear that says, not yet. You're not behind because time isn't moving towards some future point where you'll finally be ready. It's already past everything you were afraid might happen, your anxiety, your restlessness, even your need to know what will come next. And now there is only this, a space so quiet it feels like memory of sound, the echo of stillness left behind when silence itself forgets how loud it ever was. There are no words for where this leads, no map, no compass, just the deepening, steady and unforced, like snow not falling on the ground, but becoming part of the sky's breath. You're not holding anything anymore, not effort, not expectation, not even your body as if it belonged to you alone. It belongs to this moment, to the dark, to the air that doesn't care about names or time zones or whether anyone is watching. The red light still glows, but now it feels like a kind of offering rather than an accusation. Not punishment for staying awake, but proof that even in resistance, there's continuity. Even in delay, there's presence. And you're not trying to escape the night anymore. You've stopped believing it was ever meant to be escaped at all. There is no beginning or end, only this, a depth where minutes don't matter because they aren't measured by any clock that still believes time can be owned. There's only weightlessness, not of body, but of meaning. No need for purpose anymore, just being here and knowing it matters not because you want it to, but simply because it is. You're sinking into a shape that isn't shaped at all. No edges, no boundaries, just softness folding inward like the quiet between two heartbeats in deep sleep, when even thought forgets what it was for. And somewhere beneath this stillness, the kind where effort dissolves before it can begin, you feel something older than wanting, not peace exactly, but a sense that you were never meant to fix anything. Not yourself, nor your mind, nor the hours of darkness between midnight and dawn. You don't need to solve why sleep won't come. You just need to stop asking about coming at all. There is no path forward, only this moment stretching like breath held too long in a quiet room where nothing moves but air, slow and full as it has always been. And now there's only the feeling of your skin letting go, not slowly, not suddenly, but simply allowing itself to be what it already was, soft, warm, unguarded, no longer holding on to anything because everything is already held, by this night, by stillness, by time that doesn't care about being watched or measured. The red light fades a little more now, not gone, but quieter, like a lamp in another room when no one's home anymore. And you are not searching for sleep. You're not trying to become sleepy. You're simply becoming, slowly, without demand, a kind of stillness that doesn't need a reason or an explanation. There is only the slow softening around your edges, the way warmth spreads beneath your ribs like roots finding their way into soil they never knew existed. And in this depth, you don't have to be anything. You're not trying to prove you're capable, worthy, present. There's no test being taken, no score being kept, just the quiet certainty that whatever is happening now, this deepening, this letting go, is already enough. You are here not because of effort or intention, but simply because you are. And in that being, there's a kind of fullness not built on wanting to arrive anywhere, but resting instead in what has always been true. That the night isn't against you, that time doesn't judge you. That stillness is not something earned, it's just given. Like breath, like darkness, like roots growing where no one sees. And so you stay, just this, no longer waiting, no longer watching, no longer afraid of how long it takes. Because the night already knows what you're learning, that some things aren't reached, they are simply remembered. You're not holding on to time anymore, and that's how it feels, like something has unknotted itself deep inside you, somewhere between breath and bone. The red glow is no longer a mark of failure, but a quiet witness, not counting, not judging, just being there like the pulse beneath skin when the body forgets it's moving at all. It doesn't need to mean anything, no urgency, no demand. It simply is, and in that stillness, you are allowed to be too. There's a weightlessness now, not of falling, but of release. Not floating exactly, but sinking into a kind of soft gravity where nothing pulls you toward the future or back into memory. You're not trying to arrive anywhere. There's no destination written on the dark, no signal saying you've made it. Just this, the deepening of being without effort, like water seeping through earth that doesn't know it's been dry for so long. And in that space, where expectation has dissolved, you begin to notice something else, not a sensation, but an absence, not emptiness, but unburdening. A quieting where even the idea of time is no longer present. It isn't gone, it just doesn't matter anymore. The hours don't press on you because they're no longer measuring your worth or marking how much you've lost. You can feel that now, the way stillness expands not by force, but by absence. Not a lack, but a letting go of the need to fill space with meaning. There's nothing to explain, nothing to justify, no reason why this moment should be different from any other. It isn't supposed to be better or worse, just here. And in that presence, something softer begins to grow, not an idea, not a decision, but a kind of remembering. Like roots reaching through silence where no one has walked before, finding their way down without knowing what they're searching for, only that the soil was always waiting. You don't have to understand it. You don't need to name it. It just is, and you are part of it. The night isn't a barrier anymore. It's not something to get through or survive. It's not an enemy nor a test. It's simply what is. Like breath in the chest after a long day when the lungs finally stop asking for more. You don't have to earn this quiet. You aren't being punished for staying awake. The red light doesn't accuse you. It merely reminds you that time moves on its own, without your permission and without needing yours. And so you let it move. Not with resistance, not with longing, but simply by allowing yourself to be carried by the dark, by the air, by this slow unspooling of attention where even thought forgets what it's meant to do. It doesn't need to think anymore. It doesn't need to solve anything. There is no right way for sleep to come. There never was. And yet you've spent so long believing there was some hidden formula, some perfect moment when everything clicks into place and the body finally says yes. But what if it's not about clicking? What if it's just about letting go of needing an answer? You don't have to be ready. You don't need permission. There is no gatekeeper at sleep's door, no one checking your credentials, your effort, your worthiness. The night doesn't ask you to prove yourself before allowing you in. It already lets you in, as you are. There's a warmth spreading now, not from heat, but from surrender. A quiet glow beneath the skin, like fire in stone that burns without flame. Not bright, not urgent, just steady. It doesn't need to be seen to exist. You don't have to know where it comes from. It just is, and you are inside it. And as this warmth moves deeper into your ribs, into your spine, into the hollows behind your eyes, there's no longer a sense of being separate from what is happening. No you trying to watch or control or understand. Just this, being held by something larger than thought, older than worry, quieter than silence. You aren't fighting time anymore, not because you've won, but because the fight never mattered. You were never meant to win it. You weren't made for victory over hours, over minutes, over moments that don't feel like they're going fast enough. That was always a story you told yourself, the one about how sleep is something to conquer. But now you see, it isn't conquest, it's not even arrival, it's just coming, not coming to anything, but simply returning slowly, without noise or demand, into the shape of stillness that has always been yours. There's no need to speed up or slow down, no reason to lean forward or pull back. You're already where you were meant to be, not because you arrived, but because you never left. And in this depth, where effort is not required and expectation has dissolved, you can begin to feel the night breathing with you. Not in you, exactly, but alongside you, like air that doesn't know it's moving, like darkness that doesn't need a name. There's no clock anymore, not because it's broken, but because it no longer matters. The red light still glows, yes, but now it feels less like a demand and more like a soft whisper. You're already here, not in some far-off future when everything is perfect, not after you've done enough or earned rest, but right now, exactly as you are. And that's all there ever was to be. That's the only truth that can hold you without breaking, because it doesn't ask for anything. It just is. You're not trying to sleep. You're not even trying to stop wanting to. You're simply allowing yourself to be, not in spite of being awake, but because of it. Because now you know, the night isn't waiting for you to become someone else before letting you rest. It's been holding space all along. There's a kind of fullness that comes not from filling time with action or purpose, but from emptying yourself into stillness so deep that even memory stops asking questions. You're not being watched. You aren't being judged. No one is counting your breaths. No voice in the back of your mind is saying you've failed because you haven't fallen asleep yet. There's only this, a kind of soft unfolding, like petals opening not for light, but simply because they can. And somewhere beneath it all, the place where thought has stopped trying to fix anything, you feel something older than time, Not peace exactly, not calm, something quieter, more fundamental, like the breath before speech, like the space between heartbeats when nothing is happening and everything is. You don't need to understand this moment. You don't have to remember it later. It doesn't need a title or a reason. It just is, and in being, it holds you. And so you let go, again, not with force, but with surrender. Not because you've lost the fight, but because you've finally stopped believing there was one at all. The red light still glows, but now it feels like a companion rather than a judge. A quiet presence in the room that doesn't demand anything and offers only continuity, proof that even when nothing happens, something remains. Not movement, not progress, but being, and you're part of that. You've never left. There's no path to follow, no finish line, just this, sinking deeper into a stillness where time isn't running away, it's just being, unhurried, untested, unmeasured. And in that unmeasured space, where even the idea of how long doesn't exist, you begin to feel something else. Not sleep, but belonging. Not arrival, but return. You were never lost. You were only waiting for a moment when you could stop believing that time had to be conquered and finally remember how to rest without permission. You're not chasing time, not even holding it in your hands anymore, just letting it drift like smoke through an open window, no longer clinging to anything. The red glow's still there, yes, but now you notice how its light doesn't burn or press against you. It rests on the wall like a quiet breath held too long by someone else, and you don't have to answer. You're not expected to move it, to change it, to make it mean something different than what it is. Just light in darkness, steady, unbothered by your wakefulness. There's no need to convince yourself that this moment counts, that it matters because of how long you've been here or how little progress seems to be made. The night doesn't keep score. It hasn't asked for proof, no sleep report, no nightly checklist, no evidence that you've earned rest by suffering through the hours. You're not being tested, not judged. No one is watching from behind a door, wondering if your willpower has failed. There's only this, an unmeasured stillness where even the idea of measurement begins to dissolve, not in chaos, but in clarity. And what happens when you stop measuring? When time stops being something to outlast or outrun, you begin to feel it differently, not as a chain, not as a force that pulls at your shoulders, but as an ocean, slow and deep with no bottom, not rushing anywhere, not carrying anything forward, just being. And in that vastness, you don't need to be somewhere else to belong. There's room for the restlessness, room for the quiet frustration. Room even for the part of you that still wants to check the clock and see if it's changed. All of it allowed, not fixed, not corrected, just present like clouds in a sky that doesn't care about their shape or speed. You're not trying to fix sleep anymore. You've stopped believing that it requires effort, strategy, or sacrifice. It's not something you must earn through silence or stillness or forced relaxation. It's not earned by how many breaths you take without thought or how long your body stays in one place. Sleep doesn't care about discipline, only surrender. Not the kind where you give up, but the kind where you finally understand. Nothing is lost when you stop fighting to hold on. And so now you're not trying to fall asleep. You're not even holding on to the wish that you will. There's no hunger for it anymore, no fear of waking again in 10 minutes with your body still awake and your mind racing through what might have been missed. The future has no claim here. The past can't reach back into this moment. Only now, the soft weight of your limbs, the quiet rise and fall of breath that doesn't need to be perfect, remains. There's a kind of peace that comes not from silence, but from permission. Not because everything is calm, but because you've stopped demanding that it be. You're allowed to feel restless, allowed to stay here in this half-light where time isn't moving forward or backward, but just being. And the deeper you go into that space, the less the red numbers seem like a verdict and more like a companion, a soft pulse of awareness that says, I'm still here with you, I haven't left. No one needs to know how long it's been. No memory has to record this moment for safekeeping. You don't need to remember what it felt like when the thought about sleep first came in, or why you started counting minutes instead of breaths. The mind can wander, can return again and again to that old place where time feels urgent, where every second seems charged with meaning, and you can let it come back. Not fight it, not reject it, but simply notice, as if watching a train pass through a distant station without ever getting on. There's no need to tell yourself anything new, no affirmation needed, no mantra to repeat, just this: the weight of your body resting in the bed like earth holding roots beneath it, quietly, patiently. The warmth that gathers at the tips of your fingers and toes, not because you've willed it there, but because the blood flows where it wants without needing a reason. The air moving through your lungs as if guided by something older than breath, a rhythm not learned, but remembered. And beneath all this, the quiet hum of being awake in such a way that doesn't feel like failure, not even resistance to sleep, just awareness. Awareness so deep it stops feeling like effort and starts feeling like home. Like the first time you realized your body wasn't trying to escape itself, just resting, after all, exactly as it was meant to be. You don't need a reason for being here. You're not waiting for permission from sleep or silence or even peace. The only thing required is presence, not performance, not achievement, just showing up again and again in the way that you always have, quietly, without fanfare, without needing anything to happen. And maybe, just maybe, you're beginning to understand what it means to rest, not because you've stopped moving, but because movement has finally found its own rhythm. Not a speed, not a destination, just flow. A kind of breathing that doesn't need to be controlled because it's already been doing so for longer than you can remember. The red light still glows, but now you notice something else. How the shadow it casts is not sharp or defined, just soft edges like mist around a stone, not demanding focus, not insisting on meaning, just there, like memory without detail, like feeling without thought. And in that softness, the kind where even time forgets its name, you begin to feel your body not as something separate from the night, but as part of it. As if you've always belonged to this silence, these quiet hours, this slow unfolding of what comes after effort. There's no need to be anything more than you are, no version of yourself that needs to arrive in order for rest to begin. You're not late, you're not behind, you're already here. Not waiting, not trying, you're simply being. And in the quiet between heartbeats, in the space where thought stops asking questions and just breathes, you're becoming something deeper than sleep, something older than wakefulness. Not a state to reach for, not a condition to achieve, just this: the night holding you not because it has to, but because it always has. Because even when you were convinced you lost your way, the dark had never stopped walking beside you. It's been waiting not for arrival, but for surrender, for release, for the moment when you finally stop believing that time must be conquered and let yourself simply be held. And now there's nothing left to do but sink deeper into a stillness so complete that even memory can't claim it. So quiet that there's no need to speak, no reason to think, no demand for anything at all. Just the soft weight of your body in the bed, the warmth spreading through you like sunlight after rain, and the red light, still glowing, not as a clock, not as a judge, but as a witness. A gentle reminder you're not failing, you're not missing something. You're just here. And that's enough. Not for tomorrow, not for later. But now. Exactly now. There's no urgency to be anywhere, not even inside time itself. Just this slow letting go, like a leaf settling into water without resistance. The red light still hums at the edge of your vision, but now it doesn't count. It doesn't measure or mark. It simply is, like a quiet breath held too long by someone who's forgotten how to release, and you're learning not to name what it says. Not to decode its meaning, not to ask why it glows at 3:47 or 4:12 or whenever the next moment arrives. You're beginning to understand that time doesn't care about your attention. It flows whether you're aware of it or not, like a river beneath stone, unseen but always moving. And so you stop trying to catch up, not because you've given in, but because you've finally stopped believing that being late is the same as being lost. The truth is quieter than that. You are never behind. You were never meant to arrive before the night had finished folding itself around you. There's no schedule for stillness, no deadline for peace. Even sleep doesn't demand a timetable, just presence. Your body knows this already. It has known it all along, in ways too deep for thought. The way your shoulders soften not because someone told them to, but because they remember what it feels like to stop bracing against the air. Your spine uncurls, not into some pose of perfection, but into a shape that fits exactly where you are. On this mattress, beneath these covers, in this moment of no demand and no expectation. No need to perform for anyone, even yourself. And somewhere deep inside, there's a quiet understanding rising like steam from soil after rain. This is not failure, not even delay. It's not resistance. It's not the opposite of rest. This is rest in its most patient form. The kind that doesn't shout, doesn't prove itself, doesn't need to be seen. It just stays. The red numbers don't flicker with judgment anymore. They don't whisper you're still here or why aren't you asleep yet. They've stopped being a mirror for your frustration. Instead, they've become something softer, like an old friend who sits beside you in silence when words fail. You can watch them without fear now, not because you've conquered the night, but because you've stopped trying to win it. And that's where the real shift begins, not in what happens next, but in what doesn't happen at all. No sudden surge of sleepiness, no dramatic collapse into unconsciousness, just continuation, like a wave that doesn't need to break to be complete. The moment isn't waiting for an end, it's already whole. You don't have to do anything, no pushing, no pulling, no rearranging your thoughts like furniture in a room you'll never leave. Your mind isn't meant to stop. It doesn't need to be empty or quiet. It can wander, drift, linger on images that come uninvited, like shadows passing across the ceiling, and still belong here, still be part of this piece. The pressure around time is dissolving, not because it's gone, but because you're no longer carrying it like a weight in your chest. You don't need to make it disappear. You just stop trying to control it, like water that stops struggling against gravity and simply flows downhill, not toward purpose, but because that's what water does. And so you rest, not as an achievement, not as a victory over wakefulness, but as an act of surrender, not to sleep, not to the dark, not even to silence, but to this moment, the one that has always been happening, whether or not you noticed it. The rhythm beneath thought, beneath breath, beneath the pulse in your wrist, a kind of knowing so deep it doesn't need words, just presence. The red light glows on, unchanged, but now it feels less like a clock and more like a heartbeat. Not one that measures time, but one that is time. Slow, steady, unhurried. You can feel its pulse in the stillness of your own chest, not as an alarm, not as a reminder of how long you've been awake, but as part of something larger than any single night. You're no longer waiting for sleep to come, because sleep isn't coming from outside, it's already here. It's in the way your fingers press gently into the fabric beneath them, in the warmth spreading through your ribs like sunlight behind a curtain, in the softness of air passing over your skin, unnoticed and unremarked upon, just there. And it doesn't matter if you're awake or asleep, or whether the line between them still holds. What matters is this: you're no longer trying to cross it with force. You're just resting on this side, not in fear of falling through, not in hope that something better lies beyond. Just here, exactly where your body has always been, even when your mind was. There's a kind of quiet that doesn't come from silence, it comes from not needing to fill anything. A stillness that isn't the absence of noise, but the presence of peace. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to perform for it. It's not something you're missing, or chasing, or failing at. It's simply what happens when effort stops demanding answers, when the mind stops asking when will this end, and instead begins to wonder, what if this is already enough? And in that wondering, so soft, so slow, it becomes real, not as a thought, not as belief, but as sensation, as truth. Your body doesn't need time to heal, it's healing now, in the way it breathes, in how your blood moves without permission, in how you lie here not because of sleep, but simply because this is where rest has always lived, even when you forgot its name. You don't have to remember anything, not why you're here, not what time it is, not whether tomorrow will be better. You only need to stay, just like the dark stays around you, not out of obligation, but because that's how darkness is. It holds without asking for return. It waits without needing to be seen. And now you're learning how to wait too, not in fear, not with tension, but as a kind of belonging, as if your body has finally remembered its own shape after years of trying to become someone else's idea of stillness. There's no goal here, no destination, just this, the way the air settles over you like a blanket woven from silence, the way your thoughts drift, not toward worry, not toward planning, but simply away, not lost but released, like leaves that fall without needing to know where they'll land. The red light still glows, faintly, steadily, its presence now more like a breath than a clock. You can feel it at the edge of your awareness, not as an intrusion, but as part of the night's quiet rhythm. A pulse in the dark that doesn't demand anything, just exists, and so do you. Not trying to be asleep, not fighting wakefulness, not even trying to be anything at all, just being, like gravity, like breath, like shadow after moonlight. And as your body sinks deeper, not into sleep, not yet, but into a kind of presence that feels older than time, you begin to sense it. The night isn't asking for you to arrive. It's already here, and you've always been part of it, not because you're finally ready, but because you never had to be. There is no moment where rest begins. There is only this, the way your chest rises and falls, not in urgency, but in memory of how it has always breathed, even when you were too busy thinking to notice. And so you let go, not of time, not of awareness, but of the need for anything to mean something. The red light doesn't have to signify time past. Your wakefulness doesn't have to prove anything about your worth. You don't have to be productive even in stillness. You just are. And that this soft wait, this quiet breath, this unasked-for presence is enough. Not for tomorrow, not for later, but now. Just now. You're not behind, you're not late. You're already where you need to be, not because the clock says so, but because the night has been holding you all along. And as the silence deepens, thicker than thought, softer than memory, you begin to feel it, a kind of release that isn't about falling asleep. It's about letting go of the idea that sleep is something you have to get. It's not a prize, not an achievement, it's not even a state. It's just happening. And so are you. And so you remain, not waiting for sleep to come, but allowing yourself to be held by the space between breaths. The air around you thickens, not with weight, but with quiet that doesn't need to explain itself. It simply is. There's no need to earn stillness, no requirement to prove your presence through motion or thought. You don't have to do anything at all, except be here, exactly as you are, in the way a star is present without needing to say why it burns. The red light still pulses, faint and unhurried, like a heartbeat that doesn't belong to anybody but just belongs to night itself. It glows not as a demand, but as a witness, calm, unbothered, watching nothing yet seeing everything. And you're beginning to notice how it doesn't measure time the way your mind does. It doesn't calculate seconds in anxiety. It doesn't tally hours like debts owed. It simply is, red, steady, uninterested in endings or beginnings. You can feel that same rhythm now, slower than thought, deeper than breath, in the quiet between each pulse of awareness. Not a silence that fills space, but one that lets it breathe. Like a river that doesn't rush to reach the sea because it already knows where it's going, not by force, not by urgency, but by its own nature. There is no need for you to arrive anywhere. No pressure to become something different than what you are in this moment, lying here, aware but not alert, awake but not restless, not fighting sleep, not chasing stillness, just breathing into the shape of absence, the kind that isn't empty but full of possibility. You don't have to turn your brain off. You don't even have to quiet it. It's already settling, not through effort, but because it doesn't need to keep up. The mind doesn't always have to do something in order to be useful. Sometimes its best work is simply being still, not productive, not active, just present. And that's what you're learning. Presence isn't about doing. It's not a task or a technique. It's the natural state of things when nothing has to prove itself, when no part of you needs to be better, faster, quieter, more asleep, because it already is. Not in some future moment, but right now. The red glow doesn't care how long you've been lying there. It hasn't marked time for your benefit or your burden. It simply glows with the same soft persistence as a candle left burning after all others have gone to bed. Without anyone watching, without needing applause, just continuing, because that's what light does. And so do you. You don't need permission from sleep to exist here in this quiet. You don't need validation from the clock. There is no deadline on being still, no test of whether your rest counts. The night doesn't ask for anything in return, not effort, not meaning, not even a signal that you're listening. It just holds you, gently, without condition, like a hand resting over your chest when you've forgotten how to breathe yourself. Not forcing warmth, but simply being there, letting the heat of your body meet the cool of the dark in their own quiet way. You can feel it now, not as an idea, not as hope, but as something older than words, the truth that rest is not earned. It's not granted by effort or performance. It doesn't arrive after you've done enough thinking, worrying, trying. It arrives when you stop believing that you have to earn it. There is no moment where sleep begins because there was never a moment where it ended. Sleep isn't something separate from waking. It's the same quiet undercurrent that runs through both. The difference isn't in what happens, but in how you meet it. Right now, you're not fighting wakefulness. You're not measuring your progress against some invisible line of how long should I stay awake. The red light doesn't judge. Your thoughts don't demand answers. And so there's no pressure to do anything other than simply be like a stone at the bottom of a lake, not moving, not struggling, just existing in its own stillness. There's beauty here, not because it's perfect or peaceful, but because it is real. Real as the way your fingers rest on your stomach now, not clenching, not pushing, not trying to change anything. Real as the weight of your legs beneath the sheets, no longer tense, no longer waiting for something to happen. You don't have to fall asleep to be safe. You don't need to stop thinking in order to belong here. The night doesn't care if you're aware or unaware. It only cares that you stay, not as a guest who must perform, but as someone who has always lived within it. And perhaps that's the gentlest truth of all. You are never outside the dark. You've been inside it all along, long before you started trying to get out, long before you began measuring your worth by how fast you could fall asleep. The red light still pulses, not as a reminder of time past, but as proof that something is happening even when nothing seems to be changing. The air thickens not with worry, but with the kind of fullness that comes from being exactly where you are, not trying to become someone else's idea of rest, not striving for peace like it's an award. Just here. Not behind, not ahead, just now. And now is enough. There's no need to hurry towards sleep, because sleep isn't a destination. It's not something that happens when you finally get everything right. It's not the prize at the end of effort. It's not earned through discipline or control. It's simply the way your body returns to itself when you stop trying to force it into shape, when you let go of needing time to mean anything and instead allow yourself to be held by what already is. You don't have to convince yourself that this moment matters. You don't need a reason for why you're here. There's no requirement to feel peaceful or calm or even content, only the quiet invitation: stay. Stay in the warmth of your breath. Stay with the way the dark wraps around you like an old coat, worn soft from years of keeping you warm without saying anything at all. Let go of needing to fix this moment. Let go of needing it to be different than it is. Not because you're giving up, but because you've finally learned how to belong. And as the silence deepens further, so quiet now that even thought begins to slow, like a river drifting into stillness, you feel it, not as an idea, but as a memory, not of some far-off place or past event, but of your body's own knowing. It's ancient awareness that rest isn't something you do. It's what happens when you stop resisting the way you are. There's no need to speed up, no reason to push forward, no demand to be anywhere else. Just this. The red light still glows, not as a clock, not as a threat, but as part of the night's quiet rhythm, like breath in and out, like tides that rise without needing permission. And you're learning how to breathe with it now, without urgency, without fear, not waiting for sleep, not chasing rest, just being held by something deeper than time, deeper than effort, deeper than even the most careful plans of your mind. You don't have to understand this. You don't need to believe it. You only need to stay, not as a task, not as an achievement, but simply because you're already here, and that's enough. You're not trying to cross a threshold anymore. You're already on the other side of effort, where time doesn't pull you forward, but lets you sink into itself. The red glow still pulses, yes, but it's no longer marking minutes like they matter. It's breathing with you now, rising and falling in sync with how your body settles deeper into the bed, not as a demand, but as a quiet companion to what's already happening beneath the surface of awareness. There's no need to track its rhythm. No reason to listen for it. You're not counting seconds anymore. You've stopped measuring yourself by how little you can feel. And that is where something new begins. The air around you has grown thicker, not with tension, but with stillness so complete it feels like being wrapped in a memory of weightlessness. Not the kind that floats away, but the kind that settles into bones, into marrow, into every cell that remembers how to let go without permission. You don't have to summon calm. It's already here, no longer something you must reach for, but something you've slowly become. Like roots spreading underground, not in search of water, but simply because it was always there all along. Your breath continues, not fast, not slow, just steady, not forced into a pattern, not shaped by intention. It moves through you like wind through trees that don't know they're being moved. There's no need to control its depth or length, only to notice how it finds its own path when left alone. The rhythm isn't perfect, but it doesn't have to be. You aren't trying to improve anything, not even your breathing. Just letting it unfold in the quiet way that things do when they're free from needing to prove themselves. And what is proof? What evidence does this moment need of its own existence? It already is, no reason required, no outcome expected. The red light doesn't glow because you've earned it or because you've succeeded in doing sleep. It glows simply because night continues, because the world turns without asking if you're ready for it to turn, and so do you. There's a softness now where tension used to live, the kind that comes not from effort, but from surrendering to what already holds you. Not a collapse, not an ending, but a returning. A slow untying of all the knots you didn't even know were there until they began to loosen on their own. You're not resisting anything now, no longer fighting against time or awareness, or the stubborn way thoughts keep looping through your mind like old recordings with no beginning and no end. You don't have to silence them, not today. They can pass through you like clouds across a sky that doesn't care what shape they take. No judgment in their passage, no need to stop them, no demand for them to leave. You're not responsible for cleaning up the thoughts, just as you aren't responsible for the red glow or the quiet hum of the house settling into its own sleep. All these things happen without your permission, and that is exactly why they can be trusted. And so you let it all be, this moment with no name, this stretch of time without a destination. It doesn't need to mean anything. It only needs to exist, and it does. Not because you made it happen, but because it was always happening, whether or not you noticed it. Your hands are warm now, not from effort, but from staying, from remaining still long enough for heat to gather in the palms like sunlight held behind closed eyes. You don't need to feel that warmth to know it's there. It isn't a sensation you have to claim. It just is, quiet and unclaimed, like a fire burning beneath ashes. Your legs are heavy, not with fatigue, but with presence. Not resisting sleep, not awaiting it, but simply being in the space where sleep might find you if you let go of chasing it. You're not trying to attract rest. You're not calling for stillness. You're just here, so fully that even your mind can't think its way out of this truth. And maybe that's the softest kind of knowing, not insight, not understanding, but a deep, slow sense that you've been held all along. Not by someone else, not by a system or a plan or an achievement, but by the night itself, by the quiet between breaths, by the space where time forgets to count. There's no need for answers anymore, no demand for clarity. You don't have to decide what this means. You don't even have to remember that you were ever trying to fix anything. Just let it be, this not knowing, this soft surrender of wanting. Let the red light pulse its steady rhythm through your awareness like a heartbeat from somewhere deeper than thought. And in that stillness, the kind that isn't empty but full with everything already present, you begin to feel something else, not movement but depth, not change but belonging. You're not becoming someone who sleeps well. You're not turning into someone who can finally let go. You are simply returning, not to a state of mind, not to an ideal version of rest, but to the fact that you've always been part of this. The dark, the quiet, the slow unfolding of time without urgency. You don't have to earn your way back. There was never a place you left. The body already knows how to return, even when the mind keeps asking for proof, even when it insists on measuring what's already complete. So let go again, not with force, but with softness. Not with effort, but with trust in what doesn't need to be earned. Your right to simply exist inside this moment without having done anything at all to deserve it. The red light still glows, softly now, almost like a whisper from the night itself, saying not how long you've been awake, but you're still here. And that is enough. That has always been enough. Not because time will fix you, not because sleep will arrive with answers, but because your presence in this moment, the way your breath continues, your body rests, your awareness lingers without needing to act, is not a failure of effort. It's not proof of struggle. It's proof that you're alive exactly as you are. And the night, it doesn't care about speed or progress. It only asks one thing, that you stay, not because you've achieved anything, but because you haven't stopped being here. So stay. Stay with the warmth in your skin. Stay with the quiet behind your eyes. Stay with the way darkness holds you like it's known your name for longer than you can remember. You don't have to understand why this is happening. You only need to feel that it is. Not as a task, not as an achievement. Just as what happens when nothing else matters, but everything already does. You're not waiting anymore, not even for sleep to come. The red light still glows, steady, patient, but it no longer measures you. It doesn't tally how many minutes have passed since your last blink, or count the number of thoughts that slip through like shadows across a wall. You've stopped listening to its rhythm as a demand. Instead, it's becoming something quieter, just another presence in the room, like the slow pulse of warmth rising from your chest, like the way silence deepens when no one is speaking. It doesn't need you to respond. It doesn't care if you're awake or drifting. It only exists, like all things that aren't trying to be useful. And maybe that's what it means to stop fighting time, not to speed up, not to slow down, but to let each moment simply be without needing to carry the weight of how long it lasts. You've been carrying that burden for so long, the idea that every second must count, that wakefulness is a deficit, that sleep is something you're falling behind on. But now there's space between your breaths where time doesn't rush, where it just settles. Like dust after a storm, soft and still in the air, not needing to settle anywhere specific. There's no need to correct anything here, no need to fix the fact that you've been awake for so long or short of what you hoped. The night isn't judging your pace. It doesn't remember how many times you checked the clock. All it knows is this: you're still here and breath continues. That's not failure, that's continuity. You are part of a rhythm that never stopped, just like your heartbeat, just like the slow rise and fall of the dark outside your window. You don't have to feel different to be whole. You don't need to prove anything to the night, not even that you're trying. The fact that you haven't left, that you've stayed through all these long hours, is already enough. There's a kind of quiet dignity in that, not giving up, not pretending everything is fine, but simply choosing presence over escape. And so let this moment stretch, like fabric pulled gently across the frame of time. Let it breathe. Let it be longer than you expect, not because you're trying to stay awake, but because there's no reason to hurry away from what's already happening. The red light doesn't demand movement. It only reminds you are here, and that is not a problem, that is not a failure, that is the beginning of peace. Feel how your body fits into this space, not shaped by urgency, not molded by effort, but simply occupying itself with being, like water finding its level in a bowl that was always meant to hold it. Your shoulders are no longer braced against what might come. They've stopped trying to prepare for sleep like it's an event you need to attend. Instead, they're just resting, not waiting, just letting themselves be supported by the bed, by gravity, by the stillness around. And your mind, so used to chasing clarity, so afraid of silence, is finally learning how to rest without needing meaning. It doesn't have to understand why this is happening. It doesn't need to know if it's working. You're not asking for answers anymore. There's no test at the end, no score to earn. You're just allowing time, not as a force, not as an enemy, but as a companion, as something that moves through you without demanding your attention, yet stays with you even when you forget to notice it. The red light pulses once, twice, like a signal from a distant shore, not saying hurry up, not saying you're late, just saying I'm still here too. And in this knowing, the slow recognition that the night has been holding you all along, something loosens, not a muscle, not a thought, but a tension buried so deep it had become invisible. You didn't realize how tightly you'd been clutching at time, trying to wrestle it into shape to make it behave. But now, instead of resisting its flow, you're letting yourself be carried by it, not pulled forward, not rushed backward, but simply moved through. There's a softness in that surrender, not weakness, not giving up, but a quiet courage, the kind that says, I don't need to control this moment to be safe. I can let go of wanting it to end, of needing sleep like an escape, and just be with what is, even if that means being awake. And so you stay, not out of duty, not out of obligation, but because staying feels natural now. Like breathing in the dark isn't a chore, like lying still doesn't mean you're failing. You've stopped treating rest as something to achieve and started seeing it as something that happens when you stop pushing against it. The clock keeps glowing, its light no longer sharp, but warm like embers in a hearth. It's not counting seconds anymore, it's just there, a quiet witness, not judging how long you've been here, just sharing the space with you. And maybe that's what sleep is, not something you arrive at after a race, but simply the point where you stop fighting to leave. So let this moment stretch further. Let it feel like it could go on forever, and not because you're stuck, but because you're no longer afraid of time. You don't have to measure how long you've been in this place. You don't need to know if it's too late or too soon. All that matters is the way your body sinks deeper into the mattress, not sinking into sleep, but just sinking like a leaf falling through still water. The dark doesn't ask for speed. It doesn't care how many times you've turned over or how often you've checked the time. It only wants you to stay, and in staying, without needing anything from it, you begin to feel something unfamiliar, not relief, not peace, but a kind of belonging so quiet it's almost invisible. You're not becoming someone new, you're not fixing yourself, you're just returning, not to a version of rest that was lost, not to some ideal night, but simply to the truth you've always carried. That time doesn't need you to hurry, that stillness isn't empty, and that being awake, really awake, isn't failure. It's not about how quickly sleep arrives. It's about whether you're willing to stay in this moment with all its quiet and uncertainty without trying to change it, without needing it to mean something. The red light pulses again, softly now, not a reminder of time past, but an echo of presence. You are still here, and that is not a burden, that is not proof you're struggling, it's proof you haven't left. You've stayed through the long hours, through the frustration, through the questions about why sleep won't come. And in this staying, this quiet, unbroken willingness to be present, the space between breaths grows deeper. The silence thickens, not with emptiness, but with something else, a kind of fullness that doesn't need words, a depth where time forgets to measure and the mind forgets to fight. You're not trying anymore, not even to sleep. You're just here, and in this stillness, where no action is required, no effort demanded, the body begins to let go, not with a crash, not with a rush, but like water seeping into soil, slowly, gently, without fanfare. There's no need to know where you are going. There's only the truth of now, your breath continuing, your skin holding warmth, the dark wrapping around you like an old friend who never left. And so let this moment stretch even further. Let it feel endless, not because you're trapped, but because there's nowhere else you need to be. The night has been waiting for nothing but your presence. And now that you've stayed, it begins to hold you not just in the dark, but in a silence so deep it feels like coming home. You don't have to earn this moment. You don't have to justify being here. Just let yourself rest, not as a victory, not as an achievement, but simply as what happens when you stop fighting to be somewhere else. The red light still glows softly now, like the last ember of a fire that never really went out. Not counting time anymore, not measuring wakefulness, just reminding you are here, and that is enough. You're not drifting towards sleep like a boat chasing ashore. No, you're sinking into something that already holds you. The air around you isn't waiting for your arrival. It's been holding its breath just so you could find your way back to it. There's no distance between where you are and where you belong, not because you've traveled far, but because you were never really lost. The clock still pulses, yes, but not like a metronome ticking down failure. It glows now like the last flicker of a lantern left in an empty hall, not measuring time, just being. And that's enough. You don't have to explain why your body has stayed awake so long. You don't need to justify the way your thoughts keep turning over, like stones beneath water, slow, heavy, unspooling without purpose. They aren't enemies here, not even interruptions, just echoes of a mind still trying to be useful, still trying to protect you from what it fears. Not sleep, but being forgotten by itself. But that's not happening now. You're not being forgotten. You're being held by this silence, by the way your shoulders have settled into softness, by how your breath has found a rhythm so quiet it feels like it's breathing for you. The night is not in competition with tomorrow. It doesn't care if you've been awake since 2 or 3:17. It only knows this moment and what happens when you stop measuring the shape of time and start feeling its weight. You're beginning to sense that time isn't something you must conquer. It's just a kind of space, like air or shadow. And in this space, there is no need to arrive anywhere. No destination. Just presence, real, unvarnished, unapologetic. There's warmth pooling in your chest now, not the tightness of anxiety, not the heat of frustration, but something deeper. A quiet furnace that doesn't burn, just holds. It spreads through your arms like slow sunlight behind glass. You don't have to do anything with it. You're not supposed to use it or channel it. It's already doing what it was made for, keeping you company in the stillness. This warmth isn't proof that sleep is coming. It's simply a sign that you've stopped fighting to make something happen. And so let this space continue to stretch, not as an invitation to wakefulness, not as resistance, but as permission. Permission to be exactly where you are without condition. The red light doesn't judge your restlessness. It doesn't remind you how long it's been since you closed your eyes. It just glows, calm, unbothered, and in that glow is a kind of quiet truth. You've already arrived. Not in sleep, not in stillness, but in the act of being present with all its uncertainty, all its ache, all its unfinished questions. The body has begun to release, not through force, not through effort, but simply because it's been allowed to stop pretending. There's no need to do anything anymore, not even to relax. Just be like a stone settling in the riverbed after years of being carried. No struggle, no urgency. You don't have to earn this moment. It doesn't require your performance or your progress. You're not becoming less aware, you're becoming more honest with it. Awareness isn't something you turn on and off like a lamp. It's more like the way water knows its own depth before it touches the shore. You've always known how to be awake. Now you're learning how to stay in that knowing without fear. There's no goal here, no checklist of what sleep should feel like or when it must come. Just this, your breath continuing, steady and unremarkable. The weight of your limbs settling deeper into the mattress, not sinking into unconsciousness, but simply letting go. Letting go not as a surrender, but as a return to something older than effort. The mind still whispers, yes, but it doesn't demand anything now. It's like leaves brushing against glass, soft, passing, making no claim on you. And in that quiet space between thoughts, where nothing is said and nothing is expected, there's a kind of peace that doesn't need to be named. Not calm, not relief, just continuity. You're not trying to fix this night. You're not working toward a version of sleep that feels like victory. You're simply being here in the dark, with your eyes closed and your thoughts unfurling slowly like smoke from an extinguished candle. And there's no shame in that, no failure. The red light still pulses, not as a reminder of time past, but as a quiet companion to this moment. You are here, not too late, not too early, just present. The night has not moved on without you. It hasn't forgotten you. It never did. It's been waiting for nothing more than your willingness to stay. So let it go deeper. Let the silence grow thicker, not with absence, but with presence. With what is already here, your breath, your warmth, the slow unspooling of tension in your hands and feet, the way your spine has softened against the curve of the mattress like a thread returning to its loom. There's no need for you to be anywhere else, not even in sleep. You don't have to become something different just so this night can end. This moment, this quiet, unbroken stretch is already enough. It doesn't have to mean anything. It doesn't have to prove anything, just be. And if the clock glows again, let it, not as an alarm, not as a challenge, but as a soft echo of time that no longer demands your attention. A pulse not counting down, but holding still, like a heartbeat in a dream where nothing else moves. You're not waiting for sleep to arrive. You're letting yourself be held by the space between breaths, The quiet place where effort dissolves and you simply are. Not trying, not striving, not even hoping. Just being here. There's no need to measure how much time has passed, because the kind of stillness you're sinking into doesn't keep score. It isn't counting minutes like a debt owed or hours like a war waged. This quiet doesn't care whether it feels long or short, it simply is. And in that being, there's a warmth spreading through your chest, not from effort, but from release. The kind of heat that comes when resistance finally loosens its grip on memory, on expectation, on the old habit of scanning ahead for what might come next. The red light still glows, still pulses, faint and persistent, but it no longer calls to you like a demand. It's just there, like the edge of a distant star you've stopped trying to reach. Your hands rest now, palms open against your thighs, fingers uncurled as if they've forgotten how to clutch anything. There's no need to hold on, not to sleep, not to wakefulness, not even to this moment itself. You're learning that being present doesn't require a tightness in the chest or an ache behind the eyes. It can be soft. It can be weightless, like air settling after storm clouds have passed. No drama, no rush, just quiet returning home. The breath moves through you slowly, not with intention, but because it remembers how to. Not trying to deepen, not striving for depth. It simply flows, in and out, not fast, not slow, just continuing. The way a river continues under ice when the surface seems still. You don't have to make it move. It already knows its path. And in that knowing, there's no need to do anything